Chapter 5:30 5 Threaten. Chapter 5:30 5 Threaten. Chapter 5:35 Threaten. Yeah. TLN. The primate race has been changed to the Goliath race. These two were quite wealthy. Lin Ming muttered to himself as he searched through Guyu and Jia Na's spatial rings. Within the two spatial rings, there were several hundred medium-grade blood demon crystals. In addition, there were all sorts of pills and treasures. Although they were considered too precious, it was enough so that Lin Ming wouldn't be in an awkward situation where he didn't have enough blood demon crystals available. Is this a high-grade blood demon crystal? Lin Ming took out a rectangular jade box from within Gu Yu's spatial ring. As he opened it, he saw that there was a bright red crystal inside. A high-grade blood demon crystal was equivalent to 100 medium-grade blood demon crystal. Even Gu Yu only had a single one. Blood demon crystals and true essence stones were similar. Both were stones that contained massive inherent energies and could be used in cultivation. However, true essence stones could only be used to condense true essence and cultivate the Dantian. As for blood demon crystals, they contained a vast amount of heaven and earth origin energy as well as infernal blood energy. They could be used to refine and strengthen the body, bolster the soul, as well as many other uses. Martial artists that followed the orthodox path also used blood demon crystals. No one ever complained that their blood vitality was too powerful. In addition, blood demon crystals were much rarer. All of these factors made the price of blood demon crystals much higher than that of true essence stones. Lin Ming placed this high-grade blood demon crystal in his hand and began to absorb the pure energy from within it. A high-grade blood demon crystal was worth 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals, but the infernal blood energy within was only equal to 50 medium-grade blood demon crystals. Using a single one was the same as using 50 medium-grade blood demon crystals. Of course, cultivating with high-grade blood demon crystals was far more efficient, but wasting so much precious energy just for this increase in efficiency was a cost that not even a talent form a large sect would so easily pay. This was also the reason that Gu Yu had a high-grade blood demon crystal on him. Currently, Lin Ming only wished for more efficiency. He could earn more blood demon crystals in the future, but time would not wait for him. All he thought of was the day that he gained the strength to battle with Xian Wuji and return to the South Horizon region. Because that was his foundation, that was his home. The pure power of heaven and earth origin energy and blood energy constantly flowed into Lin Ming. The light of the blood demon crystal also began to gradually dim. Within the blood slaughter steps, fire origin energy was relatively thin. In comparison, there was an incomparably thick infernal blood energy that permeated the land. Here, cultivating the Dantian with the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle was far inferior to practicing the great desolate halberd art. The pure energy of the blood demon crystal combined with the infernal energy within the heavenly demon tattoo and was then greedily refined by Lin Ming. Those that practiced the great desolate halberd art walked the killing path. Using this infernal blood energy to cultivate, it was especially useful. Lin Ming felt a burning hot energy rampage through his meridians, making circle after circle before entering into his Dantian, where it fused with the billowing vortex of true essence within. In this process, Lin Ming's soul and body were both nourished. Every cultivation method had its strengths and weaknesses. For instance, for those that followed the righteous path, they would usually focus on cultivating the soul after reaching the Xiantian realm. But those martial artists that followed the demonic path were partial to tempering and refining their bodies after reaching the Xiantian realm. If Lin Ming only practiced the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, then his cultivation would be biased towards fire tribute true essence, as well as his path being limited to a single essence gathering system. If he reached the life destruction realm in the future, then his cultivation method system would be too frail and his strength would correspondingly be limited. If he supplemented this with the Great Desolate Halberd art, which focused on offensive skills, then this would fill many gaps in the problem. The truth was that many people understood this, but there was still nothing they could do. For a large sect, it was already fantastic if they had a single top cultivation method. What sort of sect could be like Lin Ming and choose from numerous cultivation methods that were of the highest level? It had to be said that when Lei Jingtian had been mired in the revolving core realm, he had sacrificed his honor and name and colluded with the South Sea Demon region, all in order to acquire the ancient Devil Tome. Lin Ming immersed himself in cultivating and eventually lost track of time. When he next opened his eyes, he saw that the lamp on the table had already been extinguished and there was a light, hazy mist all around. It seemed that the dawn had just broken. As Lin Ming stood up, his entire skeleton emitted crackling noises that were crisp and loud. The high-grade blood demon crystal in his hand had already dimmed to nothing. There wasn't much energy left in it. His body was sticky with sweat, and his sweat was tinged with the faint color of blood. The coppery smell of blood wafted out from around him. Within his dantian, his early Xiantian cultivation had further consolidated. He was almost at the peak of the early Xiantian realm. I've already been stuck at the early Xiantian realm for months. I have no idea how long it will be until I can break through to the middle Xiantian realm. The demonic path cultivation methods are truly quicker than those from the righteous path. If I can reach the revolving core realm before I'm 22 years old, then I wonder how strong I will be compared to Life Destruction Master, Lin Ming mumbled to himself, lost in thought. He wanted to take a shower when his mind suddenly stirred. He moved, so he was sideways to the door, and slowly pushed it open. Outside in the hall, there was a pretty and delicate little girl leaning against the door. Her head was nodded down. Apparently, because of her extreme sleepiness, she had fallen asleep where she stood. Warner. The little girl was startled. She jumped up, instantly sober. Sir, Warner was like a little child who had been caught in the act of doing something wrong. Why are you standing here? Haven't you gone to sleep? Warner hurriedly said, Sir asked me to keep guard outside in the hall. Lin Ming was speechless. He had only been casually speaking, but he never thought that Warner would be guarding the door all day and all night. She was a mortal. If she stood for so long, then her legs would be swollen. But this was the fate of a maidservant. There were many maids of wealthy families that had to stand outside of their master's room. They had to pour water, clean the chamber pot, and instantly rush forwards if they were summoned. In places with stricter rules, even yawning was forbidden and would be punished with slaps. After a maid grew old, they would often be left without support. This was a reason why many maids dreamt of becoming concubines. This was the first time that Warner stood watch at night. She was afraid of appearing lazy. Thus, she fell into a panic. You go and rest. Lin Ming sighed. He had thought about buying Warner's freedom, but now he considered that matter finished. In Polaris City, even if a mortal commoner had freedom, they were still at the mercy of everyone else. If they had wealth, then that would actually be a dark star that attracted calamity. She might as well stay with Madame Wei, where she had a modicum of safety. It was also impossible for Lin Ming to take her. In this dangerous land, Lin Ming simply couldn't divert any attention to protect her. Warner hesitated. Go to sleep, Lin Ming said in a tone that couldn't be refused. Warner bowed and excused herself. Lin Ming hadn't yet gone to the second floor. He planned to stay at the first floor of Skysplit Tower until he reached the peak of the early Xiantian realm. Currently, he wasn't too far from this goal. Thus, Lin Ming cultivated, ate, and slept at the Martial Artist Service Lodge every day. His daily care, such as washing clothes and changing, were all taken care of by Warner. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. Lin Ming was now only a tiny step away from reaching the peak of the early Xiantian realm. Today, Lin Ming left the service lodge. He wanted to go to the second floor of Skysplit Tower to have a look. There was a great gap in strength between the martial artists of Skysplit Tower's first floor and second floor. Guyu, whose strength could be considered at the pinnacle of the first floor, was only at the bottom of the second floor. The first floor had tens of thousands of martial artists, but the second floor only had several thousand. The amount was dozens of times less. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons amongst these groups of people. Even if a saint-ranked talent were to come here, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant. They wouldn't even dare to fight with someone at their own level who could say that the person they provoked wasn't a future peerless emperor. In these last 15 days, Lin Ming had also gained some understanding of Skysplit Tower from Su Yan. According to the laws of Skysplit Tower, martial artists from the first floor could not enter the second floor, but martial artists from the second floor could freely enter the first floor. The only prohibition they had was that they couldn't rashly kill others on the first floor. If they violated this rule, they would be chased by the enforcement team and killed. Lin Ming followed Su Yan's instructions and walked towards the entrance of the second floor. Because it was early in the morning, there weren't many people walking the corridors of Skysplit Tower, and there wasn't a soul in sight at the entrance to the second floor. A solitary gray platform appeared in front of Lin Ming. On top of the platform was a small transmission array. As long as one entered with their second-level permit pass, they would be able to directly enter the second floor. As Lin Ming took out his permit pass from his spatial ring, he suddenly felt a hidden, murderous intent lock onto him. His heart chilled. He began to emit thick infernal energy. "Who is it?" There was empty silence for a while. Then a hoarse voice sinisterly laughed and said, "Hee, boy, you're quite perceptive." Right after, the space near Lin Ming began to distort, and two men appeared. One was short, one was tall, and both wore black capes. The short one with the black cape was an imp. His face was wrinkled like a dried walnut, and his eyes were dim and yellow. It was hard to imagine that this fellow imp was actually a youth. As for that tall man, his skin was dark like ink. He was from the Goliath race. As he looked at Lin Ming, it was as if he were looking at delicious prey. Lin Ming was calm as he quietly traced his spatial ring and revolved his true essence. Although he couldn't tell the cultivation of these two because of the difference in their cultivation systems, he was still able to approximate from their auras. These two fellows were absolutely more formidable than Guyu. "Hee, you don't have to worry yourself. We are martial artists from the second floor. Rest assured, we will not kill you. That is because the rules do not allow it." Lin Ming wasn't surprised. If these two were more powerful than Guyu, then it was normal for them to be from the second floor. "What do you two want?" "We're looking for you because we need a little favor," the black-caped imp said. The martial artists of the imp race even had black tongues. When they spoke, it was like a toad flapping its mouth. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Lin Ming coldly declined. "Hee, there's no need to refuse. Otherwise, you might regret it," the black-caped man confidently said. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, sending an array disc spinning in the air. As the array disc spun, countless lines of light burst forth, creating images in thin air. As these images moved, Lin Ming could see it was clearly the martial artist service lodge where he stayed. Lin Ming was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen such a strange phantom image array disc. In the phantom images, Lin Ming could see Wang Dong and Su Yan. He could see Madame Wei, who had just woken up, and he could see Wanner, who was washing his clothes. But at this moment, a bizarre gray energy enveloped the entire martial artist service lodge. All of the people within seemed to have lost their souls. Madame Wei and Wanner immediately slumped to the ground. Su Yan withstood it for a few breaths of time before he too fell to the ground, unconscious. This was a soul attack. Lin Ming grimaced. "What do you want?" Chapter 536 Sky-Split Towers, 2nd floor. Chapter 536 Sky-Split Towers, 2nd floor. Chapter 536 Sky-Split Towers, 2nd floor. Hey, I heard that you wanted to enter the 2nd floor, so I waited there in hopes of fighting you. But I didn't think that you would stay on the 1st floor of Sky-Split Tower and cultivate for half a month, the black-caped imp said. As he spoke, the images in the array disc changed yet again. In Warner's room, a several dozen-foot long snake fell down from the rafters. Its body was as thick as a bucket, and it curled itself around the unconscious Warner. As Lin Ming saw this, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Although Warner was only his maid, she had taken care of his daily needs for these past 15 days, and her work could be considered meticulous. Lin Ming would not tolerate someone using her to threaten him. The black-caped imp saw Lin Ming's eyes flash with murder. He giggled. You really are as I thought you'd be. From these last few days, I could already tell that you have some misplaced, pathetic sympathy towards mortals. Jeej, I really have no idea where you came from. How could someone like you possibly step onto the killing path? You were spying on me? Lin Ming was disquieted. He practiced the overbearing soul tactic and also had the samsara martial intent. He was confident in his own soul defense. His perception was no less than that of a middle revolving core realm master. But there had actually been someone spying on him for these last 15 days without him noticing. Luckily, he hadn't taken out the cosmic melting furnace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Lin Ming thought of this, his killing intent thickened even more. There are many ways to spy on people. I don't need to personally appear near you to monitor you. Even a small snake can become my eyes. The black-caped imp said. The imp had no fear that his method of spying was known by Lin Ming. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't understand the arcane skills of these foreign races, so he had ended up suffering a loss. Why are you paying attention to me? It's not just you. I'm also interested in everyone new to the 2nd floor. To be frank, I want to fight with you in the arena. Lin Ming's lips twisted with derision. So that's what it is. It seems that you are so weak that you can only pick on newcomers? Humph, what would you know? The black-caped imp sneered. You think that you're so great just because you caused a complete blowout in the 1st floor? You think you're great because you killed Guyu within 10 breaths of time? The 2nd floor of Sky-Split Tower is not something that the 1st floor could even dream of comparing with. The 2nd floor has practice areas that the 1st floor doesn't. If you practice there, your results will be astronomical. No matter what race you are from, you will also be influenced by your surroundings. If a group of geniuses gathers together, and you mix in a bunch of powerful opponents, then everyone will become stronger. In the 2nd floor, there are even many monstrous characters that have the strength to go to the 3rd floor, but actually choose to hide on the 2nd. I'm not considered weak on the 2nd floor, but I have accumulated too much infernal energy, so there have been many masters eyeing me, hoping they can obtain my infernal energy to build up their heavenly demon tattoo. I won't let those fellows succeed. So that's why you aim for new people? So all that so-called infernal energy you have is taken from newcomers? Lin Ming scoffed. He didn't think that Sky-Split Tower would have such wonderful characters, but this method was indeed effective. If one had patience and was willing to resort to any method to accumulate infernal energy, they could then use this infernal energy to practice their devil arts. Their results would soar into the sky. You're right. After I reached a 5-match winning streak on the 2nd floor, I became much more cautious. Now I've reached a 19-match winning streak. It's a pity, but new people that enter the 2nd floor are usually timid. They won't fight. Instead, they'll hold themselves in their rooms and cultivate for half a year at a time, or they might never leave at all. So I have no choice but to use some minor methods to draw you out. You can rest assured that I will not kill you. I only want your infernal energy and to increase my winning streak. You can even consider it good luck for me to be your first match. Well, at least others won't be as soft-hearted as I am. If you meet them, you might not even have a corpse left over." The black-caped imp giggled. His voice was gentle, but his words were malicious. Just looking at his wrinkly face and disgusting smile made one feel extremely sick to their stomach. "So, I should be thanking you, right? If you fight with me, you can quickly understand the rules of the second floor better. After this match, I'll even give you some benefits and tell you some tips about how to survive in the second floor. Don't look down on these tips. They've been earned with the lives of other martial artists," the black-caped imp said with a tempting tone. "And if I say no?" "Hee, you're a smart one. There are many ways for you to gain infernal energy, but if you offend me, I have many ways to make you suffer in the second floor, or you might even end up accidentally dying. Also, I don't think you want that young mate of yours to be cruelly tortured to death by some perverted giant demon." "Ha!" The black-caped imp brazenly laughed. The rules of Skysplit Tower prevented martial artists from the second floor from killing those from the first floor, but this only applied to martial artists. Mortal commoners were exempt from this rule. Lin Ming suppressed the simmering killing aura in his heart. On the surface, he was neither angry nor disturbed. He said, "Let them go. I agree to fight with you." "All right," the black-caped imp said with a refreshed tone. In truth, he wasn't afraid that Lin Ming would renege on his promise. In Skysplit Tower, it was difficult to protect a mortal, but killing them was easy. If Lin Ming decided to go back on his word, then he could definitely find some casual opportunity to kill the girl. "I'll wait for you on the second floor. I hope that you don't have me wait too long." The black-caped imp licked his lips. He took out his pass from his spatial ring and inserted it into the transmission array. With a flash of light, he disappeared along with the Goliath youth. Lin Ming was expressionless as he turned around. By the time he returned to the Martial Artist Service Lodge, everyone who fainted was already beginning to wake up. The young girls of the Martial Artist Service Lodge were at a loss. They didn't know what had just happened. They only felt as if they had experienced a terrible dream. But the martial artists such as Su Yan actually knew that they had been ambushed by a master with a soul attack. A dominant and terrifying power had instantly covered the entire Martial Artist Service Lodge. He wasn't even able to resist for a bit before he fainted. The difference in strength was too great. If the opposite party had wanted to kill them, they could have done so with a thought. This sort of person could only be a martial artist from the second floor. Su Yan was alarmed. He didn't know what this other person's purpose was, but as soon as he saw Lin Ming come in, his mind stirred. Could it be Brother Lin a moment ago? Lin Ming waved his hand. "Brother Su, today I'll be going to the second floor. I'll have to trouble you with taking care of Wanner." Hearing Lin Ming say that he was heading to the second floor, Su Yan was even more assured of his guess. "Brother Lin is someone from the second floor aiming for you." Lin Ming neither denied nor confirmed this. He said, "Whether or not someone is aiming for me, I will still go to the next floor." Su Yan looked at Lin Ming's decisive appearance, and he sighed. He knew that Lin Ming was a dragon in a pool. It was impossible for him to stay very long on the first floor. The reason he came to Skysplit Tower was obviously to gain experience. "Brother Lin, take care." Lin Ming packed up his things and bid farewell to everyone. Then he walked away from the Martial Artist Service Lodge. Wanner didn't say a single word as she watched Lin Ming's fading back. For a long time, she didn't say anything. Welcome to the second floor of Skysplit Tower. When Lin Ming stepped out of the second floor transmission array, a sweet voice sounded in his ear. As he turned around, he saw a beautiful Fey girl standing there. Her cultivation was only around the pulse condensation period. Obviously, she worked here as a greeter and guide. "Sir, may I ask if you would like to go to the martial arena or find a place to practice?" The Fey girl politely asked as she bowed. "Practice place." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. He had heard about the practice areas of Skysplit Tower's second floor before. The black-caped imp said that cultivating there would give one astronomical results. Polaris City was an original source of infernal energy, and it had an extremely long history. There were countless ancient arrays that were engraved within this place. Lin Ming was looking forward to seeing just what sort of practice places were in Polaris City. As Lin Ming thought about this, he asked, "What sort of authority requirements do I need to enter the practice areas?" The young Fey girl said, "The second floor has no authority requirements. One only needs to pay the required blood demon crystals depending on the area you wish to go in. A high-quality practice area will require not only blood demon crystals but also slaughter points. For instance, a top practice area will require 1 slaughter point every 10 days. As for more general areas, they usually require 1 slaughter point per year. A single slaughter point for 10 days, that's quite expensive." Lin Ming was secretly stunned speechless. Right now he only had 10 slaughter points that he had acquired at the same time as the Invincible Glory emblem. For a top-level practice area, that was only enough for 100 days. "Thank you. Bring me to the martial arena first." Lin Ming wanted to settle all his grudges and scores with the black-caped imp. "Good. Then please follow me." The young Fey girl's dulcet voice called out. When she spoke, it was very comfortable. Skysplit Tower was wider at the bottom than the top. It tapered the higher it went. The second floor was smaller than the first floor, so the martial arena in the second floor was also smaller. There was only enough space to seat 8,000, but this was already more than enough because the second floor only had several thousand martial artists in total. When Lin Ming arrived at the martial arena, there were only several hundred people there. The other martial artists were either resting or off cultivating. Although there were few people, the entire arena was still wild and filled with a bloody atmosphere. The boy came. In a corner of the arena, the black-caped Goliath youth saw Lin Ming. "Hee, that stupid little kid is pretty fast, because of something as stupid as compassion. He actually ruined himself." The black-caped imp stroked his wrinkled chin, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. Are you planning on killing him?" the black-caped Goliath youth asked, surprised. "Of course I'm going to kill him. Although this fellow isn't too strong right now, his talent is terrifying. If you cut the grass, then you have to destroy the roots to eliminate any future problems. But if word of you killing him spreads out and other newcomers find out, then they will be prepared. It won't be easy to find new people to fight with us." "It doesn't matter. I've already decided to kill him. Once I do, then I'll have a 20-match winning streak. I'll obtain 2 slaughter points, and will also be able to form my 4-winged heavenly demon tattoo. At that time, I'll go and cultivate for 2 years. Once I finish, my strength will have greatly increased, and I won't need to target newcomers anymore." As the black-caped imp spoke to hear, his eyes flashed with excitement. He was already looking forwards to this day. Chapter 537 Shattered Soul Domain. Chapter 537 Shattered Soul Domain. Chapter 537 Shattered Soul Domain. Lan Xing wins. Who will be the next challenger? On the stage of the martial arena, a black-clothed referee announced after a blue-haired Fey defeated a Goliath youth. The black-clothed referee was similar to the blue-skinned man that Lin Ming had met earlier. They had the characteristics of several races. This was typical of hybrid races. Within Polaris City, because of the constant number of people being born, there were often many individuals that had the blood of other races within them. Using someone who was a hybrid to be a referee was much fairer to everyone involved. This Lan Xing fellow has already won 2 in a row. If he wins again, then it will be his 3rd win in a row. How come I've never heard of him before? It's normal if you haven't heard of him. In fact, this fellow is new here. I heard that he had a complete blowout just a year ago and gained 10 whole slaughter points. After he came up to the second level he chose not to fight. Instead, he holed himself up and cultivated for an entire year. This is the first battle that he's had since he came out. He went into seclusion for an entire year? This fellow is quite terrifying. He actually has the patience to wait. Even a two-winged, heavenly demon master lasted less than 10 breaths of time under his hand. He's most likely still hiding part of his strength. I guess that his true ability should be near that of a four-winged heavenly demon. As the audience discussed the match, Lin Ming was closely listening in. He couldn't help but pay attention to this Lan Xing a bit more. The truth was that ever since he came to Skysplit Tower, he found that because all the different races here had different cultivation systems, it was very inaccurate to compare cultivation realms to find relative strengths. This wasn't even considering that everyone here was a genius that could jump ranks to fight. A 5-star demon general of Skysplit Tower could probably defeat a 1-star demon king from the outside. Because of this, it was much more accurate to differentiate the strength one had with the winged, heavenly demon tattoos. The stronger a martial artist was, the more wings they would have on their heavenly demon tattoo. From 2 wings for wings, all the way to 10 wings and 12 wings. Lin Ming's own heavenly demon tattoo had quickly condensed 2 wings. In the future, as he fought in more battles in the arena, his heavenly demon tattoo would also grow. Lan Xing, you've only won 2 games. Do you really think you're invincible with just that? A red-haired big fellow leapt on stage. He was also a Goliath race martial artist. Obviously, he had stepped up with the intention of regaining some honor for his companion. In Skysplit Tower, the races were very conscious about their own groups. When individuals of the same race fought, they wouldn't kill each other often. But if individuals of different races fought, then their every move would be ruthless. It was common for someone to die during these situations. With just you, it looks as if I'll easily obtain my 3-win streak. Lan Xing contemptuously glanced at the red-haired Goliath youth and flourished his sword. This Lan Xing is too arrogant. He's not even placing Hong Mao in his eyes. For better or worse, Hong Mao has been on the 2nd floor for less than half a year, but his strength is near that of a 4-winged heavenly demon. It would be unwise for Lan Xing to underestimate his opponent. As everyone saw Lan Xing being so arrogant, public opinion began to turn towards the red-haired Goliath youth. As the red-haired big fellow heard Lan Xing's words, he laughed loudly and extracted a heavy sword from his back. Easily obtained? It's already a miracle that someone like you could live in Skysplit Tower until now. But your good luck stops here. Now die. Ooh. As Hong Mao spoke, his heavy sword cut down at Lan Xing. Kacha? The floor tiles exploded into pieces as Lan Xing's figure faded away like an illusion. Great movement technique. What a profound concept of wind. Lin Ming could see that Lan Xing had an extremely high understanding of the concept of wind. It was even far beyond his own. It could be said that the entire Fey race was the beloved of all natural laws. The talent of the Fey far exceeded that of everyone else in the holy demon continent. In terms of physical strength, they were inferior to the giant demons, but they had inborn physiques that placed them in tune with the natural laws. This allowed them to easily comprehend the power of concepts and laws. This also caused the cultivation methods of the Fey to be infinitely varied. They were impossible for one to guard against. Sacred Edge, Blade of Wind. In that instant, Lan Xing's sword disappeared, vanishing into the wind. In that instant, the endless wind of the world had become Lan Xing's sword. It was everywhere and impossible to defend against. Ding, ding, ding. For a time, it was unknown just how many sword strokes struck the Goliath fellow's heavy sword. It caused him to nearly drop his weapon. True essence recklessly shot out. Hong Mao was startled. His large figure instantly drew back. However, Lan Xing's sword followed him closely. There was no escaping it. Hong Mao loudly shouted, about to resort to his master move. But at this time, 3 sword lights stabbed out. Poo piu piu. Hong Mao gave a miserable shout and flew backwards. 3 bloody holes appeared in his body. As he fell to the ground, a large pool of thick blood formed beneath him. You didn't die? Then consider yourself lucky. Lan Xing didn't even spare a glance at the half-dead Hong Mao before he stepped off stage. The entire audience was stupefied. Victory and defeat had been decided in a mere 5 breaths of time. Under the stage, several Goliath youths rushed up, quickly lifting away Hong Mao. Lan Xing, 3-win streak, the black-clothed referee announced. 3-win streak. He went into seclusion for 1 year, and as soon as he comes out, he gains a 3-win streak. This Lan Xing absolutely has the strength of a 4-winged heavenly demon. Looking at him, he only seems to be around 20-some years old. If he doesn't die, then with enough time, he will definitely have the ability to step onto the 3rd floor. It seems another rising star came out, but to put it in perspective, there have been countless rising stars in Sky Split Tower these past years. Yet there are only a few people with the ability to become 10-winged heavenly demons. The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. People began to discuss just what would happen to Lan Xing after his 3-win streak. Normally, in Sky Split Tower, a martial artist wouldn't continue past a 3-win streak in a single round. In a high-level fight, one would greatly consume strength and true essence. The only exceptions were if one was too strong. At these times, a 5 or 10-win streak would appear. Is there anyone willing to come on stage next? The black-clothed referee loudly announced from the stage. As the referee's voice fell, the black-caped imp smiled and stood up. He looked at Lin Ming, his eyes narrowing. Little brother, let's go up together. The black-caped imp's true essence sound transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ear. This fellow is such a coward, Lin Ming thought with disdain. This fellow obviously feared that he wouldn't follow him up on stage, and that someone else would challenge him. This black-caped imp didn't have a single ounce of confidence. Lin Ming leapt on stage. The black-caped imp closely followed. That's Black Rat. That fellow is really sad. He's still bullying the newbies. Some of the people in the audience recognized the black-caped imp. He truly was worthy of the name Black Rat. Heh, you don't need to say it. That Black Rat's trick is quite useful. He's almost a 4-winged heavenly demon, and he's about to earn his 20-win streak. Haha, he might become the weakest 4-winged heavenly demon. Don't look down on that Black Rat fellow. He has quite the ability. It's just that he is far too cowardly for his own good. These newcomers are just too stupid and naive. I know that the new boy on stage just had a complete blowout half a month or so ago. These young newcomers are usually arrogant and full of fighting spirit and boiling blood. They have no idea how strong they are, or just how deep the waters of Sky Split Tower can be. Sooner or later, they will suffer for it. Just look at Lan Xing. He also had a complete blowout, but then he went into seclusion on the 2nd floor for an entire year. Lan Xing's arrogance isn't misplaced. He indeed has the qualifications to act like that. Compared to Lan Xing, that boy on stage is just too impulsive. Very few people were optimistic about Lin Ming's chances, although it was true that he was very talented. A newbie was still a newbie. Both his age and cultivation were simply not enough. He had to be tempered in the forge of battle. In Sky Split Tower, those that were too bold and careless were also the most likely to die. Hee, little boy, don't be so nervous. I'll go easy on you. The black-caped imp rubbed his hands together as he looked Lin Ming up and down. His black and beady eyes were narrowed. With his wrinkly black skin, he really did look like a sad black rat. Lin Ming calmly took out the purple comet spear. Thunder flashed on the spear tip. Lin Ming's eyes locked onto the shoulder of the black-caped imp. He could clearly see the heavenly demon tattoo there. This tattoo had 2 pairs of wings. The second pair was much blurrier than the first. Four-winged heavenly demon tattoo. He has over 10 times the infernal energy that I do right now. If I can take his, then it will save me a great deal of effort. As Black Rat thought Lin Ming was his prey, Lin Ming also thought the same of Black Rat. Match! Start! The referee shouted. Black Rat took out 2 curved short sabers from his spatial ring. Little boy, relax. My attacks won't be too painful. Black Rat giggled. Suddenly, his beady eyes flashed with a thick killing intent, shattered soul domain. Whoop! The surrounding environment suddenly changed. On the arena stage, thick infernal energy filled the air. It was as if the arena itself had turned into an Ashura battlefield that surrounded the audience. For a time, everyone heard the endless howls of shrieks of the abyss. They had all entered the illusion. The shattered soul domain is Black Rat's killing move. Once he uses it, it will void the souls of everyone within 100 feet. If the damage is light, then the one struck will turn into an idiot. If it's heavy, then that person will die. This fellow, he really wants to take that newcomer's life. Although that newcomer's cultivation isn't too high, his talent is just too terrifying. He could actually create a complete blowout at the early Xiantian realm. Black Rat does not want any troubles to appear in the future. Haha, a human genius is about to die. Great. Awesome. There were countless geniuses that perished in Skysplit Tower. It wasn't just Lin Ming. Perhaps as soon as tomorrow, everyone here would have forgotten Lin Ming's face. In the stands, as everyone was talking, Lin Ming was standing motionless on the stage without any response. Little boy, if you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for having too great a talent. I'm also forced to do this, so don't blame me when you're a ghost. Black Rat giggled. His body was like a ghost as he dashed towards Lin Ming, his curved short sabers aimed towards Lin Ming's throat. But at this time, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with a radiant light. The purple comet spear in his hand struck out like a whip. Whoosh! What? Black Rat was shocked. He thought that even if Lin Ming's soul wasn't destroyed, he still should have fallen into a deep illusion without any ability to resist. He never thought that Lin Ming would be able to counterattack. Shattered soul saber. Black Rat's saber changed angles and shot up. He placed the entire strength of his soul attack in his blade, cutting down on the purple comet spear's shaft. Pa! The curved saber was struck out of Black Rat's hand. Black Rat was sent flying back like a ball by Lin Ming's spear. At the same time, Black Rat's soul attack spread into Lin Ming's spiritual sea via the purple comet spear. It rushed into him like a thunderstorm, menacing and dangerous. But in the next instant, this soul attack was completely buried with the vast, swirling vortex of the samsara martial intent. Not even the slightest ripple was stirred up. Lin Ming already knew that Black Rat excelled at soul attacks. When Black Rat had caused everyone at the Martial Artists Service Lodge to faint, this was all due to his soul attack. Chapter 5, 38 Strength of a Four-Winged Heavenly Demon. Chapter 5, 38 Strength of a Four-Winged Heavenly Demon. Kia, bang. Black Rat smashed into the floor, crushing all of the tiles beneath him. Half of Black Rat's body was stuck in the broken stones. The hundreds of martial artists that saw this were dumbfounded. They thought that Black Rat would easily win, but the result was beyond their expectations. Lin Ming had thrust out his spear and directly sent Black Rat halfway into the ground. Although Black Rat was a coward and his character was wretched, the truth was that he was still a genius from a 5th grade sect of imps. Once he used his shattered soul domain, it was nearly impossible for someone to defend against. There were many individuals that had lived on the 2nd floor for a long time that weren't willing to face Black Rat's shattered soul domain. They never imagined that a newcomer could actually make such a surprising counterattack. Damn. How did that happen? Black Rat leapt up from the rubble. His wrinkled face was covered with blood, and he was a bit dizzy. At this time, a true essence sound transmission from the black-caped Goliath sounded in Blackrat's ear. "Boss, are you okay?" "Shit, that boy's strength is too freakish. Even a feral on the same level is just trash in front of him." Blackrat angrily replied with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming was indeed the strongest of those he had fought. A mere early Xiantian realm boy had easily swept him away with a spear. If Blackrat hadn't used demon essence to protect his wrist, then that single strike would have broken his hand already. That boy, was he injured? Although my saber strike was sent back, my shattered soul domain entered into his spiritual sea. Even a human revolving core powerhouse would have suffered some soul damage. Blackrat asked the black-caped Goliath as he glared at Lin Ming. When he was sent flying away by the spear, he hadn't noticed anything. But now that he looked at Lin Ming standing there motionless, he couldn't tell what sort of damage he managed to do. He must excel in defense against soul attacks. "I don't see that he's injured," the black-caped Goliath muttered. After Lin Ming had struck Blackrat, he stood there on stage, not moving at all. There was no vacant or stressed light in his eyes either. Blackrat had truly kicked himself in the foot this time. Blackrat complained in his heart. If you stood at the riverside too long, your shoes were bound to get wet. Blackrat kept picking newcomers to challenge. And on this day, he finally fell into this situation. But if he didn't choose newcomers, it would have been impossible to reach a 20-match winning streak. He would have long since been ruined by others. In the end, within Skysplit Tower, people spoke with their strength. Here, strength was everything. Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear and walked forwards. As he took his first step, everyone in the audience sucked in a cold breath. This steady and robust step proved that there was not a single problem with Lin Ming. Blackrat wasn't considered too strong in the second floor, but that didn't mean he was easy to handle. There were many veterans here who didn't dare to withstand Blackrat's soul attack straight on. But Lin Ming had done so in such manner, it was just too abnormal. Blackrat grimaced. The fight had already reached the supernova stage. There was no way he could afford to lose here. Once he lost, his 20-win streak would end. Not only would he not gain slaughter points, but he would also lose most of the infernal energy that he had struggled to save over the last 3 years. This was not a setback he could bear. "Boy, you forced me to do this." Blackrat's face flashed with a fierce light, and all the skin folds of his wrinkled face twisted together. Soul combustion, spiritual sea, open to the limit. Blackrat shouted. Between his eyes, a dark crack appeared. This crack shined with a black light. It was like a third eye. Blackrat combusted his soul. It looks like he's planning to go all out. Soul combustion was a technique unique to soul attack martial artists, and its cost was much greater than the combustion of blood essence. When one burned blood essence, they could pay a great price to restore it with various methods. But if one burnt their soul, it was far more difficult to recover from. It would create a permanent loss in their soul force. The only way to recover from this was if one had top soul regenerating medicines. But these precious medicines were not any less rare than something like the Nirvana Dragon Root. After combusting part of his soul force, Blackrat's aura began to rise. His appearance changed. His wrinkled face became extremely grotesque, and 2 fangs gleamed at the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned bloodshot. He looked no different from a rabid animal. "Soul Storm!" Blackrat crazily shouted into the skies. A terrifying vortex of soul force energy formed into a storm. All of the nearby martial artists couldn't help but retreat, lest they were caught up in the attack. After all, it was no joke if their soul was injured. What an impressive soul storm. Even the shockwaves are terrifying. This feeling reminds me of when I was still a mortal. It's as if I was standing in the midst of a winter snowstorm without clothes. There were many people that thought Blackrat was weak, But as they saw this tyrannical soul attack, all of them paled. They couldn't help but wonder, if they stood on stage facing this soul storm, could they withstand it? The possibilities send chills down their spines. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A great purple storm bore down on Lin Ming like a savage beast. Keening howls and shrill shrieks were mixed within. It was like the entire martial arena had turned into an Ashura hell. Lin Ming's figure was enveloped in this storm, completely disappearing. Blackrat wielded his two curved short sabers and rushed forwards. Behind him, a massive demonic shadow appeared. This shadow had bright red eyes, two cruel fangs, and sharp rows of shining teeth. But as he was halfway to Lin Ming, the soul storm suddenly parted in half. A purple light shot forth like a meteor as it tore through the void, directly cutting towards Blackrat. After burning away his soul, Blackrat no longer had the ability to dodge. His body suddenly shook. Pooh! A bloody hole appeared on Blackrat's forehead. This purple light had easily pierced through his head. However, the aftermath of the soul storm that Blackrat had sent out crashed into Lin Ming, but as it struck him, it passed over him like a gentle spring breeze without the slightest impact. Match and crash, Blackrat slumped to the ground, a large stream of blood flowing out of his forehead. Lin Ming, victory! The referee declared after a brief pause. The audience was stunned silent. Blackrat had been killed by a single move from Lin Ming. This wasn't surprising. After all, Blackrat's defensive capabilities and close-range combat skills were exceedingly weak. But what they couldn't imagine was just how that terrifying soul storm that Blackrat had released hadn't injured Lin Ming. Did this fellow not have a soul? Or was he completely immune to soul attacks? Could it be that this boy has some sort of special physique? The imp's physical strength and body are weaker than the giant demons. In terms of laws and compatibility with concepts, they are far inferior to the Fae. Even their perception is inferior to humans. But in terms of soul force, they are second to none within the entire holy demon continent. This Blackrat also specially studied soul attacks, so how could this be the result? Don't look down on him. This fellow, even if we put aside his freakish soul defense, still has the strength of a four-winged heavenly demon. No wonder he dared to accept Blackrat's challenge. Blackrat has accumulated a great deal of infernal energy these past 3 years. This boy has gained a great deal. As the surrounding martial artists talked amongst themselves, a great portion of the infernal energy within Blackrat had turned into a warm flow of heat that submerged into Lin Ming. Oh! From his head to his toes, the infernal energy flooded Lin Ming's body. This infernal energy was twice as much as before, and several times more concentrated. Although Lin Ming had a naturally calm disposition, the flush of infernal energy still stirred his impulsive thoughts. It was like the countless unbidden desires in his heart were being rapidly inflated. What a rich infernal energy! After Lin Ming absorbed the infernal energy, he looked at the heavenly demon tattoo on his arm. He saw that the first pair of wings became fully formed, and there was even a vague outline of the second pair. If he could obtain the same amount of infernal energy again, then the second pair of wings would truly manifest. At this time, Lin Ming would be a genuine four-winged heavenly demon. With this infernal energy, I can practice the great desolate halberd art with double the result and half the effort. Lin Ming took a deep breath and calmed his restless mind. He flicked his fingers, and a bloody fog exploded from Blackrat's corpse. It slowly turned into a blood-drinking seal before flying into Lin Ming's hand. Even Blackrat's spatial ring was taken by Lin Ming. Lin Ming was quite looking forwards to Blackrat's spatial ring. He was very curious about the secret soul cultivation skills that the imp race practiced. He even used the blood essence of the dead to form a blood seal. This boy's cultivation method is ruthless enough. He and that Fei Lanxing are both the rising stars of today's martial arena. Both are newcomers, both have extremely high talent, and both have the strength of a four-winged heavenly demon. But Lin Ming is a tad stronger. Lan Xing secluded himself into training for a year after entering the second floor, before he had his strength, but Lin Ming hadn't even practiced at all before reaching here. That is even more terrifying. Lin Ming is stronger than me? Hee, how interesting. After Lan Xing obtained his 3-win streak, he didn't leave the martial arena. Instead, he stayed to watch Lin Ming's fight. He hadn't been optimistic about Lin Ming's odds. He thought that Lin Ming would perish under Black Rat's hand, but he didn't think this would be the outcome. They put me on par with Lin Ming. They thought that I took a year off. Once I reached the second level before, I was able to reach Lin Ming's level. Humph! Those fools never realized that I already had the strength of a 4-winged heavenly demon a year ago. If this is the case, then isn't my 1 year of training just a waste? Lan Xing's lips curled and his eyes shined with fighting spirit. He had decided he would fight with Lin Ming. But now, Lin Ming had just finished a fight. It didn't matter how small his true essence loss was. Lan Xing wanted to defeat Lin Ming under completely fair conditions, so that no one would be able to come up with excuses. My Fey race's Fey emperors have all stepped on the bones of countless geniuses in order to ascend the throne of the emperor. I, Lan Xing, will also become a Fey emperor in the future. Lin Ming, you will be one of my stepping stones. Lan Xing was genius from a high 5th grade Fey sect. Normally speaking, a top 5th grade sect was a holy land. A high 5th grade sect was just a step away from reaching that point. As long as an emperor-level powerhouse appeared in that sect, the sect would be able to take that final step and complete the transformation. Lan Xing's goal was to become a peerless emperor, so he set foot by himself to journey the world and gain experience. His ambitions would not remain low. He would become the reason that his sect would become a holy land. Chapter 539, 3 Straight Wins. Chapter 539, 3 Straight Wins. Will anyone else challenge Lin Ming? As Lin Ming stood atop the arena stage, the black-clothed referee loudly asked this question. The reaction below the stage wasn't very energetic. In Lin Ming's battle against Black Rat, his strength had shot up to the level of a 4-winged heavenly demon. Not just that, but many present were puzzled as to the strange immunity that Lin Ming seemed to have to soul attacks. Relative to Lin Ming's strength, he had a very small amount of infernal energy, just a tad more than a normal 2-winged heavenly demon would have. To the other masters in the audience, this degree of infernal energy was nothing at all. No one knew whether Lin Ming had hidden strengths or not. If they fought with Lin Ming, even if they won, they would still be forced to reveal many of their cards. If they exposed their trump cards to others, then that just did more harm than good. The small amount of infernal energy they would obtain was not worth it. So, many of the masters present lacked interest in Lin Ming. Golden Light Sect's Su Feng wishes to fight. A thin voice sounded out, and a small man leapt on stage. This man was actually human martial artist. He looked around, 20-some years old. The heavenly demon tattoo on his arm only had 2 wings, and it was also a bit blurry. Lin Ming was startled. This was the first time in Sky Split Tower that he would fight a human martial artist. You aren't my match. Lin Ming quickly glanced over Su Feng's cultivation. With the imposing aura that this man released, Lin Ming was quickly able to determine the limit of his strength. He was probably equal to a mighty half-step revolving core martial artist. This strength, relative to Su Feng's age, would have been extremely stunning within the South Horizon region. His talent was comparable to that of the 5-element region's Zhang Yunjian, Sun Fire Princess, and the other geniuses there. But in Sky Split Tower, this was very, very ordinary. I know, Su Feng indifferently said. I come from a bottom-tier 4th grade sect. I could not find anyone in my sect at my age that could match me. Thus, I traveled the world hoping to find powerhouses and experience their skill. I want to understand the gap that exists between us. Today, I saw Brother Ling's battle, and now I have gained a deep admiration of Brother Lin's skills. I hope that I can see the disparity that exists between us. But let me say this first, I am very, very poor. There isn't much of value on my body, so I hope that Brother Lin will be a bit gentle with me. Su Feng embarrassedly smiled and flashed the ring on his finger. It was a very ordinary low-grade Earth-step spatial ring. As Lin Ming heard Su Feng's words, he was dumbfounded for a moment before he burst out laughing. It was true. Su Feng saw that Lin Ming was also a human martial artist and was hoping that if they fought, then Lin Ming would not be as ruthless. This was the only reason that he dared to step on stage. Indeed, someone like Su Feng would find it difficult to stay on the second floor of Skysplit Tower. Those like him did not seek victory. For them, fighting on stage even once was an extremely rare and precious experience. Lin Ming sighed. As the chief disciple of a fourth-grade sect, Su Feng was invincible among his peers there, but after arriving at Skysplit Tower, he was not much at all. The disparity was simply too great. Then in the far-off future, if Lin Ming himself ever flew up into the realm of the gods, would he himself be in a similar situation? If he ever became an all-powerful, earth-shaking existence within the Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent, would he have to be careful within the realm of the gods and tread lightly there? Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt an enormous pressure. He had never been complacent about his own strength before. This was because he had seen the terrifying worlds inside of the magic cube, and he knew that the whole of the Sky Spill Continent was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. "Match, start!" the referee loudly announced. "Sword Wind Void." Su Feng shouted. He made the first move, thrusting his sword towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming took a single step back. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder flashed on the edge of the purple comet spear, and he easily deflected Su Feng's sword. Sword light across the world. Sword shattering clear sky. Su Feng displayed one sword move after another. His sword was extremely fast. All of his moves flowed, as one without a single flaw. A weaker person would have found this shining sword light impossible to block. However, Lin Ming only used a single spear thrust to counter this. Although it seemed slow, it contained an inherent might as steady and implacable as a mountain. As Su Feng's sword light thrust into this, it was like a spring breeze blowing against a hill. It was unable to cause a single change. Ka! Su Feng managed to avoid the spear light of Lin Ming's attack, but the blood-extinguishing demon thunder scraped past his side. Blood bloomed on his body, and he drew back several steps. As Su Feng's balance was unsteady, Lin Ming stepped forwards. The purple comet spear seemed to pass through space itself as it flashed in front of Su Feng, straight towards his throat. A freezing air emanated from the spear tip. Su Feng felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. In that instant, he thought that he had died. "I've lost." Su Feng knew that Lin Ming had stayed his hand because his strength didn't match what he had shown in his battle with Black Rat. Lin Ming's truly formidable strength lay in his powerful killing moves. This sort of spear technique was just child's play. "Well fought," Lin Ming said as he cupped his fists together. "After I grow stronger, I will return to request a match from you," Su Feng said before he leapt off the stage. However, the infernal energy in his body remained on stage, slowly converging into Lin Ming's body. It didn't matter whether one killed their opponent or not. As long as someone was defeated, the winner would obtain over half of the loser's infernal energy. It was just that Su Feng's infernal energy, relative to Black Rat's, couldn't be considered much at all. After Su Feng was defeated, the referee asked if anyone else wished to continue challenging Lin Ming. Then, another human martial artist stepped on stage. This was the third match. This is meaningless. In a corner of the arena, Lan Xing shook his head and turned around to leave. He had originally stayed in order to see just what other cards Lin Ming might have, and whether or not someone could force him to use more of his strength. However, the match he just saw could only be described as disappointing. It seemed as if there wasn't a master that would step up today. That's fine. I'll wait until my battle with you, and then I will personally test what sort of strength you have hidden. I hope that you won't disappoint me. As Lan Xing thought out loud, his lips curved up in a smile. Contrasted with his beautiful face, it was an enchantingly haunting look. Lin Ming wins. 3-win streak. In his Lin Ming's first appearance, he obtains a 3-win streak. There have been 2 newcomers who have managed to obtain a 3-win streak in their first battle. What a surprising result. The black-clothed referee said after Lin Ming defeated his third opponent. It wasn't common for a newcomer to obtain a 3-win streak, and especially rare for 2 to appear in a single day. Will you continue? The referee asked Lin Ming. No. Lin Ming shook his head. Increasing one's strength was a slow process of accumulation. Lin Ming wasn't worried. He was planning on staying at Skysplit Tower for a long time. After every battle, he would need time to comprehend and digest what he learned. Lin Ming stepped out from the battlefield and found the young Fey girl who had originally brought him there. He said, "Please take me to a practice area in Skysplit Tower." "Oh, good. Okay." The young Fey girl was startled for a moment before she quickly nodded. Skysplit Tower itself was thousands upon thousands of feet high. Every separate layer was hundreds of feet, and the interior was divided into many smaller, complex structures. There were countless buildings within. The young Fey girl brought Lin Ming on a long path. They passed through several floors, and finally they came to a practice area. When the young Fey girl pushed open the thick wooden door, Lin Ming was surprised as he saw what was within. Behind this wooden door was a vast, deep abyss. The abyss was cylindrical, and it was over 10 miles in diameter. The abyss was completely surrounded by walls of jet black rock. The walls were smooth, and one could even see that the black rock walls were divided by thin lines. As one looked out from afar, this abyss looked like a crisscrossed honeycomb. Lin Ming was at one of these doors. His position was at the middle of this abyss. As he looked upwards, he could see the abyss extended thousands of feet high. The infernal energy was rich at the top, and the air was hazy. As he looked downwards, his eyes became lost in a dark and endless abyss. He couldn't tell what was down there, but he could feel an infinitely rich and incomparably thick infernal energy drafting up from down below. The chilling cold winds that blew up felt as if they could freeze the soul. It was like this pitch-black abyss was an entrance to the 18 layers of hell. The practice area was built in this place. Lin Ming finally understood. This massive circular abyss must pass through the entire Skysplit Tower. One could imagine this abyss as a titanic pipe in Skysplit Tower, and guessing from how deep it went, this abyss was located square in the center of the towering cliff that Polaris City was located atop. The young Fey girl already expected that Lin Ming would be surprised. She faintly smiled and then thoughtfully explained, "This abyss is the source of infernal energy. The infernal energy within Polaris City gushes out from tens of thousands of feet deep within the land. The deeper you go, the richer the infernal energy is. Thus, the deeper the practice area is, the higher the charge." But the martial artists of Skysplit Tower's second floor can at most travel down to a depth of 10,000 feet. Any further, and they would die. I would like to remind Sir Lin that even though this abyss looks extremely spacious and empty, the truth is that there are all sorts of traps and secrets formed by array formations and spells. Also, flying is prohibited here. If you want to leave this area and go practice somewhere else, then you cannot travel through the abyss. You must go through the paths of Skysplit Tower, otherwise you will encounter an accident. The young Fey girl winked, her bright and beautiful eyes shining. One could not travel through the abyss, and there were also a variety of spells and array formations. Then, the security of these practice areas should have some guarantee to them. It wasn't like the Martial Artist Service Lodge where he had been spied on without his knowledge. Just this point alone caused Lin Ming's heart to move. There were simply too many secrets on his body. Sir Lin, over there is a registration office for the second floor practice areas. If Sir Lin must stay here, then please register at the registration office. The young Fey girl closed the thick wooden door to the abyss and respectfully pointed to a room not too far away. Lin Ming looked at the registration office. It was a simply and crude stone building. The exterior was plain, and there was only a single plaque that hung up above the entrance. There were 2 words written in ink by a strong and steady hand. It said, Martial Pavilion. As Lin Ming pushed open the doors and entered, he paused. The Martial Pavilion was only a small space. A gray-skinned, middle-aged man sat behind a table in this room, but in front of him was a beautifully handsome Fey man. This Fey man was Lan Xing. As Lin Ming walked in, Lan Xing only shot him a glance before turning away again. The first practice area. I would like to open a room there for another year. Then it will be 1 slaughter point and 500 medium-grade blood demon crystals. As Lin Ming heard the words 500 medium-grade blood demon crystals, he sucked in a deep breath. This practice area was really not a normal kind of expensive. It had to be said that when he killed Black Rat, the spatial ring he received had less than 2,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. This amount was only enough for 3 years of practice time. Great! Lan Xing invigoratingly took out a small box of blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. He glanced back at Lin Ming, a faint smile on his lips. Chapter 540, Top Grade Practice Area. Chapter 540, Top Grade Practice Area. When Lan Xing looked at Lin Ming, although there wasn't any hostility, there was a slight hint of haughty superiority. The middle-aged man opened up the small box. It was stacked to the brim with medium-grade blood demon crystals. The light of the crystals was very pressing on the eye. As the young Fey girl beside Lin Ming saw this scene, her beautiful large eyes shined. Her own cultivation wasn't too high, so this box of pure blood demon crystals left a really large impact on her. 500 medium-grade blood demon crystals, no more, and no less. The middle-aged man nodded, satisfied. Lan Xing said, Administration Deacon, I would also like to trade in a few new battle array discs. As Lan Xing spoke, he took out 4 or 5 array discs from his spatial ring. Lin Ming had seen Black Rat use these array discs before. These were phantom array discs. They could display light images on top and also record scenes. The middle-aged man glanced over these array discs and said, 5 array discs, 500 medium-grade blood demon crystals. Okay. Lan Xing took out another small box that was filled with medium-grade blood demon crystals. Now he had spent a total of 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. The young Fey girl gulped. These past years she had experienced a number of fantastic scenes, but she still couldn't help but be dazed in wonder at such a large transaction. What is that battle array disc? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. A battle array disc cost 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals, and it was only a rental? What was recorded in that array disc that could be so valuable? The young Fey girl said, This is a recording of masters fighting. There are battles between demon generals and Fey generals. There are battles between demon kings and Fey kings. And there are even battles between demon emperors and Fey emperors. This is the wealth of Skysplit Tower. So fees are collected to view them. Fights of demon emperors? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Until now, although he had frequently heard of demon emperors, fey emperors, and all sorts of divine sea supreme elders, he still hadn't actually seen these honorable figures before. To him, these characters were legendary existences. What sort of scene would a battle between demon emperors be like? Lin Ming was truly looking forward to this. Are there authority requirements to watch the demon emperor battle scenes? Not just that, but it requires slaughter points. I'm not too sure of the exact price and authority requirements, but Lan Xing should be wanting to see battles of 4-star Fey Kings and above. A 4-star to 6-star Fey King was equal to a human life destruction powerhouse. Normally speaking, a human single-stage life destruction powerhouse was much weaker than a 4-star Fey King, but there were many stages of human life destruction. Could every single layer after layer after layer still be weaker than a 4-star Fey King? What about a master at 5 to 6 stages of life destruction? And what's more, once a master crossed 7 or 8 stages of life destruction, this sort of monstrous genius strength would have already reached that of a divine sea supreme elder. To them, defeating a 6-star Fey King would be simple. 4-star to 6-star Fey King battles cost 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals to rent one time. This price is expensive enough. In summary, a 4 to 5-star Fey King was also Xian Wuji's level. This is Sky Split Tower. Everything here is expensive. All of the food and water here is transported from other lands by Xiantian martial artists with spatial rings. Not just that, but there are many heroic youths here. Not a single one of them can be considered poor, and all of them have great wealth. Where there is a great deal of wealth, prices of resources will naturally rise. The young Fey girl said with an obvious look. In Sky Split Tower, even mortals would have blood demon crystals on them. After all, as long as one encountered a swanky martial artist and served them well, gaining some rewards would also be normal. Lan Xing examined these 5 new battle array discs and placed them in his spatial ring after a nod of satisfaction. His eyes floated onto Lin Ming. He casually glanced at him and said, "I'm quite interested in fighting with you. I hope that in the upcoming days you will appear in the arena and not try to avoid fighting." Lan Xing's declaration of war wasn't out of Lin Ming's expectations. He had noticed that Lan Xing's eyes filled with thick fighting intent whenever he saw him. It was just that this Fey youth's imperious tone made him feel a bit unhappy. Whether I enter the arena or not will all be my own choice. I will not deliberately avoid anyone, but even if I did, it wouldn't be the likes of you. If you wish to challenge me in the arena, then I will welcome you any time. Lin Ming indifferently said, as he straightened his sleeves. "Oh, those are some pretty confident words. You should hurry up and choose your practice area. I also want to advise you not to rent a place for too long. Otherwise, you might find that you'll have wasted all that extra time." "Oh, so you want this to be a battle to the death?" Swords are blind. In a battle with life and death on the line, death is par for the course. The words exchanged between the two were edged and barbed. At this time, the administration deacon impatiently said, "If you two want to get all spicy with each other, then you can go to the arena. This building is for registration of practice areas. If you want to register, then do so now. If you don't, then go outside." The middle-aged man angrily waved his hand. "I will register." Lin Ming calmly walked in front of the deacon's desk and handed over his pass. His information was listed within it. The administration deacon looked over Lin Ming's pass and wrote down some numbers on a piece of paper. He lackadaisically said, "The practice areas of the second floor are separated into 5 grades. The lowest is the 4th grade. This area requires 20 medium-grade blood demon crystals per year. The 3rd grade takes 80 blood demon crystals, the 2nd grade takes 200 blood demon crystals, and the 1st grade takes 500 blood demon crystals, as well as a single slaughter point." The practice area Lan Xing had chosen a moment ago was a 1st grade practice area. It required 500 blood demon crystals, as well as a single slaughter point every year. You said the practice areas are divided into 5 grades. There is also a top grade area? Lin Ming asked after he mulled over it. Yes, but there are only 2 top grade practice areas on the entire second floor. It requires 200 blood demon crystals every 10 days, as well as a slaughter point. The administration deacon glared at Lin Ming, a bit impatient. This top grade practice area was empty most of the time. After all, the fees were simply too high. He would normally introduce it to famous individuals. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother at all. For 1 year in this top grade practice area, it would cost 7,200 blood demon crystals and 36 slaughter points. There was simply no one who would pay such an extravagant price. When they did, they would rent for 10 days. Even so, there were still very few people that did. It hurt the heart to have to pay such an extravagant price. It was just like a common poor person that couldn't afford silk. They would rather take the money and buy 10 times the amount of cotton instead. However, this top-grade practice place was very useful. Cultivating in there for a single day was the same as cultivating in other places for 4 to 5 days. Some great figures of the second floor would sometimes pay the price if they were stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation. They would enter the top-grade practice area for 10 days, or maybe even 20, in the hopes that they could make a breakthrough to the next realm. Lin Ming had heard of the effectiveness of this top-grade practice place before. He thought for a moment, and then said, "I'll rent it for 50 days. 50 days? The administration deacon looked at Lin Ming with bewildered eyes. It had to be known that even the famous figures of the second floor would only rent out a top-grade practice area for 10 or 20 days at a time. Renting one for 50 days meant it would cost a total of 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals as well as 5 slaughter points. 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals was already a big deal, but those 5 slaughter points were especially heartbreaking. This was because slaughter points were that difficult to earn. Not just that, but slaughter points had too many uses. At auctions and trade fairs, there were many precious and rare things that required slaughter points to buy. Even a top-ranked powerhouse would be frugal with their slaughter points. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Lin Ming nodded. The truth was that he had planned on staying on Skysplit Tower's second floor for 50 days or so. Afterwards, he planned on attacking the third floor. That was where Lin Ming might stay for a few more years. Hearing Lin Ming's assured tone, the administration deacon clearly warmed up to Lin Ming's cavalier attitude. If he could rent out this top-grade practice area for 50 whole days, then as the steward of the area, he too would have some benefits. 50 days, great. I'll register you. The administration deacon had completely wiped away his previously languid manner. He flourished his pen and began to write with great strokes. As for that young Fey girl who had come with Lin Ming, she was feeling ill. 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals and 5 slaughter points for a mere 50 days of rent. Even if one's practice efficiency was 5 times higher, so what? That was equal to 250 days at a first-grade practice area. To save a mere 200 days, the cost was unbelievable. This was simply a waste, an absolutely self-destructive waste. Lin Ming naturally knew what function slaughter points had, but he didn't lack when it came to treasures, pills, or cultivation methods, so he had no need to go to a trade fair or an auction. Secondly, he had complete confidence that he would be able to earn more slaughter points a short time later. As a result, he happily spent as many slaughter points as he needed to. As for those 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals, they meant nothing to him. He never cared too much for something as vague as wealth to begin with. As for practice, he only used high-grade blood demon crystals. Medium-grade blood demon crystals were for spending. Lin Ming took out 2 boxes that held a total of 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. These were the wealth that Black Rat had left behind after his death. Lan Xing grimaced at the side. This boy. He was actually showing off his wealth in front of him. Lan Xing was naturally proud. He felt uncomfortable that there was someone trying to push him down. He already thought that his own spending was lavish, but as he watched Lin Ming in front of him, even he felt pained by his actions. He didn't care much about blood demon crystals, but slaughter points were a completely different matter. This fool, he'll rue the day he indiscriminately wasted so many slaughter points. Lan Xing darkly thought in his heart, "Young hero, would you like to rent some battle array discs?" The administration deacon's voice was filled with hospitality. If he managed to rent out a high-level battle array disc, then he would also have some benefits from that. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before slowly asked, "Do I have the authority to rent out an array disc of Emperor-level masters?" No, it's not possible. Also, the second floor does not have any. The highest recorded battles we have here are battle array discs with quasi-emperors. They cost 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals and a slaughter point for 1 month of rental time. A quasi-emperor was the realm between a 6-star demon king and demon emperor. It was equal to a 5th or 6th stage life destruction supreme elder and was at a much higher level than Xian Wuji. Then I'll take one. Lin Ming had just obtained a glory emblem, so he had a 2-star authority now. As for blood demon crystals and slaughter points, he didn't care too much about that. Once he entered the 3rd floor, it would naturally be much easier to obtain slaughter points than on the 2nd. As the young Fey girl heard the tone of this conversation that was like Lin Ming was buying cabbage from a street market, she was stunned speechless. As for Lan Xing, his eyes flashed, and he sneered, "In order to push me down. You still have do such pathetic things? Is your head really that swollen? You really are childish. As far as I know, you don't have any more slaughter points than I do, and yet you're wasting them like this to get to me. You are such a stupid idiot." Chapter 541. Enlightenment Once More. Chapter 541. Enlightenment Once More. Lan Xing finished his rant, and without any intention of staying at this place any longer, turned around and stomped out. Lin Ming didn't think that Lan Xing would have such an explosive reaction. As he watched Lan Xing stride away, Lin Ming shook his head and said, "How ridiculous." He calmly took out another box of blood demon crystals and set it on the table. "There are 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals here. You can count them." All right." The administration deacon happily smiled and swept over the box with his divine sense. Then he kindly placed it away. The more this type of guest came back, the greater his profits would be. "Do you need any other battle array discs?" the administration deacon enthusiastically asked. Lin Ming thought about it for a moment. He said, "I'll take 3 battle array discs with 3-star Fey Kings and Demon Kings. I don't need any others." Lin Ming's interest in life destruction level powerhouses was much lower than his interest in emperor level characters, but it was also helpful if he understood the different sorts of combat techniques of the Fey and giant demon races. "All right, that will be a total of 600 medium-grade blood demon crystals." So far, Lin Ming had already used up all the medium-grade blood demon crystals that he obtained from Black Rat. But if he combined the blood demon crystals of Zha Na and Guyu, then he had more than enough. Lin Ming received the key to the practice area as well as 7 array discs. He turned to the young Fey girl and said, "Miss, please take me to the practice area." "Okay, great." The young Fey girl's eyes filled with eager passion as she looked at Lin Ming. It was rare for anyone to see such a rich master, and even if she did, it might not even be her turn to serve him. That Lan Xing was already extremely opulent. The space within Skysplit Tower was immense. Since Lin Ming's practice area was thousands of feet deep, it was an extremely long walk. Along the entire way, the young Fey girl endlessly chattered about the goings-ons of Skysplit Tower, whether that information was useful or useless. She even completely informed Lin Ming about everything she knew about the powerhouses of the second level. The more the young Fey girl spoke, the closer she approached to Lin Ming. Finally, she was close enough that she was nearly hanging off Lin Ming. Her curvaceous and luscious body melted onto his, and she constantly traced his arms. Lin Ming ignored the girl's advances several times, but this young Fey girl was abnormally blind in her flirting. Lin Ming finally grew impatient. A cold light flashed in his eyes. An infernal energy emitted from his body. The young Fey girl shook and scurried away, her eyes filling with fear and worry. Within Skysplit Tower, as the lowest level of all martial artists, the young Fey girl was considered slightly better than a senior slave. Those like her could not even dare to provoke the challengers, which was why the young Fey girl was so terrified. As Lin Ming saw this, he couldn't help but think of little Qin. As he thought about the fate of these pitiful slaves, his heart softened. He said, "Continue speaking. This is for you." As Lin Ming spoke, he tossed over a small bag of blood demon crystals. The young Fey girl hesitated for a moment. Then she bit her lips and slowly took the bag. As she weighed it in her hand, she feared that there were more than a dozen blood demon crystals inside. The young Fey girl continued to warily inform Lin Ming on the situation at Skysplit Tower, but this time she didn't dare to approach Lin Ming even a bit. As the two reached the practice area, they opened the door, and within was a single transmission array. The young Fey girl said, "Young hero Lin, I can only bring you here. You can use the key to activate the transmission array. Then you can enter your room. The room has layers upon layers of spells and array formations covering it. You do not need to worry that others will spy on you, so please rest assured." "Good." Lin Ming nodded. He placed his key into the array formation, and with a white flash of light, he was suddenly in a dark room. As he entered this room, the first feeling he felt was cold. There was extreme chilling energy here that made him feel incredibly creeped out. The room was filled with a layer of misty black fog that wafted around. This was a rich infernal energy that had condensed into essence. To think that the infernal energy in this room is rich to this degree, if a lower-level martial artist were to come here, they would lose their mind. Even a Xiantian realm powerhouse would find their heart affected if they stayed here for too long. The room was only 30 feet by 30 feet. There was a bed made from black rock, and the only thing on it was a hard pillow. There weren't even any bed sheets. It was extremely depressing to see. If an average person had to live in this environment for an entire month, they would probably descend into madness. However, this couldn't be considered much to Lin Ming. A martial artist's seclusion was originally a lonely and devout path. Lin Ming took a deep breath and then sat down on the bed. He pulled out the quasi-emperor battle array disc that recorded their battle. He placed a blood demon crystal in the array disc, and a series of phantom illusions beamed into the air. Above the boundless jet-black sea, the waves rolled and storms surged in the air. Two silhouettes were suspended high above the sea. One wore a black cloak, and he held a long spear in his hand. This man was a giant demon. As for his opponent, she was an ice-cold beauty. She wore a black veil, and her two pointed ears peeked out from the sides. Her inky hair fell down like a waterfall, and shiny scales glimmered at the edges of her eyes. She was a fey beauty, two great quasi-emperor masters. Although Lin Ming couldn't see their cultivation in these phantom images, for some unknown reason, he actually felt somewhat scared. This was a fear that swelled up from the depths of his being. A mere illusion can still retain such an aura. What would happen if it was the real person? This is also only at the quasi-emperor level. If it was the true emperor level, a divine sea supreme elder that had crossed life destruction 7 or 8 times, then what would that be like? As Lin Ming thought out loud, he felt his blood boil with passion. Whoosh! The giant demon was the first to make a move. He stabbed his spear out at the icy fey beauty. The fierce combat had begun. With Lin Ming's eyes, he was completely unable to track the movement of the battle. He could only see the sea's waves crash in massive tides, and the sky permeated with intense demonic essence. Sword and spear energies cut through the heavens and earth, and dark clouds roiled in the skies. The space was disturbed. Visible ripples radiated out in the sky. From high above, it was like black flowers blooming in the air. This is... As Lin Ming glanced at the sea, he saw that the ripples had created a small vortex in the water. A massive amount of seawater was being swallowed up into this vortex and completely disappearing. Was this a space crack? When Lin Ming had journeyed through the broken world, that entire world had decayed into fragments. That broken world had been flooded by a massive amount of seawater that came from the South Sea, and Lin Ming had also seen a number of similar vortexes there. If a martial artist ran into them, they would be directly ripped in half. These space cracks hadn't been here before the two quasi-emperor level masters battled. If he was wrong, then these space cracks were the result of intense, true essence shockwaves and energy vortexes that tore apart space. Just a fight between quasi-emperor level masters can create tears in space. What would happen in a battle between emperor-level masters? Lin Ming exclaimed out. Over time, he found that these small vortexes in the ocean slowly shrunk until they finally disappeared. Torn space cracks in a fight of quasi-emperors are only temporary. It seems like stable space has the ability to independently regenerate, unless it was like the disintegrating broken world in which the demon god Imperial Palace was located. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for those life-destruction supreme elders to create a space channel. Lin Ming fully concentrated on the fight again, watching it over and over. No matter how many times he saw it, his current ice speed wasn't able to keep up with the speed of the two quasi-emperors' moves. However, these moves and martial skills weren't important to Lin Ming. What he wanted to experience were the concepts and laws. The quasi-emperor giant demon's concept seems to contain a desperate and frenetic strength just from looking at his spear moves. It feels like my own soul is breaking apart. Maybe, is this the concept of annihilation? Lin Ming was secretly surprised. These were just phantoms from a recording, and yet there was such a preeminent aura. If he was actually watching them fight, then he didn't know what sort of situation he would be in. This concept of annihilation was too terrifying. From just a glance, a martial artist with an infirm would have their very souls destroyed. The Fey woman seems to be using the concept of water and the concept of wind. Her moves are too fast. They leave one feeling as if space and time are in upheaval. I fear that her moves also contain the concept of time and the concept of space. The Fae are truly beloved by the natural laws. This Fae woman understands too many concepts, and what is most terrifying is that her mastery of these concepts has reached a degree where she can freely use them and fuse them into her attacks. This is simply unbelievable. This battle did not have an end. As the phantoms reached the white-hot stage, they finally vanished without showing who won or lost. Lin Ming thought this was a pity, but he had still gained a great deal of benefits from watching this. In particular, that Fey woman. Her understandings of wind, time, and space seemed to raise a certain awareness in his heart. This awareness, combined with what Lin Ming had experienced as he traveled through the space channel to the holy demon continent. He had a faint sense, as if something was almost within reach, but he still couldn't touch it. The power of space and time within that space channel echoed within Lin Ming's mind. At this time, time seemed to bend, and even Lin Ming's thoughts seemed to slow down. It was like a film was slowly playing in his mind. Like this, Lin Ming became lost in thought as he unknowingly entered the ethereal martial intent state. With the support of the ethereal martial intent, spiritual senses concentration increased 10 times over. Even his breathing seemed to fall into a vague state. There wasn't even a single sense of perception or leftover thought in his body. A circle of black infernal energy gathered around Lin Ming, forming into a faint black fog. It quietly floated into Lin Ming's body, without any external guidance. The infernal energy instinctively revolved in a nearly perfect route through Lin Ming. Lin Ming had unconsciously re-entered into a state of enlightenment. As he maintained this state, time seemed to pass by him. Unknown to him, several days passed. Days later, at the second floor's arena, Lan Xing, victory! The black-clothed referee held up Lan Xing's hand. This is a 7-win streak, as well as Lan Xing's 7th victory. If he continues winning and reaches a 10-win streak, will these be the first slaughter points that he wins from the second floor? Does anyone else here dare to challenge Lan Xing? The black-clothed referee's voice was filled with crazed passion. This Lan Xing is too fierce. I said that he had the strength of a 4-winged heavenly demon before, but it seems I've underestimated him. He might even have the strength of a 4-winged back-section heavenly demon. There was an extremely long path from a 4-winged heavenly demon to a 6-winged heavenly demon. Thus, as the 6th set of wings of the heavenly demon tattoo was being formed, it would be divided into the front section, middle section, and back section. It looks like Lan Xing will reach a 10-win streak. The masters of the second floor won't stop him until he reaches that point. Yes, this is what usually happens. It's rare to be able to raise such a fat sheep. Lan Xing will only be of value to those masters once he earns a 10-win streak and some slaughter points. Chapter 542. Another step further. Chapter 542. Another step further. The rules of Skysplit Tower stated that one could earn a single slaughter point after reaching a 10-win streak, but this slaughter point could not be immediately used. One had to win again in order to activate this point for use, and if they lost, this slaughter point would be transferred to the victor. These were the rules of Skysplit Tower. Thus, the masters of the second floor were like hunters. They specifically focused on martial artists who had reached a 10-win streak. If they could defeat this sort of martial artist, they would obtain not only infernal energy, but also a slaughter point. The martial artists that were targeted were often referred to as fat sheep. A 10-win streak was a hurdle, and a 20-win streak was another hurdle. But this 20-win streak was a much more difficult and pitiful path, because those that reached this number of victories were more likely to provoke a master. The last time, when Lan Xing had gone on stage for the first time, the great arena had only held several hundred people. But this time, there were thousands of individuals, many of them being masters of the second floor. These people were all sizing up Lan Xing, estimating his strength in their hearts. This was because to them, Lan Xing was their prey. Lan Xing sneered in his heart, "They really think I am some prey. Humph! When the time comes, let's see who will become the prey here." The reason that I didn't step into the martial arena even once after entering the second floor, and instead went into seclusion for an entire year, was all for you lot. As Lan Xing was deep in thought, another martial artist jumped onto the arena stage. As the 8th match started, Lan Xing grinned. To him, dealing with this person was simple. The 8th match. Lan Xing is victorious. The referee announced once more. An 8-win streak. A newcomer has reached an 8-win streak. What an astounding result. Beneath the stage, all of the martial artists were paying more and more attention to Lan Xing. I heard that Lan Xing said he wanted to challenge Lin Ming and decide just who was the strongest newcomer of the two. But whereas Lin Ming disappeared to these days, could he be in closed-door cultivation? Or he might even be hiding from Lan Xing. Lan Xing is truly too strong. He's shown a strength even greater than when he achieved his 3-win streak. It wouldn't be strange if Lin Ming thought he couldn't defeat him. After all, Lan Xing has already cultivated on the second floor for an entire year. Although avoiding a battle might muddy your thoughts, it is necessary for a martial artist to know patience every now and then, especially in Skysplit Tower. All of the impatient ones have already died off. Within Skysplit Tower, one's own life came first. Avoiding a battle was not disgraceful. On the other hand, rushing headfirst into a battle that one knew they had no chance of winning was an act to be laughed at by everyone. After the 8-win streak, there was a 9-win streak. After achieving 3 win streaks in the last 3 days, Lan Xing was only a single win off from 10. Today's 3 matches are already over. Young hero Lan, would you like to continue? The black-clothed referee respectfully asked. No matter where one was, if one had power, then one had respect. Not to mention that Lan Xing also had a promising future. In the future, if there wasn't a problem, he might even become a Fey Emperor. Of course, the basis for this was that he didn't perish here. I'm stopping for today. The one I wanted to fight hasn't appeared yet. Tomorrow, I hope that my opponent will appear in the arena and not let me down. This opponent was naturally Lin Ming. There were many people that greatly wished to see the battle between these 2 rising star newcomers. However, after Lin Ming had gone into seclusion, everyone had lost sight of him. It was as if he had simply disappeared. Lan Xing's words are the same as a direct challenge. Humph, challenging someone is also useless. If Lin Ming could arrive to this point, then he's not an idiot. If I were Lin Ming, then I wouldn't come out. What would Lan Xing do to me? Rather, I'm looking forwards to Lan Xing's 11th match tomorrow. I wonder which master will make their move, and whether or not Lan Xing will be able to keep his slaughter points. I'm also looking forward to this. There will definitely be a great number of people coming here tomorrow, and there might be many masters appearing. The abyssal practice area. In the flash of an eye, 4 days had passed. Lin Ming sat motionless on the bed like a sculpted statue. A rich infernal energy covered his body, layering onto him like a thick cocoon. Within Lin Ming's mind, various chaotic pictures were alternatingly appearing. The journey through time and space, the memories of golden rock shattering the void, the concepts of space and time within the great desolate halberd art, and more. These images were becoming increasingly clear within Lin Ming's mind. After some time, Lin Ming felt as if something suddenly appeared in his heart. A great energy swelled forth from his dantian, spreading through his meridians. If he couldn't give vent to this energy, then he would go mad. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring, a single spear thrust out, and the purple comet spear seemed to escape into the void, disappearing without a trace. Pung! The spear struck the protective arrays of the practice area. The entire array formation shook, and the purple comet spear bent like a crescent moon under the impact. There was a slight pause. In this moment, Lin Ming's body seemed to completely violate all laws of physics, as everything suddenly reversed. Even the purple comet spear appeared back in his spatial ring. It was as if Lin Ming hadn't even moved at all. In terms of his dantian, Lin Ming's true essence cyclone had expanded. He was only a step away from reaching the middle Xiantian realm. My cultivation has already reached the extreme pinnacle of the early Xiantian realm. I have also managed to touch a bit upon the concepts of time and space through meditation. Lin Ming lightly breathed out. It really wasn't easy perceiving these laws through meditation. From the point that he had obtained golden rock shattering the void to when he practiced the great desolate halberd art, these 2 highest quality cultivation methods had both mentioned the laws of time and space. In addition to his journey through space and time via the ultra-long distance transmission array as well as the battle disc array of the quasi-emperor level battle, this series of opportunities had allowed Lin Ming to understand the smallest fraction of the laws of space and time. Compared to the Fae, who are beloved by the natural laws, my compatibility with laws is nothing to speak of. If it wasn't for the support of my ethereal martial intent. I fear that 4 days would have been nowhere close to enough. Lin Ming sighed in disappointment. He felt that his perception of the laws through meditation would always be unsatisfactory. As for my cultivation, it has been rapidly increasing. At most, I am a month away from reaching the middle Xiantian realm. If I have just a bit more time, then I'll be able to make my breakthrough. The Blood Slaughter Steppes truly lives up to its reputation. With top-quality cultivation areas and top-quality practice, in addition to the constant life and death battles, it is easy to stimulate a martial artist's potential. As long as one cultivates for several years without dying in the Blood Slaughter Steppes, their cultivation will inevitably rise a great deal. It could be said that the accelerated pace of progress within the Blood Slaughter Steppes was paid with the deaths of countless heroic youths and geniuses. This was like a group of bees selecting a queen. A competitor would have to kill the rest before taking the position of queen bee. The life and death battles of the Blood Slaughter Steppes were naturally much more effective than the great martial meetings of Sky Spill Continent's sections, and in return, the price was that much greater. Lin Ming had practiced for 4 days in a single go. He felt his stomach rumble. These hunger pangs were truly unbearable. His body had also emitted a great deal of sweat, so he felt very sticky and uncomfortable. He prepared to take a bath and have a meal. Lin Ming's top-grade practice area was small, and there was no place to rest either. Lin Ming left through the transmission array in the room. He arrived at a martial artist service lodge on the 2nd floor. A surge of bustling air suddenly blew past him as he entered. Here, as long as one had blood demon crystals, they could enjoy a wide range of services. There was everything that one could want or imagine. Bathing and eating were the most simple services. There were even martial artists that came here to vent their sexual desires on beauties. It wasn't strange for a martial artist to come here and pick up a dozen beauties to go take a bath together. Lin Ming found a decent-looking restaurant to sit down at. Before he had even ordered food, he found that there were many people looking towards him, their lips moving. Obviously, they were speaking to each other through true essence sound transmissions. As they noticed Lin Ming looking at them, they had a strange light in their eyes. When did I get so much attention? Lin Ming could be considered a minor celebrity on the 2nd floor, but this shouldn't have been enough to capture the attention of so many people. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then he took out a sound-transmitting talisman and crushed it in his hands, sparking a small fire. After a period of time, a young Fey girl rushed into the restaurant. At this time, Lin Ming was slowly eating some beef with sauce. Sir Lin, the young Fey girl bowed. Before, she had left Lin Ming her sound transmission mark so that he could call on her. Lin Ming hadn't even asked a question when the young Fey girl said with a true essence sound transmission, "Sir Lin, you can't go to the martial arena. Lan Xing is currently fighting at the martial arena. Before now, he had challenged you by name, but it was just that Sir Lin was in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't have the chance. He's had a 3-win streak every day, and he's already claimed a 9-win streak. If he wins again, then it will be a 10-win streak. Sir Lin, if you go to the martial arena now, he will absolutely challenge you." Oh, something like that happened? Lin Ming traced his chin. He also knew the rules of Sky Split Tower. If one reached a 10-win streak, then they could obtain a slaughter point. After watching the battle between the quasi-emperor level masters, he had obtained a great deal of benefits from those illusions. Lin Ming had come to a new understanding of slaughter points. They really were a good thing. The more the better. If he could earn more slaughter points, he could trade them for more battle array discs with quasi-emperors that were familiar with the concepts of space and time. Or even, once his authority rose again, he could rent out a true emperor level master's battle array disc. With this, his understanding of these laws could reach new heights. Lin Ming would naturally not miss out on such a great advantage. The young Fey girl saw that Lin Ming's interest had been piqued, and she blanched. She began to hastily explain in a panic. "That's right, Sir Lin. Please do not underestimate him. Lan Xing has shown a strength much greater than what he revealed in his first battle. He hadn't taken the 3-win streak of that first day seriously. I understand. Lin Ming suddenly realized why so many people were staring at him. They were waiting for a good show. Lin Ming took out a medium-grade blood demon crystal from his spatial ring and placed it on the table. He said, "Waiter, I'm done here." Lin Ming directly stood up. "Sir Lin, what are you planning on doing?" The young Fey girl's expression changed. Her heart filled with an unlucky, foreboding feeling. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "I'm going to the martial arena to have a little look. I want to see what this Lan Xing's so-called hidden strength is like." Lin Ming's voice wasn't loud, but which martial artist in the restaurant wasn't a master? They all clearly heard Lin Ming's words. Suddenly, many of these people revealed an interested look. Lin Ming was well aware that there was a tiger on the mountain, and yet he still walked towards its lair. However, there were also many people that shook their head, and many that also laughed. Several giant demon martial artists looked at Lin Ming with schadenfreude in their eyes. They looked at Lin Ming like he was an idiot. They wanted to see how miserably he would be defeated or how horribly he would die. Chapter 543, Fei King Battle Body. Chapter 543, Fei King Battle Body. Whether they wanted to watch for the fun or to see how Lin Ming would suffer, everyone stood up in unison to do one thing: pay the bill. For a moment, the waiter was swamped with collecting money. The martial artists all hurried over to the martial arena. Sir Lin, the young Fey girl, was speechless. She had specifically tried to persuade Lin Ming not to go, but it had the opposite effect. The young Fey girl had some good feelings towards Lin Ming. Of course, this wasn't even the least bit like the romantic feelings between men and women. Rather, it was the thankfulness of a servant that was treated kindly and wasn't harassed by her master. In the environment of Sky Split Tower, there were very few men that could remain pure of heart and mind without being corrupted by the malevolent influences. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Lin Ming. She wanted to say something, but Lin Ming had already left the restaurant. He directly shot towards the martial arena. "Haha, how interesting. I'm looking forward to Lin Ming and Lan Xing's battle. I hope that they do not disappoint me. The results are already plain. The young are just too wild and rambunctious. They don't consider matters too much. Lin Ming hasn't seen Lan Xing's battles these past few days. It's unwise for him to rush out like this. Lin Ming isn't bad, and he most likely has some hidden cards in his hand. But in Sky Split Tower, who here isn't an outstanding genius amongst their peers, and who doesn't have hidden strengths? In this case, those who underestimate others are most likely to suffer. If he presumes that his hidden cards are enough to kill the other, then those are the thoughts of an imbecilic fool. This sort of person is most likely to die. Masters in Sky Split Tower were as numerous as clouds in the sky. Here, there were tigers and dragons lying around every bend. Even masters of this level would have to thoroughly investigate their opponent's strengths and true limits before making a move. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. I wonder what's happening at the martial arena right now. Perhaps Lan Xing has already obtained his 10-win streak. That's probably happened. At this time, at the martial arena, 10-win streak. Lan Xing has finally obtained a 10-win streak, the black-clothed referee loudly announced. Lan Xing was simply too strong. He had officially manifested a complete 4-winged heavenly demon tattoo, and there was even a pale outline of a third pair. As the audience expected, Lin Ming hadn't appeared. Since he didn't appear, there hadn't been anyone willing to step up and challenge Lan Xing's 10-win streak. It was with great difficulty that Lan Xing found a Fey martial artist to step up. This martial artist had no hope to win originally. The 11th match is the most important. Haha, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I have no idea who will step on stage. These powerhouses have already come to an agreement according to their strengths. If I remember correctly, it should be time for Huyen Luo to enter the stage. Every chance to earn slaughter points was incomparably valuable. On the second floor, there were 4 different methods to earn slaughter points. The first one, to obtain winning streaks. 10 wins, 20 wins, 30 wins, 40 wins, and so forth. One could obtain corresponding slaughter points with every set of 10 winning streaks. But in Sky Split Tower, if a high-level martial artist defeated a much weaker martial artist, then this one wouldn't be counted towards their winning streak. Thus, as a winning streak continued towards the end, the matches one faced would become increasingly ferocious. At this time, even a powerhouse had to be careful of when they fought. It also became increasingly difficult to earn slaughter points. The second method to earn slaughter points was nearly the opposite of the first method. It was to end the winning streak of an opponent. For instance, if someone were to end Lan Xing's 10-win streak, then that slaughter point would go to them. The third method was to obtain a glory emblem. Every glory emblem gave a certain number of slaughter points. The last method was to gamble on a match. Once 2 sides made an agreement, they could bet slaughter points. The one who won would obtain these slaughter points. In this situation, the easiest way to earn slaughter points was the second method, to end the winning streaks of others. This was especially for newcomers like Lan Xing. They were looked at as the best to make a move on by the masters. Everyone was envious of these chances. Between the masters of the second floor, they already had an unwritten set of rules in order to divvy up these chances. And this time, it was Huyen Luo's turn. Huyen Luo was a giant demon. He stood 12 feet high, and he was considered tall and powerfully built even for a giant demon. His weapon was a massive sledgehammer with a handle as thick as an adult's arm. Its weight was absolutely in the tens of thousands of genes. Bang! As Huyen Luo jumped on stage, he directly shattered the tiles where he landed, causing the entire arena stage to shake. Hee, little baby boy, don't be too nervous. I'll go easy on you. Such a talented person like you is the best origin of our slaughter points. I will definitely not harm you, so don't worry. Huyen Luo's eyes shined as he looked Lan Xing up and down, licking his lips in anticipation. His body was over twice as large as Lan Xing's. It was like comparing an adult to a child. Lan Xing smugly said, "Do you really think I'm some sheep? Do you believe that you can just keep me around and harvest points for me every now? And then, haha, your thinking is also quite good. Boy, resign yourself to your fate. Sky Split Tower is a land where strength reigns supreme. If you can gain strength, then you can do the same as me." Not bad, I agree with you. But before we begin our battle, I have a suggestion. Say it. I want to also make this a gambling match with slaughter points. I'll bet 2 points. That means if you win, then you will obtain 3 slaughter points. Of course, if you lose, then those points are mine. Lan Xing's suggestion stunned Huyen Luo. Huyen Luo suddenly laughed and said, "Good idea, good idea." He hadn't expected that such a great gift would deliver itself to his door. This Lan Xing really thought that a single point wasn't enough and wanted to bet another 2. Hee, boy, if you thought you could beat me because I said I would go easy on you, then you're dead wrong. I will let you personally experience the strength of a challenger from the upper floor. As Huyen Luo finished speaking, he gave a loud shout, and an imposing aura erupted from his body. Demonic essence surged out, and infernal energy soared through the heavens. Lan Xing sneered. The reason he had dared to make this bet with Huyen Luo was that he had already investigated everything about him. He had even researched the sect that Huyen Luo had come from, and had a deep understanding of just what his cultivation method was. He had even looked up battle array discs with Huyen Luo's battles. Of course, it was inevitable that Huyen Luo had several hidden cards. But even so, Lan Xing estimated he had a 70 to 80% chance of winning. In Sky Split Tower, A 70 to 80% chance was already worth gambling on. Lan Xing's lips curled up like a cackling fiend. He slowly extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. The infernal energy at the martial arena is so thick. Who is fighting who? It's reached such a degree. As Lin Ming shot past the path towards the martial arena, he heard martial artists along the way in heated discussions. Truly, the martial arena was emanating an extremely rich infernal energy. This was proof of just how heated the battle had become. As Lin Ming entered the martial arena, he looked over from far away towards the central stage. A large giant demon fellow was standing there, his entire body wet with blood, and his hair a mess. A young Fey youth was monstrously smiling at him. This Fey youth's body was covered in a layer of amethyst armor. There were several deep wounds in his body, but he seemed unaware of this. In fact, this pain seemed to excite him. Is that Lan Xing? Lin Ming was surprised. This Fey youth had long blue hair that fell to his ankles, and there were many runes etched onto his body in strange patterns. He did look like Lan Xing, but the Fey energy that wrapped around him was even more macabre. I never thought that Lan Xing would have successfully practiced the Fey King battle body. If this continues, then Huyan Luo won't be able to last much longer. No wonder Lan Xing has such outstanding talent. His ancient Fey bloodline is too rich. He can even use the Fey King battle body. Ancient Fey bloodline? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Before now, he had heard of the ancient giant demon race, that massive glob of blood essence that had shot out of the cosmic melting furnace was the blood essence of the ancient giant demon race. Demon Shine had wanted to swallow it in order to strengthen himself, but the end result was that it had been sucked up by the magic cube. From the looks of it, it seemed as if the ancient Fae were similar to the ancient giant demons. Without a doubt, whether they were the ancient Fae or the ancient giant demons, both of them were races with heaven-defying talent. Perhaps even the ancient Phoenix clan was the same. Sir Lin, that is the Fae King battle body. At this time, the young Fae girl breathlessly gasped from behind Lin Ming. She had been following him this entire time. She sucked in another breath, her voice trembling as she said, Sir Lin, Lan Xing can use the Fae King battle body because he has been recognized by the ancient Fae. With the Fae King battle body, he can increase his strength by 40 to 50%. Increasing one's strength by 40 to 50% was indeed a considerable amount. An adult at his prime might be 40 to 50% stronger than a young teenager, but this adult might be able to defeat 4 or 5 of these teens. As the young Fae girl saw Lin Ming's uncaring expression, she sighed. There wasn't anything else she could say to console him. She had said all she could say. Bang! On the arena stage, Huyan Luo's great sledgehammer was thrown high, rapidly spinning in the air. At the same time, Lan Xing stepped forwards, a fierce wind blowing from his long sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blood splashed out. Huyan Luo roared like a cornered beast and then punched his fist out at Lan Xing. Die! Lan Xing's voice was icy cold. His figure disappeared into the wind. In the next moment, his cold, shining sword had pierced straight through Huyan Luo's neck. A single sword to seal the throat. At this time, there was a loud explosion as the sledgehammer that Lan Xing sent flying had finally reversed its course and smashed into the ground. As for Huyan Luo, his eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at the long sword in his neck, his blood dripping down its blade. Slowly, his eyes glazed over. Pooh! Lan Xing shook his sword and sliced off Huyan Luo's neck. The massive head rolled into the blood, and a column of blood spurted 20 feet straight into the air. Lan Xing, victory! With the referee's announcement, the audience was stunned silent for a moment. Huyan Luo, whose strength was number 1 within the second tier, had actually died like this. What a fierce concept of wind. In the final strike, Lan Xing used the concept of wind to avoid Huyan Luo's fist, and also to make the killing strike. For real, this Lan Xing is only 23 or 24 years old. In the future, there's hope of him becoming a Fey emperor. The audience loudly talked amongst themselves. There were indeed many outstanding heroic youths within Skysplit Tower, but there were truly few potential peerless emperor-level talents like Lan Xing. Lan Xing ignored the discussion of the crowd. As he slowly raised his head, his eyes passed over to Lin Ming. His smile widened, and it seemed even more wicked than before. Chapter 544. Measure for Measure. Chapter 544. Measure for Measure. Ka. The amethyst armor that covered Lan Xing's body began to gradually sink back into his body, and the arcane runes on his face began to fade away until he appeared like the unbearably handsome Fey youth from before. But blood still stained his face, giving him a fierce look. As Lan Xing looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with pride and an intention to fight. Young hero Lan has obtained an 11-win streak. He has officially gained 1 slaughter point, as well as 2 slaughter points from his gamble with Huyan Luo. Would young hero Lan like to continue battling? No. Lan Xing shook his head. I will rest for 2 hours before I begin my 12th match. Everyone had thought that Lan Xing would continue and try for a 12-win streak in a single go, but his words had surprised them. This boy, from his gamble with Huyan Luo, I had the sense that he was incredibly brazen, but now it seems that he is actually quite calm. He has consumed just a bit of energy, but hasn't gotten carried away by his victories. He actually decided to take a rest for 2 hours before continuing. It looks like it wasn't a moment of impulse that caused him to make a bet with Huyan Luo. It's likely that he investigated Huyan Luo ahead of time and believed he had a high chance of winning. Did you notice that Lin Ming also arrived? Do you think that Lin Ming will dare to stay here for 2 hours? This isn't a question of whether he dares to, but rather if he's an idiot and will be swayed by his mood. Lin Ming arrived just in time to see Lan Xing's last fight. That Fey King battle body is no joke. Lan Xing's combat prowess has already reached the first tier of Skysplit Tower's 2nd floor. And not just that, but he can't be considered too weak amongst the first tier. As the audience spoke, many of those present were looking at Lin Ming. They were looking forward to seeing how Lin Ming would respond to this. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Lin Ming didn't have much of an expression. Instead, he calmly walked on stage. Lin Ming is stepping on stage? People had just had this thought when Lin Ming leapt up. Slowly, he fell onto the arena like a dragonfly on a still lake. Lin Ming glanced at the black-clothed referee and calmly said, I would like to fight. Many of the audience gasped in surprise and excitement. Lin Ming hadn't left, nor did he meditate to rest. Instead, he had entered the arena stage to fight. Was he trying to prove a point here? Lan Xing was also a bit stunned. He immediately smirked and then closed his eyes, returning to meditation to restore his mind. He didn't need to look before realizing that Lin Ming wouldn't encounter any decent opponents. Although there was a great deal of masters that were present today, none of them would make a move against Lin Ming, and this was simply because there was no advantage in doing so. At most, some of the weaker 2nd tier human martial artists would come to challenge Lin Ming. These individuals came to gain experience as well as to challenge the gap between them and others. The martial arena of the 2nd floor was never lacking in these types of martial artists. Thus, it was never difficult for one to gain a 10-win streak. But for those above a 10-win streak, there were mighty masters everywhere. This was because they could gain slaughter points by ending someone else's winning streak, and because the strength of these individuals might be too close when a heated battle occurred, oftentimes death would accompany it. White Wind Sex Zhou Tianyu kindly requests Sir Lin's guidance. A human martial artist jumped on stage. He wasn't some random nobody. In fact, he had condensed a two-winged, heavenly demon tattoo. His strength could be considered decent. There were many martial artists on the second floor that would condense a heavenly demon tattoo and then lose a round. They would then have to spend another period of time condensing it again, and repeat this process many times. But as long as they kept their life, then failure wasn't much at all. As the referee announced the start of the match, Zhou Tianyu's sword flashed towards Lin Ming's chest like a serpent. His sword strike contained a vague hint of the concept of water. His sword energy was long, liquid, and couldn't be cut. However, this was completely nothing to Lin Ming. As soon as his spear power was displayed, a vibrating wave of true essence erupted. That wave of endless true essence smashed into the sword energy, shattering it into nothing. A spear thrust out, the tip like a bolt of lightning. It seemed to disappear into the void, and instantly appeared between Zhou Tianyu's eyebrows. Qi. Infernal energy suddenly converged on him. Zhou Tianyu felt a chilling cold between his eyebrows, and the hairs on his back began to stand on end. In that moment, he felt as if Lin Ming's spear would cut through his head. I've lost. Zhou Tianyu was secretly relieved, but he discovered that his back was wet with sweat. Just then, he almost thought that he would die. Well fought. Lin Ming withdrew the purple comet spear, and a surge of infernal energy within Zhou Tianyu rolled out and into Lin Ming's body. Although it wasn't much, it was still able to make Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo a bit more solid. Lin Ming, victory, the referee loudly announced. What a powerful spear. Whether it's his spear power or infernal energy, he can freely use them with skill and ease. I wonder if Lin Ming is hiding any more strength. Lin Ming is indeed powerful, but his opponents are too weak. Even if he wins beautifully, it doesn't mean much. If Lin Ming wants to defeat Lan Xing, the chances aren't too high. Zhou Tianyu wasn't even at the same level as Huyan Luo. There were very few people that believed Lin Ming would win. However, in a corner of the martial arena, a white-haired middle-aged man was deep in thought. In that split second, his sense of space and time seemed to have been mixed up. Was that an illusion? That seemed like just a casual strike from that boy. But if I were to face it, even I would find it difficult to avoid. For win streak, 5-win streak, 6-win streak, Lin Ming obtained an 8-win streak in a single go. Every match didn't exceed 3 moves. He was like an unstoppable juggernaut that mowed down everyone before him. Although none of Lin Ming's opponents were masters, every battle was easily won. In all these rounds, Lin Ming's breathing hadn't even quickened. This secretly startled some people present. 8 matches, 8 victories. This is young hero Lin's 5th match today. Do you wish to continue with a 6th match? The black-clothed referee asked. Within Skysplit Tower, a martial artist normally wouldn't fight more than 3 battles a day. The truth was that this was for the sake of caution. They wanted to avoid seeming too arrogant and cocky, thus drawing out some masters to suppress them. As Lin Ming was now, he could breeze through these past 5 matches like nothing. Perhaps Lin Ming glanced over at Lan Xing, thinking about how much time was left. He, like Lan Xing, wouldn't underestimate his opponent. Lin Ming was looking forwards to seeing just what this Fei King battle body was all about. After Lin Ming stepped off stage, everyone's eyes were on him. They wanted to see whether he would leave or stay in the martial arena. Lin Ming was a pure newcomer, much newer than Lan Xing. Lan Xing had already practiced on the 2nd floor for an entire year. At this time, facing this sort of opponent, it wouldn't be a shame if Lin Ming avoided battle. However, Lin Ming only silently walked over to a seat and sat down. These several matches hadn't really tired him. He was only sitting to adjust his mentality. He sat down. The newborn calf really doesn't fear the tiger. He's only treating him equally. He's already aware that Lan Xing will challenge him, yet he doesn't care. Instead, he calmly welcomes Lan Xing's challenge. This is quite fun to watch. When masters fought, especially two rising star talents, it often drew a great crowd. The news of the potential battle spread out, and more people crowded into the arena. There was constantly people streaming through the entrance of the martial arena. Soon, there were 400 to 500 people in the stands. Besides some martial artists that had gone into closed-door seclusion, most of the other martial artists had come. There were even some lower-level martial artists that mainly did business on the second floor, who also came, hoping to see the fun. The entire martial arena was filled with people. As for the center stage of the martial arena, there actually wasn't anybody fighting. They were all waiting for Lin Ming and Lan Xing to fight. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming was like a monk as he sat in meditation, and Lan Xing wasn't in a hurry either. The crowd around the two began to loudly shout in their discussions. In truth, Lan Xing didn't even need an hour to restore his peak condition. But even so, he still stayed in meditation without any desire to stand up. In this situation, a normal person would inevitably become patient and jump on stage for the waiting audience. But Lan Xing completely disregarded all of this. Since he said he would rest for 2 hours, he would rest for 2 hours. The mental stability was startling. It's time. 2 full hours later, Lan Xing opened his eyes from his quiet meditative state. His voice was calm, like a placid lake. What a strong mentality. Some people in the audience couldn't help but cry out in acclaim. People with this sort of disposition could maintain their peak battle condition at all times. There were very few external factors that would be able to affect their state of mind. This fellow is quite scary. Not only is his strength heaven-defying, but he also has a calm personality. Lan Xing looked over to Lin Ming, the corners of his lips rising in a grin. Since you've been waiting here for me, it looks like you've already decided to fight me. Since that's the case, let's go on stage. Lan Xing's figure blurred, and he appeared on the arena stage. Lin Ming followed, lightly falling onto the stage. Lin Ming, during my match with Huyen Luo, I made a bet with slaughter points. Do you dare to follow my gamble? Lan Xing taunted. How many do you want to bet? Lin Ming asked. The same, 2. If you can defeat me, not only will you obtain slaughter points from stopping my winning streak, but you can also win 2 slaughter points from a bet. Of course, this all depends on whether or not you can win. Then let's do it. Lin Ming readily agreed. Ha ha, great, wonderful. Then I won't be polite. As Lan Xing spoke, he extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. The blade began to hum in the wind. This was the achievement of integrating the concept of wind into one's sword skill. In terms of the concept of wind, Lan Xing's understand far surpassed that of Lin Ming. Lin Ming also took out the purple comet spear. A tranquil yet indomitable aura suddenly burst out from him. He was like a towering mountain, unreachable and unattainable. Chi, chi, chi. The two hadn't even fought, but their auras were already colliding with each other. Compared to Lin Ming's steady aura, Lan Xing's aura was like flying arrows, both sharp and penetrating. Ha! You are truly extraordinary. Then I will see just how much of my strength you will be able to pull out. As Lan Xing spoke, his expression changed. His eyes flashed like cold stars in the sky, a chilling light emanating from them. Sword of Wind. As Lan Xing finished speaking, the sword in his hand disappeared. His sword had fused into the wind. One could only see the wind, but not the sword. In that instant, countless sword lights wove into a net that covered the sky, falling down onto Lin Ming. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly vanished. The tiles that were underneath his feet were sliced into pieces by the sword energy. Chapter 545, Bloody Battle. Chapter 545, Bloody Battle. Kia, the concept of wind? Lan Xing's sword slowed for a brief moment. He was extremely sensitive to the concept of wind. The movement technique that Lin Ming had just used had contained an inherent touch of the concept of wind. What a pity! Compared to me, the difference in our concept of wind is like the heavens and earth. A human's understanding of laws is truly revolting. Although your movement ability is adequate, you cannot dodge my blade. Lan Xing's sword cut out once more. The speed of his moves made his attack difficult to distinguish. It was as if his body itself seemed to meld into the wind, leaving nothing but a series of fading phantoms. It was almost impossible to tell where he was. He was nowhere and everywhere at once. Sword lights crossed in the air, forming a net of fine lines. There was no gap in this attack. It was unavoidable. The highly compressed true essence combined with the concept of wind to a nearly perfect degree. The swiftness and deadliness of such an attack was daunting. Lin Ming repeatedly retreated, but he couldn't avoid these sword lights. His clothes began to tear apart, and he was surrounded by dangers on all sides. Lan Xing's sword is too sharp, and the attack angles are tricky. There isn't any way to follow it. If I had to face the sword light, even I would have a headache. If Lin Ming only tries to dodge, then he will absolutely lose. In the end, this is the disparity of concepts. Lin Ming's understanding of concepts is far inferior to Lan Xing's. If he wants to fight Lan Xing with concepts, then he is only fooling himself. Attacking the enemy where he is weaker is a fool's errand. True. In terms of concepts, how can a human compare with a fae? In a corner of the arena, two veteran challengers were watching this match. They had very accurate vision and judgment, and were able to approximate the level of concepts on stage. He's been forced into a corner. Let's see what he can do. On the arena stage, Lin Ming had been caught in the middle of dozens of swords' lights. There was no place to dodge to anymore. In the stands, there were many giant demons whose faces were twisted with pleasure and glee. They wanted to see Lin Ming beg for death. That idiot trying to compare concepts with a fae was just looking for abuse. A dead end. Lin Ming frowned. In truth, breaking through Lan Xing's sword light trap was simple. As long as he used the primeval halberd strike or burst out the 100-some blood-drinking seals within him, the following vortex of energy would immediately smash every sword light into nothingness. But Lin Ming didn't want to do this. The first reason was because he wanted to hide his abilities as much as possible before entering Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. And the second reason was that he wanted to experience this concept and improve his own. The further one walked down the path of martial arts, the more obvious the importance of concepts became. Compared to a common martial artist, Lin Ming's comprehension of concepts far exceeded theirs. But he wasn't satisfied with this. This was because his eyes were always trained on the realm of the gods. Because of his poor ability to understand concepts, he hadn't been able to display the true strength of the great desolate halberd art and golden rock shattering the void. This fight with Lan Xing was an excellent opportunity to sharpen his comprehension of concepts. How could Lin Ming miss this chance? As Lin Ming saw the endless sword lights cut towards him, he grit his teeth and rushed into those blinding sword lights. Has this boy gone mad? Lan Xing was startled. Lin Ming actually headed into his sword lights. Everyone's eyes widened. There wasn't even enough time to cry out. But at this moment, Lin Ming's figure and pace seemed to distort, and then the unbelievable happened. Lin Ming's body phased through the curtain of sword lights without the slightest injury. His spear thrust towards Lan Xing's front. What? Lan Xing was shocked, but he was still a master, and his reactions to all circumstances were extremely fast. His sword cut down on the tip of the purple comet spear. Z. A flash of lightning snuck into Lan Xing's body like a hidden snake. It numbed his arm and caused his blood to tumble. Lin Ming raised his spear to stab out again at the moment that Lan Xing's body was paralyzed. At this critical moment, Lan Xing bit down on the tip of his tongue and rushed backwards, barely dodging Lin Ming's spear strike. What happened? The audience was astonished. Even Lan Xing was alarmed. In that instant, Lin Ming seemed to pass through the void itself. He passed through the dangerous curtain of sword lights, arriving right in front of Lan Xing. Is that the concept of space? A veteran challenger gasped out as he suddenly thought of this. The concept of space was elusive and ephemeral. Even among the Fae, who were loved by the natural laws, there were very few who could comprehend the concept of space. This was because they couldn't contact it. The concept of wind, the concept of water. These things could be seen and touched. As long as one frequently came into contact with these concepts, they would always be able to touch upon their rules and thus comprehend the corresponding concept. But the existence of space, although it was everywhere, could not be felt. As a result, there were very few powerhouses that were able to comprehend the concept of space, and even less legacies that were passed on. Thus, to the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent, the concept of space was a very mysterious and inscrutable existence. You think that Boy comprehended the concept of space? Another veteran challenger found this hard to accept. After all, Lin Ming was only a human. Humanity's affinity to the laws was not any better than the giant demons. I shouldn't be wrong. I've seen martial artists that have comprehended the concept of space before, but I never thought that the humans could produce such a monstrous genius. A veteran giant demon challenger breathed out with emotion. Lin Ming's talent had completely surpassed the talent of their giant demon race's younger generation. So that's how it is. You really aren't an opponent that can be easily defeated. You are the strongest junior that I have ever encountered. Even though you are younger than me, you have the strength to threaten me. I really want to, I want to kill you myself. As Lan Xing spoke here, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Fei King Battle Body. Bang. Lan Xing's aura exploded like a volcano. The surrounding crushed stones were all blown away by this momentum, shooting out like arrows in all directions. An amethyst battle armor suddenly appeared on Lan Xing's body. His hair grew longer, and all sorts of ancient Fey runes appeared on his body, radiating with a bright light. As Lan Xing displayed the Fey King Battle Body, his entire body began to emit a resplendently evil energy. His dark amber pupils turned blood red, and his eyes filled with a thick, killing intent. Fey King Battle Body. Lan Xing finally used this move. What can Lin Ming do now? Under the stage, the Fey martial artists began to seethe with excitement. The Fey King Battle Body was the pride of their Fey race because this was the brand imprinted in their bones by the ancient Fey bloodline. This was the source of their race's superiority and the symbol of their race's glory. Because of this, they were the paramount race. Because of this, humans were nothing but lowly beasts in their eyes. This is the true battle. Everything else up until now was just a warm-up. Let's see just how Lin Ming deals with this. As all the other race's martial artists saw Lan Xing's Fey King Battle Body, they all had looks of envy in their eyes. As they saw the Fey King Battle Body again, they were shocked once more by its terrifying aura. Without a doubt, Lan Xing had the qualifications to become a Fey Emperor, but Lin Ming also had the qualifications to reach the Divine Sea Realm. Two heroic youths of this level exchanging moves, even within Skysplit Tower, was a rare event. As Lin Ming looked at Lan Xing, he just felt pity at the turn of events. He had wanted to take this chance to sharpen his comprehension of concepts, but after Lan Xing displayed the Fey King Battle Body, he clearly wished to compete in a battle of strength. Lin Ming slowly said, "You want to destroy me, but I also want to destroy you. This is Skysplit Tower. Here it is kill or be killed. People die every moment. There are no innocents here. They have all chosen to walk the killing path. That includes you, and that includes me. Every person who appeared at Skysplit Tower had hands dyed red with blood. Those that came here, if it wasn't to kill others, then it was to experience life and death battles and seek breakthroughs on the precipice of annihilation. Otherwise, no one else would come to Skysplit Tower. Destroy me? Ha, you really think you will have that chance? After Lan Xing completed the Fey King battle body, his mindset began to turn crazed, and even his voice became a guttural bark. You'll know whether I have the chance soon enough. I advise you to stop spouting crap. I doubt you can maintain this state much longer. With just a glance, Lin Ming could see that Lan Xing's Fey King battle armor had similarities to his own heretical god force. Both of them were eruptions of true essence from within the body. This condition was bound to fade sooner or later. You're looking to die. Lan Xing's eyes blazed with heavy killing intent. The stones on the martial arena stage began to blow as the strong winds picked up. Lan Xing held his sword with his right hand and swiped the blade with his left. A beautiful coat of rich red blood was wiped onto the long sword. Sword of wind, blood-stained sky. At this moment, Lan Xing's ankle-length hair shot into the sky, recklessly flapping around. He grasped his long sword with two hands and cut down. A whistling wind rose up, bringing with it a thick, bloody energy, and red sword lights filled the sky. This was Lan Xing's killing path. His murderous aura erupted all at once, filling the heavens and earth with bloody energy. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a chilling light. He instantly judged that with his current strength, he would still be able to take the sword strike, but he would be injured. Within Skysplit Tower, with so many masters lying in wait all around, Lin Ming would not give any of them an opportunity to take advantage of him. Thus, his mind touched the heretical god seed, directly releasing the heretical god force. Highly compressed, true essence erupted like a tidal wave. Lin Ming's aura instantly climbed to the pinnacle. His true essence was like an unstoppable spear light, slicing into the heavens. This sudden change caught all the martial artists off guard. All of them were stunned. Without even a chance to react, Lin Ming's spear had already thrust forth. Primeval spear strike. Over 100 spinning blood-drinking seals danced in the air, revolving around the purple comet spear and forming a massive red vortex. Flashes of thunder twinkled in this vortex. As the spear shot forwards, it seemed to cut apart the void itself. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out like a heavenly thunderclap. Countless bits of gravel shot into the air. Everyone's vision was completely engulfed by a blazing light as a massive true essence shockwave blew out. The blood-drinking seals were like saws as they sliced through Lan Xing's sword potential. Lin Ming's hands grasped his spear, and he arrived in front of Lan Xing in an instant. His spear moved, thrusting straight towards Lan Xing's heart. What? Lan Xing was greatly shocked. He absolutely never expected that the sword strike in which he had placed his full and complete strength would be so easily broken. In this life or death moment, Lan Xing no longer had the chance to draw back his sword to defend. He could only form his palm into a sword and cut towards Lin Ming's throat. If you want to kill me, then don't plan on leaving alive. Lan Xing's eyes flashed with savagery. But at this moment, the incredible occurred. The purple comet spear in Lin Ming's hand seemed to penetrate through space and appear right in front of Lan Xing. As for Lan Xing's palm sword, he had just started his movements. Pooh! With a light sound, Lan Xing's bodily protective true essence shattered. The incomparably sharp purple comet spear pierced his heart. Bright red blood shot into the wind. Chapter 546, Great Harvest. Chapter 546, Great Harvest. You. The sword energy on Lan Xing's palm had already faded away. His blood-red eyes were wide, as he stared at Lin Ming. He never imagined that he would be defeated so quickly. He still had finishing moves that he hadn't used yet, but he no longer had the chance. What a fantastical concept of space. Before Lan Xing had even brought down his palm sword, the purple comet spear had already seemingly teleported in front of Lan Xing and pierced his heart. I never thought I would lose to a human in concepts. Lan Xing clutched the shaft of the purple comet spear and ruefully smiled. As he opened his mouth, he coughed up great mouthfuls of blood. His heart and lungs had shattered, and blood filled his chest, pouring out of his throat. Lin Ming withdrew his spear. Vibrating true essence had already broken apart every single meridian in Lan Xing's body. With his heart burst apart too, there was absolutely no way for him to leave alive. Ever since he had suffered under Mu Qingshu, Mu Qihua, and Ouyang Boyan, almost causing those close to him to pay with their lives, Lin Ming had become increasingly decisive and ruthless. He would stamp out the trouble at the source before it was allowed to bloom. A massive amount of blood sprayed out. The tiles under Lan Xing's feet were stained red. This shocking scene completely silenced every martial artist present. Before now, there was almost no one that believed Lin Ming would win. But not only had he won so quickly. During the entire fight on stage, there had only been several moves exchanged. Lin Ming defeated Lan Xing with overwhelming strength and speed. It could be said that Lan Xing couldn't dodge the last strike because Lin Ming had a touch of the concept of space within his spear. But without a doubt, even if Lan Xing was able to dodge this attack, he would still have been defeated in the end. This was because after they had used all their hidden cards, Lin Ming's aura had already suppressed Lan Xing's. This was illustrated by Lin Ming breaking apart Lan Xing's curtain of sword light with his spear potential. Lan Xing was defeated. This boy, in the audience, a pale giant demon who had been waiting for Lin Ming to lose now had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Over the years, he had already formed an inborn sense of arrogance and racial superiority. There was no way he could accept that a mere human had surpassed all of the heroic youths of his giant demon race. I fear he might have the strength of a peak four-winged heavenly demon. This strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the entire second floor of Skysplit Tower. Unbelievable. A genius like Lan Xing already had the qualifications to become a Fey Emperor in the future, but this boy actually defeated Lan Xing. Could it be that? Humph, one's aspirations aren't equal to their own prominence. Lan Xing had the qualifications to ascend to a Fey Emperor, but that is only the qualifications. Above a saint-level talent is an emperor-level talent, but how many emperor-level talents appear every year? And how many of those are truly able to become a Fey Emperor or Demon Emperor? They die halfway, buried, with all their potential gone. Everything they once grasped, they will lose. It's far too early to call this boy Lin Ming a peerless emperor. A Fey martial artist bitterly said, within the holy demon continent, the humans and ferals had the lowest number of emperor-level powerhouses. Lin Ming had just killed a Fey genius, and others had said he could become a peerless emperor in the future, so he naturally wasn't feeling too happy about matters. Lin Ming ignored the discussion of the surrounding martial artists. At this moment, he was quietly baptizing himself within a rich infernal energy. Lan Xing had accumulated a great deal of infernal energy, and now over half of it was Lin Ming's. This flow of energy was extremely suppressing the dark desires of his heart, and his obsessions were rapidly stirred up by the thick infernal energy. They percolated with Lan Xing's own ambitions. Power, beautiful women, glory, the martial arts boundary of a Fey Emperor. All of this poured into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. These sudden and intensely strong desires and passions were like demons that rapidly multiplied in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, trying to take root there. This Skysplit Tower is truly a paradise of corruption. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The black vortex of the samsara martial intent suddenly appeared, directly sucking up all those desires and obsessions and tearing them to shreds. As Lin Ming's heart calmed down, he quickly recovered his thinking. I already have a strong soul force, but I was still affected by these desires. There are many martial artists present whose soul force is far inferior to mine, and they probably can't resist this invasion of desires. Although they might not be dominated by these thoughts and turned into slaves of them, their hearts would still be affected. But the cultivation methods of the demonic path already veer one into doing whatever they please, so losing a bit of their thinking isn't much at all. One could look at the fate of the slaves of Skysplit Tower to see just how distorted the personalities of the Skysplit Tower challengers became, being cruelly ravaged, humiliated, mistreated, or even killed. These slaves suffered everywhere, and at all times. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and the infernal energy within his body began to revolve within him. On his arm, the heavenly demon tattoo began to condense. After the first pair of wings was completed, the second pair was nourished by the infernal energy and began to slowly form. Four-winged heavenly demon. After killing Lan Xing, Lin Ming had finally reached the realm of a four-winged heavenly demon. The realm itself was unimportant to Lin Ming, but the accumulated infernal energy was greatly advantageous to the cultivation of the great desolate halberd art. Lin Ming took Lan Xing's spatial ring and glanced at it. Impressively, it was a medium-grade earth-step spatial ring. This was truly the background of a genius from a large sect. The spatial ring was a medium-grade earth-step treasure. And not just that, but a very good one amongst its rank. As for the blood-drinking seal, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't forget about it. But for better or worse, Lan Xing still had an extremely high status within the Fey race. He didn't cause Lan Xing's corpse to explode and embarrass the Fey. Instead, he let the blood-extinguishing demon thunder make a circle within Lan Xing's corpse, directly sucking up all of his blood essence. After this was all finished, several of Skysplit Tower's staff came up and carried away Lan Xing's corpse. Those who killed could end up being killed. Lan Xing, who had been overweeningly arrogant and swollen with self-importance, also perished here. Every martial artist present knew that they could suffer the same fate someday. Well, young hero Lin, would you like to continue? The referee's voice was a bit unnatural. This Lin Ming's talent was just too terrifying. As long as he didn't die here, he would inevitably become a high-ranking figure within Skysplit Tower. He might even become his superior. No, I'll stop here for today. Lin Ming refused to continue. After this battle, he had obtained some more insights into the concept of wind. He wanted to head back to his room and contemplate on them. Great. Young hero Lin, if you will. The referee's attitude was exceptionally respectful. Lin Ming turned and stepped off the stage. The martial artists in the audience had a touch of awe and wonder in their eyes as they watched him leave. Lin Ming arrived the martial arena's exit. The young Fey girl was waiting there. She blankly looked at Lin Ming, unsure what to say. Sir Lin Yu. Lin Ming tossed the young Fey girl a small box of blood demon crystals and said, 5 days from now, wait for me at Morningdew Inn. Morningdew Inn was an inn that was near the transmission array that led to Lin Ming's practice area. Normally speaking, there wasn't anything inside a martial artist's practice area. Thus, most martial artists would choose to stay at inns. They would return to their practice area to cultivate. Okay, all right, the young Fey girl quickly replied. If another martial artist wanted to meet her inside an inn, then she would understand what they wanted her to do. But Lin Ming wasn't someone who was interested in those things, otherwise he would have already done so. What would Sir Lin like to do? I want you to bring me somewhere where I can rent out battle array discs. They only need to be at the quasi-emperor level or above. Renting out high-level quasi-emperor battle array discs required a slaughter point, Even the top geniuses of large sects weren't willing to watch these more than a few times. But listening to Lin Ming's meaning, it seemed that he wanted to rent out a great number of these. The young Fey girl gulped and blankly nodded. Then, "I'll see you 5 days from now." Lin Ming left after he finished speaking. He didn't seem as if he was moving quickly, but the ground beneath his feet seemed to shrink. He only took a few steps, but he had already disappeared around the corner. Lin Ming sat atop the bed in his practice area. He had completely taken out all of Lan Xing's possessions from his spatial ring and had looked over them. He was secretly shocked. Killing others and taking their wealth was truly the fastest way to become rich. Lan Xing's total wealth was several times greater than that of Black Rat. There were tens of thousands of medium-grade true essence stones, and also several dozen high-grade true essence stones. In addition to that, there were countless large and small bottles, jade slips, and treasures. There was no need to look at the medium-grade blood demon crystals. They were all for spending. As for the high-grade blood demon crystals, they were for cultivating. Lin Ming put those away. After carefully inspecting the pills, Lin Ming separated them by different general classifications. All that was left over were the jade slips. Lin Ming was looking forward to the jade slips in Lan Xing's spatial ring. He immediately immersed his perception in the jade slips, slowly sweeping through them. He patiently took over an entire hour to scan them. Suddenly, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. This was it. Lin Ming had picked up a common-looking jade slip from among the pile. This jade slip didn't record cultivation methods or martial skills. Instead, it was the accumulated experiences of Fey masters about the concept of wind. Looking at the soul imprints on the jade slip, it obviously didn't come from a single person. Rather, it was the collected attainments and experiences of a great number of Fey masters. This was absolutely a priceless treasure. This sort of concept comprehension jade slip was similar to a cultivation method jade slip. The contents could not be duplicated. One could only write down the contents if they had a deep understanding of it. This only served to raise its value. The reason that Lan Xing brought this with him was likely so that he could meditate on it at any time. The Fey are born beloved by the natural laws. They have countless masters who have reached large success in concepts. These masters leave behind their legacies, and this continues onwards. As these experiences accumulate, the Fey race's superiority in laws and concepts will also widen. Several generations, dozens of generations, the total accumulation of these people was terrifying. This was also the reason why the more ancient clans had a more profound heritage. With this jade slip and my original understanding of the concept of wind, my own concept of wind will inevitably rise to a higher level. Speed had never been Lin Ming's strength. If he could further his concept of wind, then in addition to a basic understanding of the concept of space, Lin Ming was confident he could break through to the second layer of golden rock, shattering the void. At that time, his strength would rise. Chapter 547, Enhanced Concepts. Chapter 547, Enhanced Concepts. Kia. As Lin Ming immersed his consciousness into the jade slip, not only did he see an introduction to the concept of wind, but also a variety of images. Lin Ming watched the swirling breeze images for a long time, perceiving the endless mysteries contained within. The patterns of wind contained within the jade slip seemed to have an infinite variety of changes, as if it could be fused into a spear or step. Lin Ming decided to test it out. In the practice area, he used golden rock, shattering the void. Although the practice area was only a few dozen-foot wide square room, Lin Ming's steps were not restricted at all. He was extremely flexible, and he trailed over the ground, up the wall, over the bed, and even on the ceiling. The concept of wind constantly fused with the concept of space. Lin Ming's understanding of golden rock shattering the void increasingly deepened. After being stuck at the first layer of golden rock shattering the void for years, he was finally making great progress towards reaching the second layer. Time passed unconsciously. In his closed-door cultivation, 5 days passed for Lin Ming. During this time, Lin Ming would often exhaust his true essence to the limit. After emptying most of his true essence, Lin Ming would take out a high-grade blood demon crystal from his spatial ring and absorb infernal energy from the air, constantly nourishing his own true essence. Compared to the mild, true essence stones, blood demon crystals, particularly high-grade blood demon crystals, seem to contain an implacable will. A common weak-will martial artist would find it impossible to absorb. Lin Ming would first wear down this will before he could smoothly absorb the blood demon crystal's energy. But in comparison to true essence stones, the advantages of blood demon crystals were obvious. They were able to nourish a martial artist's blood vitality, whilst also nourishing their soul. Peng, a high-grade blood demon crystal burst apart in Lin Ming's hand. The warm and dark red hue of the crystal had already disappeared, leaving nothing but a pale gray glow behind. It had spent all of its energy. The infernal blood energy merged into Lin Ming's body, blending with the heavenly demon tattoo before continuing to Lin Ming's dantian, where it gathered. Under such favorable cultivation conditions, Lin Ming's great desolate halberdar could be said to be advancing at a ridiculously rapid pace. I've only cultivated for 5 days, but I've used up 10 high-grade blood demon crystals. That's the equivalent of 1,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. In addition to the cost of the practice area, as well as the pills, jade slips, and other resources, this isn't something that a small sect would be able to afford. All the resources that I have right now were taken from others. None of them could bear to use their wealth so wildly. Not even someone like Lan Xing dared to spend so freely. There had only been 20-some high-grade blood demon crystals in Lan Xing's spatial ring. It seems that when he cultivated, he had mostly used medium-grade blood demon crystals with the occasional high-grade blood demon crystal mixed in. The higher realm a martial artist arrived at, the greater the costs were. This was also why common martial artists would forever be inferior to sect martial artists. Likewise, this was also the same reason that martial artists from the mortal worlds would always be inferior to martial artists from the realm of the gods. Lin Ming didn't hesitate to spend any resources. In exchange, the effects on his cultivation were significant. He estimated that it wouldn't be much longer before he could break through to the middle Xiantian realm. At the same time, with his increasing comprehension of the concept of wind, he was nearing the second layer border of golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming glanced at the large hourglass in his room. It had been a full 5 days. It was time for him to go out and rent some battle array discs. Lin Ming stepped into the transmission array. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the room. In a few more moments, he arrived at Morningdew Inn. This was an old-fashioned inn. The decorations inside weren't luxurious, but it was simple and elegant. It gave off an extremely pleasant and comfortable feeling. In Sky Split Tower, this sort of style was extremely rare. Sir Lin, when Lin Ming entered Morningdew Inn, a beautiful young fey girl was already quietly standing there. After she had received Lin Ming's order, she had arrived here before the break of dawn and had been waiting here until the present time. As she saw Lin Ming walk in, she quickly welcomed him. She didn't dare to be the least bit negligent when it came to the tower challengers, especially one as powerful as Lin Ming. "How is the matter that I asked of you?" "Sir Lin, please rest assured that I have contacted every place possible. A quasi-emperor level battle array disc is almost only rented out by the official Sky Split Tower offices, and they do so at proper prices. There should be no issues with authority ranking." "Great. Bring me there." The eastern section of the second floor also held the largest trading market. Not only was there the official Sky Split Tower store, but there were also private shops and stalls held by martial artists. Without exception, Everything here was the highest quality goods. After all, everyone that came to Skysplit Tower had a deep background. If anyone dared to pull out some garbage to sell, then no one would buy it. Instead, they would even be ridiculed by others. As Lin Ming and the young Fei girl walked forwards, they saw a greater number of martial artists that had set up stalls in the street. These stalls stretched out as far as the road did. It's really lively here. Lin Ming had been at Skysplit Tower for a while already, but he had never come to the public marketplace. It could be said that he had been missing out. Because of the constant fighting in Skysplit Tower, murder is commonplace here. After someone dies, their property will be taken. There are many things that aren't needed, thus they are then brought here and sold. This is why the trading market is so busy. Setting up a stall here for just a single day costs 50 medium-grade true essence stones. Also, fighting is restricted here. If anyone dares to stir up trouble, they will be chased down by the enforcement squad, so there isn't normally a problem with security. The young Fei girl was very familiar with the workings of the second floor. She patiently explained this all to Lin Ming. So that's how it is. Most of those killed are the heroic youths of the largest sex, so naturally they wouldn't be lacking in possessions. This Skysplit Tower is truly the paradise of the strong. Even if one is broke, they can still loot a great deal of resources from others as long as they have the ability to do so. At the same time, they can also purchase the highest quality materials and pills that Skysplit Tower has to offer, as well as receive the treatment of an emperor. Lin Ming casually glanced over at the stalls. He saw a stall that specialized in selling various jade slips. The cultivation method jade slips were marked at 500 medium-grade blood demon crystals each. If a single jade slip was worth 500 medium-grade blood demon crystals, then a dozen or so of those jade slips could be almost 10,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. The scale of transactions of just this small stall was not something that even a third-grade sect could compare to. But the stall vendor's attitude was too wretched. He was dismissive, unhelpful, and unbelievably rude. He shooed away anyone that was only looking. This attitude left one tongue-tied. These martial artists were normally the most arrogant and proud of their generation. Even if they set up a stall and were hawking items, they still wouldn't lower their heads to others. Lin Ming stopped in front of a stall in a larger area. The vendor was Fat Fei Man. A Fei martial artist was usually slim, compact, and graceful. It was rare to see such a fat Fei like this. The fat vendor looked a bit lackadaisical, as if he wasn't noticing anyone at all. But as he saw Lin Ming walk over, his eyes widened. Lin Ming. After Lin Ming's fight with Lan Xing, he had become infamous. He was already recognized as one of the top 10 powerhouses of Skysplit Tower's second floor. Haha, young hero Lin graces my little store. Is there anything that you need? The fat vendor grinned as he spoke. Although he was surprised to see Lin Ming here, he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he had a teasing tone. I want to exchange for some new blood demon crystals. In the trading market, the common currency was medium-grade blood demon crystals. Occasionally, there would be high-grade blood demon crystals. Low-grade blood demon crystals were never used, besides some that servants were rewarded with. No one ever used them. It was because they were simply too slow to cultivate with. Oh, would you like to exchange some medium-grade ones for high-grade? The fat vendor's eyes shined as he correctly guessed Lin Ming's thoughts. Yes, the fat vendor blinked and said, Young hero Lin is a rich man. Medium-grade blood demon crystals must be too slow for you. If you want to exchange for some high-grade blood demon crystals, then of course you can. If you exchange for at least 10, then I can do a trade with you of one for every 115. The normal conversion cost was normally 100 to 1, but in Skysplit Tower, this price was more appropriate, as high-grade blood demon crystals were much rarer. All right, Lin Ming readily agreed. I'll trade for 100. 100 high-grade blood demon crystals were equal to 11,500 medium-grade blood demon crystals. After Lin Ming acquired all of Lan Xing's wealth, this was a simple amount to produce. "Hey, I only have 30 available right now. I'll give them to you in advance." As the fat vendor spoke, he took out a small jade box from his spatial ring. He opened it, revealing rows of incomparably pure, high-grade blood demon crystals. A rich blood energy, mixed with pure heaven and earth origin energy, leaked out into the air. The young Fey girl's eyes widened as she saw over 30 high-grade blood demon crystals suddenly presented in front of her. This sight was just too visually shocking. She couldn't help but take several deep breaths, as if she wanted to suck up all the heaven and earth origin energy that the high-grade blood demon crystals were emanating. This sort of pure origin energy was extremely helpful if she could attract some into her meridians. Truly, comparing between people was ridiculous. These top geniuses already had naturally heaven-defying talents. If they also used this sort of blood demon crystal to cultivate, then the rate of their practice speed could be imagined. The young Fey girl helplessly mused to herself. Lin Ming glanced at the jade box. After he confirmed that there was the correct number, he bluntly handed out 34 50 medium-grade blood demon crystals and took the jade box. "I'll come back in a few days for the rest. 100 pieces are too few, and 200 pieces are too many." Lan Xing had more than 30,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals in his spatial ring. Lin Ming had planned to spend 20,000 of them and use the rest for cultivating. "Okay, I'll help you raise the rest within 10 days. The fat vendor promised. He wasn't some nobody from the second floor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to instantly produce 30 high-grade blood demon crystals. Lin Ming nodded. He turned to the young Fey girl and said, "Let's go and buy some array discs." "All right." Exchanging for these high-grade blood demon crystals was only a small trip. Lin Ming's main destination today was the center of the trading market, where the 100 Treasures Hall was located. 100 Treasures Hall was a store opened up by a 10-winged High Lord of Skysplit Tower. They only sold the highest quality of all high-quality items. As for battle array discs with quasi-emperor level masters, 100 Treasures Hall had the most comprehensive collection. It was several times superior to what was at the registration office. 100 Treasures Hall was 9 stories high. The surroundings were all covered and protected by different spells. After Lin Ming stepped inside, he saw that there were only 7 or 8 martial artists within. These places never had too many people, but of these 7 or 8 martial artists, Lin Ming actually recognized one. It's you?" Before Lin Ming even said anything, the other party had already spoken. Chapter 548, 8th Stage Life Destruction. Chapter 548, 8th Stage Life Destruction. Here, a black-clothed girl stood in front of Lin Ming. She wore a dark veil, and one could faintly make out the edges of her face. In terms of beauty, she did not lose at all to the Fae. She was tall and curved, and she wasn't much shorter than Lin Ming. A light, infernal energy emitted from her body that symbolized that this beautiful girl also walked the killing path. This girl was named Mook Ching. Lin Ming had encountered her along the road as he was headed to the blood slaughter steps. Her cultivation had actually increased by a small realm since he had last seen her. Only a mere month had passed. This girl's growth left Lin Ming speechless. Her talent was probably no less than Mu Qianyu's. "You're also on Skysplit Tower's second floor?" Lin Ming was surprised. With this black-clothed girl's strength, she barely qualified to reach the second floor. Within Skysplit Tower, one could enter the first level as long as they paid a blood demon crystal. But if one wished to enter the second floor, they would need a certain level of cultivation or have astonishing strength, enough that they could fight their way from the first floor. Normally, The first floor was commonly referred to as the outer city, the second floor, and above was called the inner city. Mook-Ching had once evenly fought a giant demon in the outer city. Now that her cultivation had increased by a small realm, she barely qualified for the second floor. If she entered the martial arena as she was now, she would probably be eaten alive. Is there a problem? After being completely outdone by Lin Ming in Sun Flood City, Mook-Ching had always remained somewhat unconvinced. Lin Ming laughed. I naturally don't have a problem. I just think that you. Lin Ming had wanted to give her a few words of advice, but as he thought about it, it was better if he didn't meddle in other people's business. Mook-Ching's senior apprentice brother was obviously a veteran challenger of Sky Split Tower, so he had probably figured this out himself. Have you stepped onto the martial arena stage yet? Lin Ming casually asked. I haven't. I just arrived at the second floor. My senior apprentice brother has already rented out a practice area in the second floor for me. He wants me to cultivate for a year before I test myself. As Mook-Ching spoke to hear, her lips curled. Apparently, she wasn't satisfied with Mook-Gu's arrangements. Haha, practice well first. Sky Split Tower has very good areas to cultivate in. From what I know, there are many heroic youths that come to Sky Split Tower and cultivate for a year or two before they step onto the martial stage. Lin Ming suddenly realized that Mook-Gu only allowed Mook-Ching to come to the second floor to cultivate. With her talent, she would have the qualifications to challenge the martial arena after she practiced for a year. This was certainly a good idea, but one also had to have the required resources to do so. As he was thinking, a black-clothed man walked through the doors of Hundred Treasures Hall. This person was tall, lofty, and had an imposing appearance. He exuded a faintly haughty attitude. This man was Mook-Ching's senior apprentice brother, Mook-Gu. To think that it's you? To think that we've met 3 times already. This must be the hand of fate. As soon as Mook-Gu saw Lin Ming, he cupped his fists together. He wasn't too surprised that he saw Lin Ming in Sky Split Tower. After all, when he saw Lin Ming in Sun Flood City, he had guessed that Lin Ming would most likely come to Polaris City. Mook-Gu was naturally happy if he could make friends with such a heroic youth like Lin Ming. If Lin Ming didn't die in the future, then he had high chances of approaching the Divine Sea Realm. If he could become friends with a quasi-emperor-level powerhouse, then the advantages could be imagined. Lin Ming also cupped his fists together, returning the kindness. My name is Mook-Gu. May I know yours? This was the second time that Mook-Gu had introduced himself. Lin Ming had no need to hide his identity. He said, My name is Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Mook-Gu was stunned for a moment before immediately laughing. So that's how it is. You're that human genius I've been hearing about that caused a complete blowout and also defeated Lan Xing. This is really too great of a coincidence. In truth, I should have thought about it this earlier. Mook-Gu had brought Mook-Ching to the second floor of Sky Split Tower while Lin Ming had been in closed-door seclusion. As soon as he arrived at the second floor, he had heard the rumors about Lin Ming. Originally, he assumed that someone with the skill to defeat Lan Xing would be around 24 or 25 years old, that he could still accept, but he never imagined that Lin Ming was the youth that he had bumped into at the entrance to the blood slaughter steps. He was even younger than Mook-Ching. This was seriously incredible. His previous judgment of Lin Ming had already been extremely high, but now it seems as if he had underestimated him. With Lin Ming's talent, as long as he didn't fall here, then he had over a 90% chance of becoming a divine sea powerhouse. As Mook-Gu thought of this, his smile became more radiant and welcoming. Even if he couldn't become good friends with such a person, he could at least leave a good impression so that they didn't have conflict in the future. Brother Mook's praise is too high, Lin Ming casually replied. Mook-Ching, who was standing near Mook-Gu, was staring at Lin Ming with disbelief. Her eyeballs were rapidly turning. She had just arrived at the second floor a few days ago, and this fellow was Lin Ming. To Mook Ching, a complete blowout wasn't much at all, but defeating a master of the second floor who could rank in the first tier was another matter altogether. It was somewhat hard to believe. She had accompanied Mook Gu to watch some matches in the martial arena. And although they were some of the lower-level martial artists, she couldn't help but admit that if she were the one on stage, she might not be able to defeat them. "Have you come to 100 Treasures Hall to buy some things?" Mook Gu asked, a bit curious. When he had seen Lin Ming buy a mount at Sun Flood City, he didn't seem to have any wealth on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out such a massive pile of impure, low-grade blood demon crystals to buy a second-rate mount. He really didn't know where this Lin Ming fellow came from. "I'm not here to buy things. I came to rent out some battle array discs." "Battle array discs? We're also here to rent some." 100 Treasures Hall's battle array discs all record a minimum of late revolving core powerhouses battling. There are even 6-stage and 7-stage life destruction powerhouses and quasi-emperor masters. The higher-level array discs are all on the upper floors. "Let's go up together." "Okay." The 4 of them made their way up. 100 Treasures Hall had a total of 9 floors. One could casually enter the first few, but the higher ones required necessary qualifications to enter. As they arrived at the 4th floor, a handsome servant blocked them. "Guests, please show proof of identification. Only 4-winged heavenly demon martial artists or above may enter this floor." Lin Ming didn't bother playing around and directly took out his status token. His own heavenly demon tattoo had already surpassed 4 wings, so there naturally wasn't a problem. As for Mook Gu, he was close to reaching the realm of 6-winged heavenly demon. But Mook Ching was lacking. She didn't even have the first 2 wings completed on her heavenly demon tattoo. As Lin Ming thought that Mook Ching would be barred from entering, Mook Gu took out a jade slip that looked like a pass token from a spatial ring and handed it over to the servant. The servant glanced over it and then allowed Mook Ching to enter. He even allowed the young Fey girl that accompanied Lin Ming to enter too. The young Fey girl was pleasantly surprised. After all, to a low-level martial artist like her, the higher floors of 100 Treasures Hall were a legend. She had only heard mysterious stories about this place. Lin Ming glanced at Mook Gu with surprise. He wondered just what sort of background Mook Gu had. But as he looked back at the servant, he found the servant remained calm and not particularly impressed. If Lin Ming didn't guess wrong, then that jade slip was most likely a special privilege given to the more advanced challengers of Skysplit Tower. Thinking this, Lin Ming didn't bother inquiring further. The group finally arrived at the 5th floor of 100 Treasure Hall, and a purple-robed, middle-aged man welcomed them with a jovial laugh. He dusted off his clothes and said with a smile, "What do you need?" "I want to rent battle array discs." Lin Ming said, "What cultivation boundary do you need?" "Quasi-emperor level." "Oh." The purple-robed man was startled. A quasi-emperor level battle array disc was expensive to rent. A normal martial artist wouldn't be able to afford it. "How many would you like?" 5. Lin Ming calmly replied. With this answer, not only was the purple-robed man stunned, but even Mook Gu was dazed. He had come here with Mook Ching to rent out battle array discs, but he had only planned to rent out 10 first or second stage life Destruction Master battle array discs. As for the quasi-emperor level, because of Mook Ching's repeated nagging, he finally caved in and decided to bleed a bit of heart blood and rent one for her as an eye-opener. Just this was enough to cause Mook Gu to feel a deep, painful loss. Yet Lin Ming had requested to rent out 5 in a single go. This was just too extravagant. As he turned to look at Mook Ching, he saw that she had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Apparently, she was complaining inwardly about what a stingy man he was. Mook Gu could only ruefully smile. This Lin Ming fellow really didn't care about slaughter points at all. "Please come here." The purple-robed man immediately respectfully escorted Lin Ming and the group to an elegantly furnished room. This room had a very exquisite layout. There was an antique octagonal table in the center along with 4 wicker chairs. As 2 pretty post-condensation period girls saw guests come in, they immediately carried pots of tea and kneeled down, placing cups on the table and pouring the tea. Several guests, please try this tea. This is 5-color spirit tea. It is made from 5 different specialty leaves and specially processed. Not only is the taste sublime, but it can also nourish the soul. Lin Ming nodded and took a sip. Really, this tea was very fragrant. What sort of battle array discs does young hero need? Human life destruction powerhouses? Giant demon or fey quasi-emperors? Lin Ming said, the race doesn't matter. As long as they are a quasi-emperor level master that is skilled in the concept of time, the concept of space, and the concept of wind, then it will do. I need a total of 5. When Lin Ming had caused a complete blowout, he had earned a total of 10 slaughter points. Then he had taken 3 from Lan Xing for a total of 13 points. When he rented his practice area, that cost 5 points, and when he rented the quasi-emperor battle array disc, that had been another. Now he had 7 points remaining. He could afford to spend 5 points to rent some battle array discs. The purple-robed man thought for a moment, and then said to a girl, go to the 1st pavilion, 3rd pavilion, 7th pavilion, and bring over all of the battle array discs. Yes, the young girl bowed and left. The purple-robed man said, if you want to search for a master skilled in the concepts of wind, space, and time, then I'm afraid we might not be able to collect 5. We do happen to have a top master that is familiar with the laws of space and time, and this would be consistent with young heroes' requirements, but it's only that... Only what? The purple-robed man smiled and said, this master isn't a quasi-emperor. Although his cultivation hasn't reached the divine sea realm, he is actually an 8th stage life destruction martial artist. In terms of strength, he is beyond even demon emperors and fey emperors. Lin Ming's mind stirred. 8th stage life destruction. He had heard about human 8th stage life destruction powerhouses before, but he had never seen them for himself. He never thought that there would be a battle array disc that recorded an 8th stage life destruction master. Chapter 549, Mukgu's Suggestion. Chapter 549, Mukgu's Suggestion. Lin Ming had long been looking forwards to witnessing an 8th stage life destruction master. Ever since he had arrived at the Holy Demon Continent, one fact had constantly been pounded into him. This was that humanity's talent was mediocre. In terms of bodily strength, humans were inferior to the giant demons and Goliaths. In terms of soul force, they were weaker than the imps. In terms of law affinity, they could not hold a candle to the Fae. The one small advantage that humans had was in their perception. But this wasn't an obvious trait because they weren't much better than the Fae. In such a situation, how could humans defeat other martial artists of the same level? Along with the ferals, they were constantly bullied within the Holy Demon Continent. After Lin Ming learned of this, he didn't feel comfortable. After all, he was also a human. If the talent of humanity was naturally poor, then that meant he would encounter countless difficulties in his future cultivation. It wasn't until later that he had heard about humanity's life destruction. After life destruction, one would be reborn. Slowly, their physical vitality would catch up to that of the giant demons. This was especially true of human powerhouses that reached 7 or 8 stages of life destruction. Their physical strength would instead surpass the giant demon races. An 8th-stage life destruction master would not lose in strength to a demon emperor. Thus, to humans, life destruction was a special realm associated with Revolving Core. It was a cocoon-like rebirth process. The danger were obvious, but once past, one would shatter the cocoon and emerge a butterfly, transforming into a more perfect existence. Giant demons and Goliaths did not undergo life destruction. In terms of strength, a demon emperor was on par with a divine sea master that had undergone 5 or 6 stages of life destruction. As for a 7-stage life destruction divine, sea supreme elder, a demon emperor was somewhat weaker, but compared to an 8th-stage life destruction divine sea powerhouse, they were by far inferior. Unfortunately, whether it was the Sky Spill continent or the Holy Demon continent, there were very few humans that managed to cross 8 stages of life destruction. Crossing 6 stages of life destruction was already considered elite. Most martial artists could not withstand the pressure and unimaginable pain of a single life destruction and would perish during their attempt to reach the 3rd or 4th stage. This was also the reason that it was so much more difficult for humans to produce a divine Sea Supreme Elder than it was for the giant demons to produce a demon emperor. I want to rent that array disc. How many slaughter points will it be? Lin Ming was greatly interested in this quasi-emperor level array disc, ignoring the fact that the martial artist was an 8th-stage life destruction master. What was most important was that he was a powerhouse that comprehended the laws of space and time. The laws of space and time were illusory concepts. It was rare for a human to understand them. At the same time, someone that could survive 8 stages of life destruction was even rarer. With the two combined, this human powerhouse was undoubtedly a genius amongst geniuses. In the future, perhaps he might even soar into the realm of the gods. Towards a battle array disc of such a legendary character, Lin Ming definitely wanted it. The purple-robed man said, "This battle array disc should technically require a 3-star authority, but since it's placed on the 2nd floor, a 2-star authority should barely suffice. It will require 3 slaughter points, as well as 3,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. 3 slaughter points, 3,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals." Mook Gu, who had been standing near Lin Ming, staggered as he heard this price. This sort of price was completely terrifying. Talk about scary. Lin Ming didn't hesitate to agree. Being able to look at the phantom battle of this fight was most important. Slaughter points were nice, but they could be earned again. As long as he could further his comprehensions, wasting any amount of slaughter points was worth it. The purple-robed man saw Lin Ming agree and immediately beamed with joy. This time, he didn't even ask his servant. He personally went into the storage area to retrieve the battle array disc. After the purple-robed man walked away, Mook Gu heard Mook Ching's true essence sound transmission in his ear. "Senior apprentice brother." Mook Gu's ear rang. He began to complain in his heart. If he had known about this today, then he wouldn't have followed Lin Ming up here. Who knew that this Lin Ming fellow actually didn't care about money at all? "Junior apprentice sister, please don't ask me for that quasi-emperor level battle array disc. It just isn't a price that I can afford." "It's not that. I just wanted, do you think that after Lin Ming has finished watching the battle array disc, he might let us borrow it?" Mook Gu shook his head. "Even if you want to, he might not let you. And even if he did, do you think that you are the first to think of borrowing others' battle array discs? Sky Split Tower already has rules in place regarding this. Every battle array disc has spells engraved into it. Only that specific person can watch it. Even if others wanted to, they wouldn't be able to. If they forcefully break the spells and violate the rules, then the consequences will be dire." Mook Gu's words dashed away Mook Ching's hopes, but her heart still itched with want. That was a battle array disc that recorded an 8th-stage life destruction master. This sort of character was even rarer than a general divine, Sea Supreme Elder. Let alone an 8th-stage life destruction. Even a 7th-stage life destruction was extraordinary. In the entire Holy Demon continent, there was almost 100 human divine Sea Supreme Elders. In comparison, the number of individuals that passed 8 stages of life destruction could be counted on a single hand. How could Mook Ching not want to see this battle array disc? Mook Gu was naturally able to sense Mook Ching's thoughts. He said, "Aren't you convinced yet? In fact, if you can fight for 3 slaughter points, then you can rent that battle array disc. I can help you with the blood demon crystals. Relative to 3 slaughter points, 3,000 blood demon crystals was nothing. As Mook Ching heard Mook Gu say this, she was suddenly discouraged, although she was an arrogant and proud talent of her generation. After coming to Skysplit Tower, she had been able to see that gap that existed between her and all the other heroic elite youths here. She didn't think that she would be able to acquire 3 slaughter points in a year. The purple-robed man quickly came back. He had a cube-shaped box wrapped in yellow silk. He carefully opened the silk, revealing a jade box that was sealed with layers of spells. The fine jade box was carved with exquisite patterns and was warm to the touch. The purple-robed man began to slowly unravel the spells one at a time, before handing over a heavy array disc from within the jade box to Lin Ming. Young hero, this is it. Lin Ming swept over the array disc with his divine sense, finding it hard to quell the beating excitement in his heart. He quickly took out a box of blood demon crystals from his spatial ring and passed it over to the purple-robed man. Here are 5,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. I want this array disc, as well as 2 more quasi-emperor-level battle array discs. Great. Please wait a moment. The purple-robed man smiled as he received the blood demon crystals. The reason that he could manage 100 Treasures Hall was because he had a good relationship with the 10-winged High Lord that owned this store. If 100 Treasures Hall had great profits, then he would benefit too. It looked like today would be a great deal for him. Soon, Lin Ming chose 2 array discs with the help of the purple-robed man and the servant. The 2 array discs were both recordings of quasi-fey emperors. They were respectively skilled in the concept of wind and the concepts of space and time. After Lin Ming finished, Mook Ching also found an array disc that she liked. But after being exposed to the 8th stage life destruction battle array disc that Lin Ming rented, her originally excited mood was dampened somewhat. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, since I'm several years your elder, I'll call you Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, I have a suggestion for you. Oh, Brother Mook, please speak. Lin Ming turned to listen to Mook Gu after putting away the array discs. It's about this. Does Brother Lin remember that after Lan Xing obtained his 10-win streak, he was challenged by a senior powerhouse challenger? I think it was Huyen Luo, right? Yes. Mook Gu said, the truth is, Skysplit Tower has unspoken rules. After a newcomer obtains a 10-win streak, a veteran challenger will come out for the 11th battle. This is because after a martial artist's winning streak is stopped, their slaughter point will be given to the person that can break their winning streak. Thus, everyone wants to fight in the 11th match and take away that slaughter point. There are too many monks and too little meat. Simply put, there just isn't enough to go around. Thus, the powerhouses form rules with each other to divvy up these points. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, your strength is already enough to step into the 2nd floor's 1st tier. You also have the qualifications to fight for such chances. Oh, there's something like this? Lin Ming swallowed down a cup of tea. This really was a good method to earn slaughter points. Otherwise, just relying on a winning streak to earn slaughter points was extremely limited. This was because the higher one's winning streak became, the less matches there were to be found. Mook Gu said, this is the easiest way for martial artists to obtain slaughter points in Skysplit Tower. But you have to be careful of a few people. One is the Fey Woman. Her nickname is the Sable Witch, and her fighting style is unpredictable and strange. Another one is a Goliath named Xue Man. His strength is incredible, and his nature is extremely bloodthirsty. Rarely does anyone survive after meeting him on stage. The last one is the giant demon Xing Tian. This person has already stayed on the 2nd floor for 3 years. Out of all of the martial artists on the 2nd floor, his strength is the most terrifying. What? He stayed here for 3 years? In 3 whole years, he hasn't gone to the 3rd floor? Lin Ming was surprised. When he was on the first floor, one had to go to the second floor after they reached a 12-win streak or achieved a complete blowout. But on the second floor, it seemed that no one wanted to go to the third floor. Black Rat himself had already obtained a 19-win streak on the second floor. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He asked Mook-gu, "What floor are you at?" Mook-gu said, "I'm on the third floor. With your strength, would you easily be in the second floor's first tier? It shouldn't be too difficult to earn slaughter points here." Mook-gu wryly smiled. "No, I'm already over the age limit. I can only stay on the third floor." In truth, a martial artist only needs to obtain a 20-win streak or surpass a 5-star demon general cultivation level. If they can satisfy any of these conditions, then they can enter the third floor. However, there are actually very few martial artists that desire to go to the third floor. They will only go if they arrive at the age limit. This is because it is much easier to gain slaughter points on the second floor, and the martial artists of the third floor are both older and have higher cultivations. There are many senior martial artists on the second floor that are extremely strong and have long since gained the qualifications to enter the third floor, but they actually stay at the second floor for several years. For instance, Xing Tian. He absolutely is a terrifying being. Although I'm on the third floor, I have to admit that I am far from his match. If you negotiate with him, then you have to be careful not to anger him. Although your strength is considered in the first tier here, the difference in strength between the martial artists of the first tier are enormous. This Xing Tian has already obtained a 100-win emblem. On the second floor, he is almost a king. Lin Min nodded. If he accumulated slaughter points on the second floor and exchanged them for a massive amount of resources, then in combination with painstaking cultivation, he would progress at tremendous speeds. If he continued this for 3 or 4 years, his strength would be terrifying. Lin Ming said, "I thank Brother Mook for the pointers. I will look for the veteran challengers of the second floor and negotiate for my slaughter points. Us humans are a minor group in Skysplit Tower, so we will receive unfair treatment here. If you have to fight, then fight, but if you can endure, then endure. Adapt to the situation and don't be too impulsive." Mook-gu thought for another moment and said these words. Chapter 550, Xing Tian. Chapter 550, Xing Tian. Deep within the abyss that was the source of all infernal energy, in a deep underground chamber, there was a shimmering dark space. Here, a dim candle shined in the dark. Infernal energy here was rich to the point that it condensed into a thick layer of black fog. The candlelight flickered between the black fog, shadowy and macabre. In the middle of this dark chamber floated a long table. Currently, there were 6 battle array discs on the table. These battle array discs had already been injected with energy, and phantom images appeared atop the array discs. These floating phantoms were recorded scenes of some fights of Skysplit Tower's challengers. On one of the array discs, there was even a scene playing of Lin Ming and Lan Xing's battle. Brother Shengong, this is the data on the currently listed 6 individuals. What do you think? A square-faced, 30-some-year-old-looking man opened his mouth. On his arm, there was a tattoo of a fierce demon. The size of the tattoo was several times greater than a normal martial artist's, and every texture and line of the tattoo was very clear. As one counted, this tattoo had a total of 10 wings. A 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo was the symbol of Skysplit Tower's High Lords. The third floor's by Ling and the second floor's Lin Ming are too inexperienced. There isn't any need to fear them. The one that answered was a giant demon martial artist. He also looked to be in his mid-30s, and his body was wrapped in thick chains. There was also a 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo on his arm. The square-faced man thought for a moment and said, "Although these two have a low cultivation, their talent is exceptional. If we let them develop, they might be able to threaten our status in the future. In Polar Sky Split Tower, there were a total of 12 10-winged heavenly demon high lords. If a new heavenly demon high lord was born, then they would have to split the wealth. Many of the older heavenly demon high lords didn't want to see this situation occur. In this case, when a martial artist reached an 8-winged heavenly demon tattoo, the high lords would send someone to negotiate with them. If these martial artists were willing to accept their conditions, they could become a demon envoy under their control, and both parties could be happy. If the martial artist refused, then the high lords would use a more forceful approach and cause them to be defeated on the arena stage, causing them to lose a massive amount of infernal energy. These two can be placed under closer observation. The difficult ones to deal with are the other 4, especially that fellow called Dagu. He's getting close and closer to becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon. Is he not willing to accept our conditions? The square-faced man said, Dagu is very stubborn. He simply doesn't bother with the messenger that we sent to him. Half a year ago, we started to gather together the famous 7-star heavenly demons of the 3rd floor, and now we already have 5 of them. But it's just this Dagu that is refusing to yield. His heavenly demon tattoo has already reached over 8 wings. If he defeats some more masters and has a few more chances, then he will become a 10-winged heavenly demon. Humph, his ambitions are quite lofty. To think that he actually wants to become a 10-winged heavenly demon. The more and more infernal energy one gathers in their heavenly demon tattoo, the more difficult it becomes to accumulate. However, it can be lost extremely fast. As long as he is defeated, he will lost at least 60 to 70% of his infernal energy. The giant demon surnamed Shingong sneered as he spoke. That's fine. But other than Dagu, we can't lower our guards against the others either. We have to prepare contingencies for them. We should try to finish the other 5 as soon as possible. We can leave by Ling to Gumalang. As for Lin Ming, since he's on the 2nd floor, we can have Xing Tian handle him. As the giant demon spoke to hear, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, he lit it on fire. The High Lord wants me to take care of Lin Ming, Xing Tian muttered as a bright flame flashed in front of him. He had been cultivating in his secret chamber, when the voice of High Lord Shingong sounded in his ears. Sky Split Tower was a collection of contradictions. On one hand, Sky Split Tower put out a great deal of tempting conditions such as pills, cultivation method manuals, battle array discs, and various other resources in order to attract all the geniuses of the Holy Demon Continent to come here and kill each other. Because these geniuses gathered, they brought along their various destinies. After they died, their blood would soak the ground and become the essential fertilizer for Sky Split Tower's infernal energy. But on the other hand, the High Lords of Sky Split Tower did not wish for the tower challengers to experience true growth, because if they did, then their interests would be threatened, and they would have to divide their power. Simply put, the ideal scenario that the 12 heavenly demon High Lords wished for was this. All of the geniuses of the continent would gather at Sky Split Tower. Here, they would endlessly kill each other until there was no one left, bringing and leaving the massive amount of wealth and resources that they had accumulated in their lives, while their blood became the water that nourished Sky Split Tower's source of infernal energy. Or, if an individual was to grow, then they would obey the 12 High Lords and work as their minion, maintaining the daily operations of Sky Split Tower for them. If this didn't work, then they could reluctantly accept that this genius would leave Sky Split Tower before becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon. Although they would take away a massive amount of infernal energy and wealth with them, they wouldn't harm the essential infernal energy of Sky Split Tower. It could be said that any genius that wished to become a 10-winged High Lord was their enemy. They would do anything to stop them, even if it meant killing them. Regarding the great sects that lay behind these geniuses, the 10-winged High Lords simply didn't care. nor were they afraid of any retaliation. This was because the blood slaughter steps were forbidden grounds for the strong due to the mysterious curse that existed here. Any top powerhouse from the outside would die a miserable death if they came, and even emperor-level powerhouses were no exception. This way, the 12 ten-winged High Lords were the local tyrants of Polaris City. Here, they were gods. I didn't expect that this Lin Ming would have developed his heavenly demon tattoo to such an extent after just arriving at the second floor, at least enough that the High Lord is concerned. If this boy grows up, he could be quite an interesting match. But since the High Lord has given the command, I will eliminate him. Xing Tian extinguished the flame with his hand and slowly stood up. If Lin Ming were a giant demon, fey, or even imp, then the High Lords might be more agreeable to cooperate. But humans would not receive this preferential treatment. At this moment, another flame lit in front of Xing Tian. This was a sound-transmitting talisman sent from Sable Witch. As Xing Tian heard the sound-transmitting talisman's message, he smiled. How fun! This is just too interesting. I didn't think that this fellow Lin Ming would actually want to see. Xing Tian revealed a thoughtful look, then lifted his feet to leave his chamber. The southeast corner of Skysplit Tower's second floor was the most degenerate and depraved area of Skysplit Tower. It was a derelict area that was spooky to walk through. As one walked down the streets, they could see all sorts of restaurants and brothels. There were even prostitutes standing in the streets naked, exposing their bodies to attract potential customers. There were no taboos here. In the deepest section of this region, there was an extremely luxuriously decorated restaurant. The martial artists referred to this place as the Midnight Gloom Restaurant. This restaurant occupied over 1/3 of the road. Here were the most beautiful slaves of the entire second floor and the most exotic singers. There was a cellar filled with 1,000-year wine, great treasure materials, and the most tasty meals. Of course, the cost of patronizing this establishment was staggering. A single glass of wine costing dozens or even hundreds of medium-grade true essence stones was a normal matter. Any non-top powerhouse of the second floor would not have the courage to set foot in here. The Midnight Gloom Restaurant didn't have many guests. They didn't even add up to half of the staff. When Lin Ming first entered the restaurant, he felt a jolt in his heart. At the hall of the restaurant, there was a row of 20 to 30 carefully chosen Fey girls. These Fey girls had exceptional appearances even among the Fey. These girls were all 17 or 18 years old, and all of them wore completely transparent clothing, exposing their beautiful curves and the creamy white skin of their thighs. Whenever a guest arrived, these girls would greet them with the sweetest smiles. As for the attendants in the main hall, they all served on their knees. They served food on their knees, poured wine on their knees, and even had to accept the harassment of some guests on their knees. Although these young girls wore clothes that exposed their bodies, most of them were in fact virgins. They had been trained for a long time and were all skilled in a variety of techniques. If one wished to obtain a slave from here, they would have to pay over 1,000 blood demon crystals. In the outside world, this was an extreme price that only an idiot would pay. Before arriving, Lin Ming had already become accustomed to the debauched and degenerate lifestyle of Skysplit Tower. But as he saw this scene, he couldn't help but marvel. In order to satisfy every desire of the guests, the owner of this restaurant pulled out every stop. As he arrived at outside of a reserved room, a Fey slave knelt on the ground and began to help Lin Ming take off his shoes. Then she held Lin Ming's feet and pressed them against her full breasts. In the Midnight Gloom Restaurant, it was accustomed to warm one's feet on the milky, white breasts of a slave. Lin Ming had no interest in stepping on the chest of a woman who had probably been trampled on all her life. He drew his foot back and coldly said, "You can leave." Yes, the slave was surprised, but respectfully excused herself. Lin Ming lifted his feet and entered the room. As he saw the scene inside, he frowned. Xing Tian was lounging back, surrounded by 5 exposed Fey girls. Behind him A girl had placed his head between her creamy breasts as she rubbed his temples. The other four were all massaging his hands and feet. They were beating, kneading, or even rubbing with their breasts. As for Xing Tian himself, he had a very enjoyable expression. His eyes were squinted, and he looked completely indifferent to Lin Ming's arrival. Lin Ming quietly entered the room, sitting in front of Xing Tian. After a long time, Xing Tian opened his eyes and lazily said, "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Ming put down a glass and emotionlessly said, "In Sky Split Tower, the main method to obtain slaughter points is to end a winning streak. As far as I know, anyone that belongs in the first tier can obtain these points depending on their own strength, and everyone has a chance to divide the spoils. I want the portion that belongs to me." After Xing Tian heard Lin Ming's words, he smiled. His smile grew more and more wide until finally he began to keel over with laughter. All of the surrounding Fey girls were frightened by his behavior. Lin Ming's frown deepened. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Is it so funny? Ha! So this is the reason that you're looking for me. You are so ridiculously stupid." Chapter 551, Decided Battle. Chapter 551, Decided Battle. Kia. Lin Ming scowled. He put down his wine cup and coldly looked at the chuckling Xing Tian. "Are you done laughing?" Hee. Xing Tian licked his lips and insidiously smiled, his eyes cold. "On Sky Split Tower's second floor, no one has dared to speak to me like that in years. That is because you haven't gone to the third floor yet. What's so funny about my question?" Lin Ming glared at Xing Tian with determination. He didn't fear Xing Tian's pressure. Xing Tian sneered. The infernal energy on his body becoming richer. "You've got guts, but I don't really know if that's brave or stupid. I have 100 ways to make sure you never arrive at your practice area after leaving the Midnight Gloom restaurant. You can try." Lin Ming indifferently said. There was no fear on his face. "Humph!" Xing Tian coldly snorted, and a murderous light flashed in his eyes. Killing Lin Ming outside of the martial arena could only be done as a last-ditch resort. Sky Split Tower amassed its great wealth from the massive number of heroic elites that came here. This was their basis. If followers of the 10-winged High Lords were found to be wantonly killing top talents here, then who would dare to come? Within the Holy Demon Continent, Sky Split Tower always had a mysterious quality to it. Many geniuses came here for adventure and experience, desiring the rich source of infernal energy as well as the greater amount of cultivation resources here. But they never realized that they themselves were the best fertilizer for the infernal energy here. The high-level characters of Sky Split Tower always hoped that these top geniuses would all die here, but none of them dared to go out and randomly assassinate them. Otherwise, if they did this once or twice and continued, it would inevitably lead to suspicions. Thus, the Heavenly Demon High Lords would use their minions to get rid of these individuals with the potential to grow. As for the Heavenly Demon High Lords themselves, they would never personally act. They would rather allow a top genius to become a 10-winged heavenly demon than damage the reputation of Sky Split Tower. This could be considered Sky Split Tower's bottom line for how it handled matters. There were even some sects with incredibly deep histories that were well aware of Sky Split Tower's secrets, but they still sent their young heroic elites out to Sky Split Tower to adventure. As long as they were strong, then they had no fear. Looking at the greater picture, even if they were weak, they could still leave after becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon. This way, both parties would be winners. Of course, Lin Ming didn't know any of this. Xing Tian suddenly slyly smiled and restrained all of the infernal energy that he had been emitting. "Hee, since you want to end others' winning streaks, then I'll be happy to oblige you." Lin Ming was silent. He had originally been prepared for rejection, but never thought that Xing Tian would agree with him. Xing Tian laid down his wine cup and playfully said, leave your sound transmission mark. When it's time for you to appear on stage, I will inform you. Lin Ming left behind his sound transmission mark. Since he had no need to chit-chat with this fellow, he got up and left. After Lin Ming left, Xing Tian savagely smiled. Then he began to take out another sound-transmitting talisman. After Lin Ming left the Midnight Gloom restaurant, he returned to his own practice room. He took off his shirt and sat on the cold stone bed, beginning to meditate. This Xing Tian obviously intends to kill me. On Skysplit Tower's second floor, those martial artists with the strength to rank in the first tier should be able to obtain the chance to end others' winning streaks. But I'm different because I am a human, and just this reason is why Xing Tian wants to kill me? Or were some of the giant demons I killed before his family or friends? Lin Ming thought for a bit longer, but wasn't able to come up with a concrete reason. In any case, regardless of the results, he had to be ready to deal with whatever came his way. Lin Ming did not fear challenges. Rather, he feared stepping on stage to an empty and floundering silence where no one would dare to fight him. He took out the battle array disc from his spatial ring that recorded the fight of the 8th stage life destruction martial artist. After he adjusted his mental condition and relaxed, he injected true essence into the battle array disc. Immediately, a series of phantom illusions shot forth from the array disc. The battlefield was a vast and limitless desert, tens of thousands of feet in the air. A white-robed man was flying, holding a sword in both hands. This man had a very easygoing atmosphere to him. With his loose long hair, he looked a bit lazy and contemptuous. If it wasn't for him being the only human in the phantom illusions, then Lin Ming wouldn't have imagined that this man was an 8th stage life destruction human powerhouse. The last time I saw the battle of a quasi-emperor, although I wasn't able to feel an aura from the illusions, I still felt tense and apprehensive. But this time, as I'm looking at this 8th stage life destruction senior, it's as if I'm looking at an ordinary person. To be able to return to one's own origin to this degree, it really is startling. Not just that, but he only looks to be in his 20s to 30s. After a martial artist reaches life destruction, their lifespan will be greatly lengthened. But to be able to maintain such a youthful appearance means that he stepped into the life destruction realm at a very young age. This senior is absolutely a pinnacle existence among all emperor-level talents. A saint-level talent would stop growing at the first stage of life destruction. An emperor-level talent had the qualifications to step into the divine sea. Of course, there were enormous disparities within the divine sea. A 5th stage life destruction divine sea master could probably be instantly killed by an 8th stage life destruction divine sea powerhouse. As Ming thought this, he also looked over to the human man's match. The man actually had 2 opponents. One was a giant demon, and the other was an imp. Without a doubt, both were at the quasi-emperor level. To think that he's facing off against 2 people. The giant demon race has a powerful body, and they excel at close combat fighting. The imp race has a formidable soul force and excels at long-distance attacks. One can attack from afar, while the other engages the opponent in combat. This is extremely difficult to deal with. I wonder how this senior will handle this. Lin Ming waited with bated breath. At this time, the quasi-emperor giant demon moved first. He grabbed a massive mountain axe and moved forwards. An earth-shattering wave of true essence surged forwards, causing countless tiny space cracks to appear everywhere. Although this was only an illusion of the fight, Lin Ming still felt this heaven-destroying attack. But that 8th stage life destruction human powerhouse only wildly laughed. He grabbed his sword and rushed straight in. He's going to fight him head on. Lin Ming's eyes shined. If a human fought a giant demon, they would normally have to depend on their speed to win. If both collided in a frontal attack, then the human would be far inferior to the giant demon. But this senior, facing this giant demon's great strike that seemed to sunder the heavens, rushed straight in without a moment's hesitation. From the moment that the sword and mountain axe smashed into each other, sparkling light illuminated the world. Even though there was no sound coming from the phantom illusions, Lin Ming could still imagine the terrifying explosions that even washed the clouds away. The giant demon was forced back. Lin Ming watched with wide eyes as the giant demon was cut by the human sword and sent soaring back. The giant demon spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly heavily injured. But at this moment, the quasi-emperor imp's withered lips moved, and he spat out a number of purple seals. The human senior saw this and sneered. His sword stabbed forth. And although they were separated by a full distance of 10,000 feet, an incredible scene occurred. The sword simply ignored the 10,000-foot distance and pierced towards the quasi-emperor imp's front. It was as if space itself had been squeezed together and then pierced by that human powerhouse's sword. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with naked light as he closely tracked this sword. The terrifying utilization of this concept caused his mind to tremble. The quasi-emperor imp panicked. He wanted to dodge this sword, but the space around him suddenly tightened, completely blocking off his every escape route. Pooh! A sword pierced the heart. The sword twisted, drawing out a river of blood. The quasi-emperor imp was split in half. He died. Lin Ming was completely shocked. A quasi-emperor master had died like this. The quasi-emperor giant demon began to panic, his face paling. He apparently hadn't expected that this human powerhouse's strength would be so terrifying. He paused for a moment and then decisively turned to escape. But at this moment, another implausible scene occurred. The quasi-emperor giant demon's speed suddenly slowed. Although he was trying to fly away with all his strength, his speed wasn't any faster than a revolving core powerhouse's. It was like he had fallen into a swamp, struggling to move. By now, the human senior had caught up. A sword stabbed forth. This sword seemed slow, but it actually instantly appeared right behind the giant demon, just where his heart was. The quasi-emperor giant demon wanted to turn around to block this attack, but his speed was caught in a time swamp, and he wasn't able to move in time. Ultimately, the human powerhouse's sword pierced his heart from behind. Blood shot into the wind. The quasi-emperor giant demon died on the spot. The phantom illusions ended here. Lin Ming let out a long breath. Inexplicably shocked, 2 great quasi-emperors had been killed in 3 sword strikes. Compared to 8 stages of life destruction, a quasi-emperor giant demon and imp were far too lacking. Also, this senior was a genius at comprehending laws, and had even understood the vague laws of time and space. Thus, all of this together results in a one-sided battle, with the other side being cleanly killed off. Humans' talent wasn't weak. It was just that the trials they endured were far too cruel. How many people were able to reach the 8th stage of life destruction? But the more arduous this challenge was, the more Lin Ming was excited. He did not fear the demands of these trials. He only feared that he wouldn't have the chance to even take these trials. This human senior's 2 swords seemed to contain limitless mysteries. I don't know how much I'll be able to perceive through meditation. Lin Ming thought. Just as he was preparing himself to undergo masochistic closed-door seclusion, a fire flashed in front of him. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. Right after, Xing Tian's voice sounded in Lin Ming's ear. "Human boy, you're in luck. 5 days from now, you will have a chance. A martial artist will obtain a 10-win streak. If you're afraid of dying, then don't come. Don't complain to me that I never gave you the chance." So quick, Lin Ming pinched out the fire and sneered. No matter what tricks this fellow was trying, he didn't need to bother with it. As long as he had absolute superiority in strength, then there was no need to fear anything. 5 days should be enough for me to meditate on this battle array disc. I might even have some time left over to enhance my cultivation. As Lin Ming thought of this, he completely put aside the matter of the pending battle. He quickly entered the ethereal martial intent and immersed himself in perceiving the laws. During this time, in a dark room at the Midnight Gloom restaurant, Xing Tian was drinking millennia-aged wine. He was wickedly grinning at a black-skinned man. "Su Man, I remember you wanted to earn your 70-win streak. That fool Lin Ming is actually thinking of ending others' winning streaks to gain slaughter points. I think it's quite appropriate for you to go on stage." Ha 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 ha. Big brother, although this Lin Ming's talent is good, in the end, he is just a naive newcomer. You want me to go up? He's just a dumb rookie. I might not even get a win if I defeat him, Shui Man said as he tore off a large chunk of barbecue, dissatisfaction heavy in his voice. Chapter 552, Middle Xiantian Realm. Chapter 552, Middle Xiantian Realm. Xing Tian said, "I also think the High Lord is making a big deal over nothing. Although this human's talent is decent, he hasn't developed enough that we need to bother with him. It would be better if we wait several years and have him solve some potential problems for us before we act again." In Sky Split Tower, letting the geniuses kill each other was the best method to solve all the potential threats. If two strong challengers fought each other, then one of them would be wounded. Lan Xing originally would have been considered a strong threat, but he actually fell at Lin Ming's hands. In any case, this is a direct command handed down by the High Lord. Since it's so, we have to handle this situation. This is mainly because he is a human. If he were a giant demon or Goliath, then High Lord would have been glad to train him. While cultivating in the practice area, Lin Ming was unaware of all that was happening around him. He was in a peculiar state. He grasped his spear, thrusting out again and again, without a single ounce of true essence infused into it. With Lin Ming's spear speed, he could have thrust out hundreds of times in a single moment, where even the afterimages would link together, and where he wouldn't cause a single drop of water to splash if he hit a lake. But currently, Lin Ming's spear speed wasn't fast. Rather, it was slow to the point where even a mortal could clearly see it. Without true essence, without the limit of speed, Lin Ming's spear looked like it was from a martial arts rookie. If his old instructor from the Seven Profound Martial House saw him now, he would certainly criticize that his foundation was weak and give his spear play a bad grade. It was just that there was something special about Lin Ming's spear moves, whether it was his speed or trajectory. Both were constantly changing, giving off an unpredictable feeling. Sometimes it would start fast and then slow down, or start out in a straight line and then diverge midway. These strange spear moves seemed very uncoordinated. Time passed slowly. As the sand in the hourglass slowly dripped down, Lin Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's spear shadow began to twist. Although the purple comet spear was straight, it seemed to erratically flit around like an ubiquitous phantom. 3 days passed, 5 days, 10 days. Before going into closed-door cultivation, Lin Ming had taken 3 fasting pills to ward off hunger. Now he had completely forgotten about time and the match that was to be held in 5 days. In the dark, he practiced his spear, ignorant of everything else. In this practice area rich with infernal energy, the infernal energy was gradually pushed around by Lin Ming's spear powers. Every spear thrust was filled with killing intent, although there was no true essence behind it. For some strange reason, when facing the spear, it seemed to be like facing an unstoppable army. The spear seemed to confuse space and time itself, making one unable to accurately determine just where the spear was. Lin Ming didn't know how many spear strikes he had practiced, but the great hourglass in the corner of the room had already been cleaned of sand. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. In that instant, all of the infernal energy he cultivated was coiled into a whirlpool that centered on Lin Ming's Dantian, compressing into essence. Middle Xiantian Realm. Lin Ming let out a long breath, his heart overjoyed. He had finally broken through to the Middle Xiantian realm. If he could enter the revolving core realm, he would have the ability to return to the South Horizon region. Lin Ming glanced over at the hourglass in the corner of the room. Because the sand had already drained down, he didn't know how long he had spent here. Every turn of the hourglass was 4 days, so it must have been at least 4 days. Over 4 days passed like that. Lin Ming was stunned a bit. He thought it had only been 14 or 15 hours. Xing Tian said, "I had a 5-day deadline. I wonder whether I passed it or not." Well, even if I did, it doesn't matter. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then passed a sound transmitting talisman to the young Fey girl. After he asked what day it was, and then received her reply, he froze. It was the Silkfire month rain-glazed day. Counting the days since he entered, it had been a total of 30 days. He had cultivated here for 30 days. Lin Ming found this hard to believe. Although when a martial artist went into seclusion, it was normal if they did so for 8 to 10 years at a time. But Lin Ming had never experienced such a long closed-door seclusion before. Just like that, 30 days had passed in a flash. But for him, it felt like it had only been several hours. It was said that cultivation was timeless. If so, then when I reached the revolving core realm, going into closed-door seclusion for 30 days unaware would be nothing. If I were a life-destruction powerhouse or divine sea supreme elder, then even dozens of years might pass in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming looked inward and inspected his dantian and meridians. He found that in his dantian, the true essence cyclone, there had already condensed a bit of liquid mist. His foundation couldn't be any more solid. This sort of cultivation effect had far exceeded Lin Ming's hopes. I don't know if it's because I entered into an ethereal state or because of the high degree of my spiritual concentration, but the effects of these last 30 days have been far better than usual. Not only did I gain new insights into the concepts of space and time, but my cultivation has firmly stepped into the Middle Xiantian realm. If this continues, I wonder if I can reach the revolving core realm before I turn 20 years old. Normally, a saint-level talent like Mu Qinyu would be able to reach the revolving core realm by 30 years of age. A normal emperor-level talent would be able to reach the revolving core realm at around 25 or 26 years of age. For someone to reach the revolving core realm at 20 years of age, that could be considered unprecedented within the Sky Spill continent. F***CK. Big brother, we've been tricked by that boy. Shui Man was angrily shouting in a restaurant. He had already let out the word that he would fight against Lin Ming 5 days after obtaining his 70 win streak, but then not even his shadow was seen. Now an entire 30 days had passed by. This boy clearly knows he isn't my match, so he's trying to avoid me. He's hiding in his practice area and not coming out. In front of Shui Man, Xing Tian was also frowning. If Lin Ming stayed in that top-grade practice area, then there just wasn't anything they could do to him. That boy isn't as stupid as we thought. I thought he was a hot-headed emotional idiot, but to think that he was actually so cautious. Maybe he'll be like Lan Xing and hide away, cultivating for an entire year. An entire year with his talent, then a year later. Even if I can defeat him, I would still have to put in some effort. Shui Man hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't think too highly of Lin Ming's current strength, he had to acknowledge that human boy's latent talent. It doesn't matter. Even if we give him more time to cultivate, he'll have to come out sooner or later. I remember that he only rented out that practice area for 50 days. If he just cultivates with nothing else, then there's no reason to come to Skysplit Tower to begin with. If he doesn't experience true combat, then he will inevitably encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation. There was no martial artist that could rely on just closed-door training to repeatedly break through the shackles of martial arts. They had to go into the wide world, experiencing and adventuring. As Xing Tian spoke, a bright flame sparked in front of him. After hearing the message, he smiled and said, "Hee, I never thought this fellow to be so restless. He's already come out, and now he's bathing at the Morning Dew Inn. Shui Man's eyes brightened. Then, let's go to the martial arena. I wonder if this boy will dare to follow. Xing Tian slyly smiled. Don't worry. That sound, transmitting talisman, just now was from that boy. He said to me that he forgot about the time because he was cultivating, and that's what took him so long. He also asks me if he can make up the missed opportunity to enter the stage. Shui Man listened, paused, and then burst out in great laughs. That boy is really in a hurry to die. I thought he was being careful and afraid to come out, but now it looks like I was just worrying too much. Shui Man, don't underestimate him. Although his cultivation is low, his strength isn't. He might have hidden trump cards, so be careful. Heh, don't worry, I'm well aware. News of Shui Man's match with Lin Ming spread like a tidal wave. With a 70-win streak, Shui Man was one of the second floor's top masters. The heavenly demon tattoo on his arm had already condensed 6 wings. At his level, it was already difficult to accumulate a higher winning streak unless he ascended to the 3rd level. With Shui Man acting, it required notification ahead of time in order to attract all the masters. Otherwise, it would just be a complete blowout. Oh, Shui Man is fighting today. In a deteriorated section on the 2nd floor's southeast area, a martial artist just obtained this news. Hey, if Shui Man goes on stage, then he's just playing around. It's probably going to be a clownish mess. Another martial artist quickly dismissed the idea. Shui Man is too ruthless. There are rarely any survivors. The average person wouldn't dare to challenge him. But Skysplit Tower's 2nd floor is a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although Shui Man is one of the top masters here, there are several martial artists that aren't weak either. There's a chance that one of them managed to break through a realm and declared war on Shui Man. After all, Shui Man has obtained a 70-win streak. If he were defeated, not only could someone obtain 7 slaughter points, but they'll also be able to take a certain portion of their winning streak. Let's go. We'll head to the martial arena and see what's going on. There were many people that shared this idea. Soon, a great number of martial artists gathered at the martial arena quickly filled up the auditorium. Most of them had come to join in on the fun. Over 20 days ago, Shui Man had just obtained his 70-win streak. Now, within the entire 2nd floor, there wasn't anyone that could threaten him besides Xing Tian. Now, with him personally going on stage, it would just be a bunch of theatrics. Nothing much would come of it. In this group of people, Lin Ming had changed into a new set of blue robes and entered the martial arena. The reason that Lin Ming had contacted Xing Tian was entirely for slaughter points. Right now, he only had a mere 2 slaughter points on him. Once his rental time was up for the top-grade practice area, he would not have the slaughter points to renew it, so he would have to go to a lower-level practice area. Lin Ming certainly didn't want this to happen. At this moment on stage, there was currently a match happening between a giant demon and a Goliath. Lin Ming glanced over before ignoring it. If the other party's strength was poor, then there was no reason to watch it. Lin Ming quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state and sat with his eyes closed in meditation. Many of the surrounding martial artists recognized Lin Ming, but weren't concerned with him. The reason that they came today was for Shui Man, although Lin Ming's limelight was bright. In the end, he was still a newcomer, and thus naturally inferior to an established powerhouse. You think that someone will challenge Shui Man? A martial artist suddenly asked. I think Crazy Dog might do it. Half a year ago he challenged Shui Man, and although he was defeated, he was able to retreat with his life intact. Against Shui Man, there aren't many that can leave alive. I heard that Crazy Dog went into closed-door seclusion after his defeat. Today should also be the day that he comes out. It's impossible for Crazy Dog to come out. As far as I know, he still has 1 month left to cultivate. I think the one stepping up this time might be that Fey Sable Witch. Chapter 553, Fighting Schweman. Chapter 553, Fighting Schweman. As the people were discussing, Lin Ming heard the names of two masters, Crazy Dog and Sable Witch. These two individuals had strength that could be considered in the top 10. They already had the qualifications to enter the third floor, but they refused and chose to stay on the second instead. At this time, the match occurring on the arena stage was finally settled. The Goliath Master was lying face down in a pool of his own blood before he was lifted away by the arena staff. But the giant Demon Master wasn't much better off. He had several severe wounds on his body, and he had used up nearly all of his demon essence. Congratulations to Zhang Gao for another victory. Now, this is already his fourth win. We applaud this victory and wish him greater glories in the future. A black-clothed referee announced as he stepped on stage, helping Zhang Gao leave. Then, an even more excited expression crossed his face. He shouted loudly, "Now, I would like to cordially invite the Supermaster of the second floor, who has obtained a 70-win streak on stage. Welcome, Schweman." The black-clothed referee's voice seemed to contain a tremulous power. When he announced Schweman's name, the entire martial arena broke out in cheers. Many of the Fey women issued piercing screams. Not only were they not afraid of Schweman's bloodthirsty nature, but rather it was a symbol of his majestic and domineering nature. To the audience's loud cheers, the bare-chested Schweman carried a two-bladed mountain axe onto the stage. He was 10 feet tall, and muscles burst out from his body as if his body couldn't contain them. His skin was dark like iron, and his hair was very peculiar, a tight bun twisted on top with everything else shaved off. Whether it was his head, face, or anywhere else on his body, he was entirely covered with scars, as if he had been hewed down by sabers, pierced by swords, scratched with claws, or torn with teeth. All of these scars could have been eliminated with some precious medicines, but Schweman happily left them on his body as mementos, because these were all the prized symbols of his countless killings. After Schweman strode on stage, he stood there like an iron tower. The temperature around him lowered because of the thick infernal energy that coiled around him. Beside Schweman, the black-clothed referee only reached his shoulders. The referee shouted, "In the last 4 months, Schweman has come on stage 4 times." But no one dared to challenge Schweman for 3 of those. So Schweman has only won a single match during that period. Now, Schweman has finally obtained his 70-win streak. If someone can defeat Schweman, they can obtain 7 slaughter points as well as a massive amount of infernal energy, and also a part of his winning streak count. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, if the winning streak of the 2 opposing challengers had a difference over 30, then the winning party could obtain a certain portion of the winning streak. This sort of rule was to avoid situations in which someone appeared that was too overwhelmingly strong and after just a few matches would not find anyone else to fight them, only meeting empty silences on stage, and thus be unable to accumulate a winning streak. Which brave martial artist is willing to challenge Schweman and obtain ultimate glory? The referee's voice resounded throughout the entire martial arena. He poured demon essence into his words, causing them to reverberate through everyone's hearts. However, not a single martial artist was willing to budge. Schweman was simply an ancient vicious beast in human form. His most terrifying aspect lay in his strength. In terms of brute strength, he might even surpass Xing Tian. Many of Schweman's opponents had been ripped apart by his hands. He had even torn apart many treasures with just his bare fists. This sort of bloody and savage way of killing left people trembling in fear. If one were to be defeated by Schweman, then their fate was to be torn apart. If this were a normal martial artist, then there might have been some experienced fighters willing to step on stage. But against Schweman, no one had the courage to do so. What use were slaughter points, infernal energy, or winning streaks if one didn't have their life? The audience was in chaos. They began to turn around, looking for a martial artist that was qualified to step on stage. But Sable Witch and Crazy Dog were not present. There was Fong Ling, whose strength ranked around 5th or 6th in the second floor, but he was sitting there calmly with his eyes closed, meditating, apparently with no intention of moving. If Fong Ling isn't going to go up, then is nothing going to happen? Some of the martial artists that deliberately came to watch the fun were disappointed. As everyone was speculating, Lin Ming stood up and crossed the arena. As he arrived on the edge of the stage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ming, on Skysplit Tower's second floor, Lin Ming was already a bit famous for being the #1 newcomer. Thus there were some martial artists that knew him and called his name. But a newcomer was still a newcomer. They were unable to compare with a veteran challenger. They were in two completely separate groups. The gap between them was just too great. Lin Ming wished to challenge Xue Man. "Haha, young hero Lin, you must challenge Xue Man?" the referee asked excitedly. Lin Ming against Xue Man, the #1 newcomer against a top veteran challenger. This would be an absolutely magnificent match. For this sort of great match, the martial arena would normally collect admission fees, and the price would be quite high too. "Yes, I want to challenge Xue Man," Lin Ming unquestionably said. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread throughout the entire martial arena. Suddenly, the entire martial arena quieted in response. Lin Ming had disappeared a month ago. Chance was that he had gone into closed-door cultivation. And now, after leaving, the first battle he chose was actually to fight against Xue Man. Xue Man's savage reputation had already spread throughout the entire Skysplit Tower. It was impossible that Lin Ming wasn't aware of the great pile of bones that Xue Man rose from, and yet he still dared to challenge him. This act, this self-confidence, could only be described by one word: crazy. If Lin Ming was a complete newcomer, then others might say he was a stupid fool. But 1 month ago, Lin Ming had gone against all odds and killed Lan Xing. Not just that, but it was a completely one-sided affair. With this battle on his belt, no one dared to call Lin Ming stupid, because he had the capital to act arrogant. However, Xue Man had already obtained a 70-win streak, and in this case, besides Xue Man himself, no one knew where the limits of his strength were. Even though Lin Ming had absolutely no data on Xue Man, he still dared to challenge him. This self-confidence, this rampant and aloof nature that went deeper than bone, caused the audience to tremble with fear. What a frightening young man. No one was discussing what Lin Ming's chances of winning were at this moment. Just the fact that he stepped up was an act that the martial artists present couldn't help but admire. Even the 6th-ranked Fong Lin did not have the guts to do this. Seeing Lin Ming calmly step on stage, a martial artist suddenly realized something. He quickly picked up a sound-transmitting talisman and lit it. "Third brother, there's about to be an explosive match in the martial arena. Hurry up and come." "I'm busy right now. What the hell sort of explosive match are you blathering about? Isn't it Xue Man going on stage this time? I thought no one would dare to face him. What sort of fool decided to bring death onto himself and challenge Xue Man?" The martial artist was currently pressing a beautiful fey woman underneath him and venting all of his pent-up emotions. After he received the sound-transmitting talisman, he reluctantly responded to it. I don't know whether he's stepping up to die, but the one on stage isn't an idiot. It isn't Sable Witch or Crazy Dog or even Fong Lin, but is the #1 newcomer, Lin Ming. Chapter 554. Supernatural Strength. Chapter 554. Supernatural Strength. What? Are you joking with me? The martial artist that had been happily enjoying himself was suddenly shocked. In a sense, Lin Ming challenging Xue Man was even more startling than the Sable Witch or Crazy Dog. The Sable Witch's strength was more or less understood, but Lin Ming's strength was an enigma. If he could fight Xue Man and even make him struggle, then that would be an incredible feat. If this was true, then not only would he be an emperor-level talent, but one that was among the upper echelons. "Save a seat for me. I'm coming right away." The martial artist pushed off the sexy Fey woman. The Fey woman fell onto her, but giving a yelp as she rubbed the pain away. The martial artist ignored the woman's charmingly cute anger as he tossed on some clothes and rushed over to the martial arena. This scene repeated itself in many places. There were powerhouses that came not just for the fun, but also to see what sort of hidden strength Xue Man and Lin Ming had. Of these two, one was a current superstar of the second floor, and the other was a rising nova, having a better understanding of them, and the second floor was only beneficial. In the future, if they encountered some incident that was related to this, they could be safer. The referee intentionally slowed down the start of the match in order to allow the streaming martial artists to enter the stadium. All of the martial artists that were already inside did not need to pay an admission fee, but the rest of the martial artists that arrived had to pay an admission fee of 80 blood demon crystals. The audience in the martial arena kept growing larger and larger. Xue Man looked at Lin Ming with hunger in his eyes. "Hee, little boy, you've got guts to come up. You're quite good. It's too bad. You once had a future and even a chance of becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. Do you know why I love to kill geniuses? That's because every time I imagine these future overlords of their lands dying by my hands, my blood boils with ecstasy." As Xue Man spoke, a crazy light appeared on his smiling face. But Lin Ming only looked at him with calm indifference and said, "So, you're saying that in our battle there will be no giving up and death will decide victory and defeat? Victory and defeat? Hee, you don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation you're in. When we start, that will be the beginning of my grand killing feast." Xue Man suddenly extracted his axe and smashed it against the ground. With an explosive sound, cracks spread out like a growing spiderweb. Even the strange golden floor underneath the tiles was ripped apart. This simple movement had caused a gaping hole to appear in the ground. Xue Man's brute strength was truly startling. Lin Ming glanced at the hole in the ground. He slowly leveled his purple comet spear and said, "Show me what you've got." He truly didn't know where the limits of Xue Man's strength lay. In this match, he would not underestimate his opponent. "Hee, as you wish." "Earth Splitter," Xue Man shouted. Without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, he grasped his axe with both hands and rushed towards Lin Ming. The physical strength of a Goliath's body was in no way inferior to a giant demon's, and Xue Man's own strength was that of an extreme top master. As he dashed forwards, his charging impact strength far exceeded everyone else on the second floor. As Xue Man shot forwards, all of the tiles underneath his feet shattered under the pressure. A terrifying, imposing aura erupted out of him, as if he himself were an unassailable army of one. The entire audience trembled with fear. Lin Ming stared at the rushing Xue Man, and his mind unconsciously fell back to the battle array disc he had seen. That 8th stage life destruction senior had faced a similar situation. When the quasi-emperor giant demon had rushed at him, that senior had sent the giant demon flying away with a single sword strike. The trajectory of that strike path appeared in Lin Ming's mind. In that instant, Lin Ming was enlightened. He did not open the heretical god force. Instead, he directly faced Xue Man, his spear thrusting force. His strike carried the potential of raging rivers and towering mountains. Nobody expected that Lin Ming would actually meet Xue Man in a head-to-head collision. The purple comet spear was a flexible spear. The spear shaft was as thick as an arm and 9 feet 9 inches long. This weapon was meeting the impact of a mountain axe that weighed tens of thousands of genes. Not just that, but Lin Ming was only a human. Humanity had never excelled in frontal combat, and matches of pure strength. Madness. Absolute madness. In that moment, everyone had this idea pass through their hearts. However, they weren't able to say anything in that split second. The purple comet spear was like a violet dragon that crashed into the vast sea, mercilessly meeting the mountain axe. Bang! The spear point and axe blade collided, the two completely disproportionate weapons ramming into each other. Light shot out everywhere. True essence and demon essence twisted together in a vortex of energy that shot into the sky. All of the surrounding tiles were completely torn off the floor, and massive amounts of crushed stones shot out like arrows. All of the martial artists that sat in the first row were overwhelmed by the shock wave of energy that surged over them, causing their blood to overturn. They had no choice but to push their bodily true essence to the limit and barely resist this force. Of these people, none of them were weak. The reason that they had been pushed back in such a distressed manner was completely because the outbreak of energy was too strong. The crushed stones burst apart into fine sand. Lin Ming was forced back a few steps, a faint surge of blood rising in his throat before he suppressed it. But in comparison, Shui Man was sent flying backwards. His hand was shattered, and the blood vessels on his right arm had exploded, causing blood to shoot out. Bang! Shui Man heavily crashed into the ground. He shouldered himself with his mountain axe as he knelt on a single knee. The tiles underneath him had completely exploded. He looked at the blood that dripped off his right hand, and then turned towards Lin Ming. His eyes began to fill with horror, panic, disbelief. For many years since he had become infamous, he had tasted defeat. But among his peers in the younger generation, there had never been someone that could force him back in a battle of brute strength. Not even Xing Tian could do this. But today, he had been pushed back by someone that was not only younger than him, but also a mere human. How could this be possible? It wasn't just Shui Man that was shocked. All of the martial artists present were shaken to their cores, and the entire martial arena was drowned in a deafening silence. This battle had originally been ambiguous. After all, there was still a small number of people present that thought Lin Ming could defeat Shui Man. The reason for this was that 1 month ago, Lin Ming had easily defeated Lan Xing. But none of them imagined that in a frontal collision, Lin Ming would actually send Shui Man flying back with just his strength. Lin Ming had even shattered Shui Man's hand and caused his blood vessels to explode. As for Lin Ming himself, he had only been forced back a few steps. What sort of strange strength was this? Was this fellow really human? This boy called Lin Ming, could he have cultivated a body transformation law formula? The black-clothed referee mumbled to himself. He had heard that in ancient times, humans had once practiced body transformation law formulas, but there were great differences with the ones that the giant demons cultivated. They were extremely difficult to practice. One had to invest over dozens of times the resources, and in battle, it was inferior to the essence gathering system. Because of this, these body transformation law formulas were judged as weak and slowly lost to time. That shouldn't be the case. Not to mention that the human body transformation law formulas are pathetic, but they are also extraordinarily difficult to practice. And even if he did, he shouldn't have such amazing strength. This damn fellow, could his talent really be so outrageous? Or perhaps he ate some sort of heavenly material or treasure. It wasn't just the black-clothed referee that was guessing. After a short period of stunned silence, the audience began to discuss this unexpected scene. Lin Ming had actually directly rebuffed Shui Man. Not just that, but his cultivation and age were far lower than Shui Man's. Humanity had always only been able to rely on their slightly better speed and perception. Since when did they become so fierce? On the martial stage, as Shui Man listened to these martial artists discuss amongst themselves, his heart bubbled with shame and anger. Being forced back by a human was his life's greatest shame. Well done, boy. You have successfully enraged me. Now, I will have you die without leaving a corpse. Chapter 555, The Power of Conception. Chapter 555, The Power of Conception. With a great shout, Schweman's aura erupted. His black muscles originally had a beautiful red sheen to them, but now it looked as if they were leaking blood. That is the supernatural demonic blood law. Some of the audience members were able to recognize Schweman's special technique. Schweman came from a great 5th grade Goliath sect. The supernatural demonic blood law was a top cultivation method within that sect. With the supernatural demonic blood law active, Schweman was currently in his most fearful incarnation. Schweman is going all out now. He underestimated that boy once and suffered for it. A giant demon said. He was one of those that were hoping Lin Ming would be ruined. You idiot, don't be stupid. It's true that Schweman wasn't using all of his strength in that last attack, but how do you know that the human boy was using all of his? Just wait and see. This is a true fierce melee between tigers and dragons. I really have no idea what that human boy has cultivated. As several people were speaking, they suddenly felt a cold air around them. It was like a chilling wind was seeping into their bones, causing them to shiver. Enum, a martial artist, turned and suddenly froze where he was, his breath caught in his throat. Close behind him, a giant demon was standing. This giant demon towered there with a massive heavy sword strapped to his back. As the giant demon locked his eyes onto the arena stage, his face darkened. Xing Tian. Within Skysplit Tower's 2nd floor, Xing Tian was synonymous with king. With Xing Tian's appearance, everyone was silenced, afraid to take even a breath. Xing Tian had actually come to watch the match. Several martial artists in front of Xing Tian were spooked. Xing Tian hadn't appeared in the martial arena for over half a year. On the arena stage, Schweman also saw Xing Tian appear. This caused his face to twist in a grimace. With a loud clap on his own chest, he had personally guaranteed he would solve the problem known as Lin Ming. But now Lin Ming had forced him back with a single strike. Just what sort of pride did he have left? Boy, I will kill you. Schweman shouted out, waving his mountain axe around as he rushed towards Lin Ming. This time, he did not intend to hold anything back. He would tear Lin Ming to pieces. Lin Ming looked at Schweman and took a single step back. His hands held onto his spear. He had no intention of opening the heretical god force. After breaking through to the middle Xiantian realm, Lin Ming wanted to test his own limits, and he also didn't want to expose too much of his strength. After being focused on by Schweman and Xing Tian, Lin Ming began to slowly discover that something was unusual, as if someone was eyeing him. If so, then keeping a bit of his strength hidden would always be helpful. The massive mountain axe became a giant cloud of bloody demonic energy. From afar, it looked like a roiling sea of blood. Lin Ming took a sudden step back and used golden rock, shattering the void, his figure instantly blurring into numerous afterimages. Ever since he had obtained a deeper comprehension of the concept of wind and the concept of space, Lin Ming's golden rock, shattering the void, had already firmly stepped into the 2nd layer. Now, using this technique was as natural as breathing itself. You stupid fool, stop your futile struggles. In front of absolute power, all skills become meaningless. Break for me. Bang. The axe light suddenly skyrocketed, covering the entire martial arena. This way, no matter how elegant or superb Lin Ming's movement technique was, there would be no room to dodge. Chi, chi, chi. Lin Ming's afterimages were all engulfed by this demonic blood cloud, twisting into nothing. But Lin Ming himself was also caught in the vortex of this demonic blood cloud. The raging axe light relentlessly crashed into Lin Ming's body. chipping off his bodily protective true essence as it fiercely collided with him. With the sound of tearing silk, Lin Ming's protective true essence was broken apart. His clothes were ripped off of him as a small trace of blood flew into the air. Drawing back dozens of feet from this storm, Lin Ming stabbed the purple comet spear into the ground to stop his momentum, but because the inertial force was too great, his spear sliced into the ground, creating long furrows that were dozens of feet long, nearly ripping open the entire martial arena. As the audience saw this scene, they all began to scream out. In the last move, Lin Ming had gained the advantage, but now Xueman had instantly turned the tables. If this continued, then no one knew just what the outcome would be. Xing Tian stood in a corner, a relaxed expression fading from his face. Although Xueman's attack had forced Lin Ming back several dozens of feet, Lin Ming had only been slightly injured. These injuries simply weren't enough to affect his battle efficiency. This damn boy, is his body made of iron? Xing Tian was aware of just how terrifying Xueman's strike was. All of Lin Ming's bodily true essence had already been torn apart, and the demonic blood cloud was ripping into him. If it had been a normal middle Xiantian realm martial artist, then their entire body would have been torn to shreds after being struck by that axe light. But Lin Ming had only experienced a minor superficial wound. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. After completing tempering marrow, his entire body was comparable to a treasure in toughness. Moreover, he also had a freakish level of regeneration. This tiny wound wasn't anything at all. Xueman's attack is amazingly fierce, but it contains no concept, nor does it have a concept attack. It simply lacks soul. It's far from being enough for me to fear. It's just that his demon essence is far too thick. If I want to defeat him without opening the heretical god force, it may be a bit difficult. Lin Ming turned around and glanced at Xing Tian in the stands. At this moment, Lin Ming understood that, for some unknown reason, Xing Tian wanted to kill him. Xueman was only a vanguard pawn that he had assigned. As my existence violates the interests of the giant demons or Goliaths, Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He did not fear the enemy, but that didn't mean he was stupid enough to expose the entirety of his strength to the enemy. If he had, then the one in front of him today wouldn't have been Xueman, but a much stronger opponent. Lin Ming, suffer death. Xueman rushed forwards once again. Wherever he trod, the ground beneath him burst apart as he waved his mountain axe around. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and his mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Finally, and quietly, he opened the heretical god seed. There was no need for him to bring out all of the compressed true essence in a single burst. He only needed to use 30 to 40% of its strength. This way, the heretical god force would last longer. A spear thrust out, and an endlessly growing azure true essence howled forth. Ding! Lin Ming's spear struck the axe's edge. The triple thunder soul-fused divine demon steel needle shot out, flying toward Xueman's eye. Humph! Xueman suddenly drew back, his axe cutting down on the divine demon thunder soul. It was no secret that Lin Ming had a thunder soul. Xueman was already prepared in advance. Kacha! The divine demon steel needle exploded into pieces. As it was cut apart, a red and purple electric light violently flew out, stabbing straight toward Xueman like a venomous snake. Out of my way! Xueman gave loud shout. As he roared, his voice fused with true essence and physically manifested. This was a sonic attack. It was a similar attack method to the 7 Profound Valleys Sither faction. The sonic wave and streaks of lightning collided. True essence surged out like a tidal wave, and the energies began to melt against each other. During this intense impact, several invisible and intangible purple strands of light penetrated the sonic wave, flying towards Xueman. Bang! In that instant, Shueman's body shook. Countless earth-rending thunderclaps sounded in his ears as his spiritual sea came under the spiritual assault of the disenchanting dream light. In the combined physical and soul attack, Shueman was able to fend off the purple flood dragon divine thunder and blood extinguishing demon thunder with his countering sonic wave, but he actually wasn't able to break apart the invisible disenchanting dream light. Damn. Shueman's eyes widened, blood red. But at this moment, Lin Ming took a step forwards. He activated another 20% of the heretical god force's strength and thrust his spear out at Shueman. Destruction. All of his will and strength was poured into this strike. The purple comet spear seemed to instantly pass through space as it appeared in front of Shueman. With his spiritual sea disturbed, Shueman was paralyzed. Even so, his eyes flashed with a savage and crazy light as he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself awake. But by this time, Lin Ming's purple comet spear had already reached Shueman's front. Shueman moved a step too late. In addition, his mountain axe was inferior to the purple comet spear in both flexibility and speed. There was no longer any time to block it. "Boy, I bet everything against you," Shueman shouted, and his axe cut down at Lin Ming. He actually wanted to use the method of savagely pitting their lives at each other. Since he could not dodge, he had to bet everything on this desperate move and try to force Lin Ming back. As Lin Ming saw Shueman coming at him with the intention of dying together, he grimaced. If this was normal times, then he didn't mind engaging in a battle of attrition, trading wounds until one of them fell. With his 100% complete tempering marrow and his terrifying defensive abilities, he knew he would be the last one standing in that situation. But currently, he was being eyed by Xing Tian from the side. Lin Ming naturally could not give him an opening. Lin Ming drew back. As he shot his spear out, the path of the purple comet spear seemed to undergo some strange change as an incredible scene took place. In terms of length, the purple comet spear was obviously shorter than the giant mountain axe. As they say, an inch longer, an inch stronger. By all rights, if the mountain axe reached Lin Ming, then the purple comet spear shouldn't have pierced through Shueman yet. But what happened was just the opposite. Lin Ming dodged Shueman's mountain axe, and at the same time his purple comet spear pierced through Shueman's chest. Blood shot out, and blood-drinking seals erupted. Shueman gave a muffled cough and was thrown backwards. But Lin Ming had escaped the direct attack of the axe and was only struck by the axe light. His bodily true essence was broken again, and the blood in his body tumbled, but he quickly suppressed it. What's wrong? What just happened? Lin Ming obviously hadn't thrust at Shueman before he retreated, so how could his spear injure Shueman? As the audience saw what happened on stage, they were all shocked. That strike from Lin Ming contained a very bizarre and incongruous feeling. In a near-impossible situation, Lin Ming had dodged Shueman's attack while simultaneously thrusting his spear at Shueman's chest, piercing him and sending him flying backwards. It really is the concept of space. This damn boy. Xing Tian's complexion grew uglier. Lin Ming had already exposed that his spear skills were fused with the concept as space as early as his battle with Black Rat. At that time, not many people had cared, but now his concept of space had clearly progressed another step further. The concept of space was an elusive and obscure ideal. There had been countless heroic Fey elites who could not perceive it through meditation, no matter how hard they tried. But Lin Ming, a mere middle Xiantian realm boy, was able to perfectly apply it to his spear. This boy's growth is too fast. If I let him be, sooner or later, he will become a catastrophe. Xing Tian's eyes flashed with a thick, killing intent. On the martial arena, Shueman crawled up from the ground. A shockingly gaping hole was punctured in his chest, and a massive amount of blood was gushing forth. To a Goliath, it was a wound that he was just barely able to continue from. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" As Shui-Man spoke, he coughed blood between every word. Lin Ming frowned. He's really persistent. It's a pity that my comprehension of the concept of space is insufficient. Otherwise my spear could have stabbed deeper, and I could have made the blood-drinking seals implode from within his body. Then he would surely have died. Chapter 556, Xing Tian Declares War. Chapter 556, Xing Tian Declares War. Lin Ming frowned. He's really persistent. It's a pity that my comprehension of the concept of space is insufficient. Otherwise my spear could have stabbed deeper, and I could have made the blood-drinking seals implode from within his body. Then he would surely have died. "I will rip you apart." Shui-Man grit his teeth and revolved his demon essence to the limit. A 3-foot-thick crimson beam of light shot out from him. This attack was completely formed from demon essence. Shui-Man had already been pushed to the edge of desperation. Uselessly stubborn, Lin Ming raised the purple comet spear, his eyes full of indifference. On the tip of his spear, the power of space trembled, and a bloody light flashed. Blood seal twisting murder. The spear thrust out, bringing with it an immense spiraling power. It was just like a spinning arrow. This was the defense-breaking technique of the great desolate halberd art, with the revolution of blood-drinking seals grinding away the demonic essence cloud and washing it away, and adding in Lin Ming's advantage in true essence and the utter suppression in ability. This spear was unstoppable. The axe light broke apart, and the dazzling python-thick spear light reached Shui-Man's front. Shui-Man let out a heaven-shaking thunderous roar. "I refuse to lose here. Heaven and earth axe!" No matter what, Shui-Man was still a battle-hardened master who had experienced countless fights. Although he was being completely suppressed by Lin Ming, he still wouldn't give up without a struggle as he saw Lin Ming's spear coming at him. To defend himself, he immediately withdrew all of the overwhelming demon essence in the air and cut his axe down at Lin Ming's purple comet spear. Your attack has no concept, and most importantly of all, it has no soul. No matter how profound your cultivation is, everything you do is useless. With a flash of bloody light, Lin Ming's spear drove away the mountain axe. The blood-drinking seals split the wave of bloody energy apart, with the concept of space fused into the purple comet spear. The spear point pierced through space, instantly appearing in front of Shui-Man. At this time, Shui-Man was no longer able to resist. Puff! Shui-Man's bodily protective demon essence was torn apart like thin paper. The purple comet spear thrust straight into his chest. A powerful spinning force erupted within Shui-Man's body, twisting his heart into ground meat. A stream of blood shot out from behind Shui-Man. Lin Ming's spear had pierced all the way through him. "You..." With his heart crushed, Shui-Man's face was distorted and grotesque. He glared at Lin Ming, his eyes bursting with absolute hatred. "Let's die together." Shui-Man gave another shout, his axe cutting towards Lin Ming's head. He had already lost all rationality, and there was nothing left but a crazed husk. But how could Shui-Man, who had lost all sanity, possibly wound Lin Ming? Lin Ming's feet trod, with golden rock shattering the void, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, leaving nothing but a phantom image behind. Kacha! Shui-Man's large axe smashed into the ground. Shui-Man's eyes began to glaze over. The purple comet spear was drawn out, and a fountain of blood sprayed out from his chest. As Shui-Man's vision gradually blurred, his eyes passed over Lin Ming and fell onto Xing Tian, who was standing in a corner of the martial arena. Xing Tian's expression was grim, and his vision was filled with thick, murderous intent. "Big brother." Shui-Man wanted to say something else, but his skin burst like a broken water bag. A mass of bloody fog shot out from his body, quickly condensing into a blood-drinking seal. At the same time, the heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm seemed to come alive, waving its claws around as it guzzled all of the infernal energy that dissipated from Shui Man's body. Shui Man's infernal energy was too rich. After the second pair of wings full-formed, a third pair began to take shape, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It gradually became more and more clear until it finally stopped just a bit away from being a complete six-winged heavenly demon tattoo. The moment that the heavenly demon tattoo stopped growing, a red light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes before quickly fading. After Shui Man died, the audience of 600 to 700 was left in utter shocked silence. For a very long time, no one spoke a single word. The truth was that ever since Lin Ming first injured Shui Man, a great number of people expected that Lin Ming might be victorious in the end. But seeing this scene happen in front of their eyes still left them dazzled in disbelief. Shui Man had long been infamous on Sky Split Tower's second floor. He already had the strength to enter the third floor. In the second layer, Shui Man was synonymous with slaughter, cruelty, and absolute tyranny. His reputation, his 70-win streak, had been built upon 70 corpses. Shui Man's brutal and barbaric nature caused those who knew of him to tremble. Over the years, his phantom had long been ingrained within everyone's minds. None of the top 10 ranked individuals of the second floor dared to accept his challenge. But now, that Shui Man had actually died at the hands of a human newcomer. As for that human's age, he was at most in his early 20s, and his cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm. Powerful defense, incredible strength, a thickly condensed true essence completely at odds with his cultivation, and in addition to all that, his comprehension of concepts and laws. This fellow, Xiantian, gazed at Lin Ming, his expectations set. As long as Lin Ming didn't die, his future achievements would be boundless. Lin Ming, victory! The middle-aged referee shouted as he stepped onto the arena. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes held a touch of awe. Young hero Lin, will you continue your challenge? No. Lin Ming flatly refused. After his war against Shui Man, he was no longer in his best state. Not just that, but there were many masters present that wanted to take his life. Ha! It's good to take a rest. The referee guffawed. Young hero Lin has such great strength at such a young age. In the future, your success will be limitless. Thank you. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He took Shui Man's spatial ring and turned to leave. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming was about to leave the stage, a deep voice suddenly sounded within the martial arena, echoing through every nook and cranny. Lin Ming's footsteps paused. He glanced over and saw that the person speaking was actually Xing Tian. Tian, the king of the entire second floor. With just a few words, he caught everyone's attention. Xing Tian smiled. Lin Ming, you have really surprised me. Out of all the young human elites that I have encountered, your talent is by far the most outstanding. But even so, I never imagined you could defeat Shui Man. You have truly given me a great surprise. Good, very good. Xing Tian said good 3 times in a row, but his eerie and ominous aura carried a thick killing intent. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, his eyes burning brilliantly as he stared at Xing Tian. Just what do you want? Simple. Since you can kill Shui Man, that means you already have the ability to fight me. It's been a long time since anyone on the second floor has interested me. I hereby challenge you. Do you have the guts to accept? These words shocked the entire audience. Several thousand eyes that were focused on Xing Tian swiveled to Lin Ming. Xing Tian had challenged Lin Ming. For a moment, everyone was silent, stunned. Xing Tian was easily acknowledged as the #1 master of the second floor. He hadn't fought for over half a year and had instead been diligently cultivating. Half a year ago, There had once been a master on the second floor who was more powerful than even Shui Man Xing Tian's last battle had been with him. Ultimately, Xing Tian had killed his opponent and cut off his head. At that time, Xing Tian's strength had already far surpassed Shui Man's. Now that he had gone into closed-door seclusion for half a year, no one knew just what the limit of his immeasurably deep strength was. No one expected that he would challenge Lin Ming. This would be his first match in 6 months. In this situation, would Lin Ming agree? Would he even dare to agree? In the massive martial arena, no one made a single noise. The audience waited with bated breath as they looked towards Lin Ming for his answer. One was the top king of the second floor. He had dominated the martial arena for years and remained undefeated throughout. The other was the king of the newcomers. He was the super genius that had killed Lan Xing and Shui Man. He was definitely a peerless genius amongst his generation. Without a doubt, if Lin Ming was left to freely grow, then he would one day surpass Xing Tian. But the question was whether or not Xing Tian would give him this chance. Perhaps he was afraid that Lin Ming threatened his status, or perhaps he was worried that he would one day fall under Lin Ming's hands. Regardless of the reason, Xing Tian had decided to act preemptively. This approach was not glorious, but neither was it wrong. Too scared to accept, Xing Tian jokingly grinned. Lin Ming laughed. It's not that I don't dare, but it's you who is a coward. Although you're smiling, the truth is that your heart is already racing with panic. Lin Ming's words were sharp, piercing right into Xing Tian's deepest feelings. Xing Tian was truly panicking. Lin Ming's exponential rate of growth had left him panting in fear. Thus the reason he decided to take initiative. Xing Tian frowned, and his eyes filled with a brilliant killing light. You are arrogant to the extreme. In Sky Split Tower, the arrogant die the quickest. Then according to you, if I agree to your challenge, doesn't that make me even more arrogant? Lin Ming retorted, leaving Xing Tian speechless. You sure spout enough crap. Do you dare to fight me or not? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Why wouldn't I fight? But the time will be decided by me. Xing Tian was startled. This boy, he couldn't be thinking of delaying the match by a year, right? But in Sky Split Tower, if Lin Ming retreated to his practice area and didn't come out, there was nothing he could do anyway. Xing Tian nodded. Fine. 1 month. 1 month from now, we will decide life and death. Lin Ming's voice resounded throughout the entire martial arena. In his fight against Shui Man, Lin Ming had still kept a large portion of his strength back. Defeating Shui Man wasn't much more difficult than defeating Lan Xing. This was mainly because Lin Ming had broken through to the middle Xiantian realm, and his strength has risen by another level. Even with so many cards still hidden, Lin Ming still set the fight to 1 month from now. This wasn't because he feared Xing Tian, but rather he was apprehensive of the mysterious power that backed him. Lin Ming would eventually enter Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor. Compared to the 2nd, the 3rd floor was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Dangerous opponents would simply be everywhere. He had to set aside some time for himself to grow. 1 month. Xing Tian sneered. He had thought that Lin Ming would set some ridiculously long time, but it was only a single month. Lin Ming had just broken through to the middle Xiantian realm, so it would be impossible for him to break through to the late Xiantian realm in such a short time. As long as he didn't make another breakthrough, then any growth of his strength could be handled. 1 month, good. I will wait for you then. Xing Tian readily agreed. The quiet martial arena audience suddenly burst into noise. 1 month from now, Lin Ming would fight Xing Tian. No one understood where the limits of Lin Ming's strength were, but at the same time, no one understood what Xing Tian's limits were either. This was a battle in which both sides knew nothing about the other. When Lin Ming fought Shui Man, he must have been hiding most of his strength. Otherwise, how would he dare to fight Xing Tian? This is too terrifying for that battle to reach such a point, yet he was able to still hide his strength. A martial artist suddenly realized this. Lin Ming wasn't stupid. If his strength was only that great, then wouldn't fighting Xing Tian just be delivering himself to die? So what if he's hiding his strength? His opponent is Xing Tian. Lin Ming's 1-month deadline is just too short. The martial artist who spoke didn't think Lin Ming would win. The fear of Xing Tian's formidable strength had already been deeply entrenched in his psyche. The unfathomably deep Xing Tian. Lin Ming, whom none knew just what strengths he was hiding. This battle caused the two martial artists to feel incomparable anticipation. Chapter 557, Ancient Tome. Chapter 557, Ancient Tome. Here, in his practice room, Lin Ming was looking over his heavenly demon tattoo. The tattoo had 3 pairs of wings. The first 2 were already fully formed, and the third was quite clear. I'm only a step away from being a 6-winged heavenly demon. Shui Man's infernal energy was too thickly condensed and potent. If I didn't carefully train in suppressing my inner thoughts, then even I would have been affected by the infernal energy. Although I wouldn't have lost my rationality, it would have still affected my character. A human's disposition would always change because of various factors, but Lin Ming didn't want his character to change because of infernal energy. Lin Ming took out Shui Man's spatial ring and withdrew everything inside. There were several boxes of medium-grade blood demon crystals and a small box of high-grade blood demon crystals. There was also a massive amount of pills, jade slips, and treasures. This Shui Man was far richer than Lan Xing had been. Lin Ming roughly estimated the goods. There were around 80 to 90,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals and over 70 high-grade blood demon crystals. This was truly a terrifying amount of wealth. Shui Man killed nearly all of his opponents. It wasn't surprising that he had accumulated this much wealth. As for those jade slips, most of them were cultivation methods and secret manuals. Shui Man came from a large 5th-grade sect. These cultivation methods were worth quite a bit, but they weren't too useful to Lin Ming. He swept over everything and was preparing to put it away when suddenly something caught his attention. In the messy pile, Lin Ming found a simple wooden box. As he opened the box, there was an ordinary-looking jade slip within. Near this jade slip was an extremely old tome of bound skins. Lin Ming first picked up the jade slip. Inside were some notes recorded down by Shui Man. The Goliath language was the same as the giant demons. Lin Ming was completely able to understand it all. Lin Ming kept examining it, and several phrases popped up to him. One was High Lord Shui Yan. In Skysplit Tower, a 10-winged heavenly demon was called a High Lord. This High Lord Shui Yan was one of Polaris City's 12 High Lords. Whenever Shui Man mentioned High Lord Shui Yan in the jade slip, his words were filled with great reverence and respect. This was a sort of respect that came from the depths of one's heart, and even a bit of fear. This caused Lin Ming to be incomparably surprised. In his view, Shui Yan was an extremely rampant and cruel individual. How could he possibly respect someone out of his heart? Just what was so special about this High Lord Shui Yan? Besides this, there were several other words that caught Lin Ming's attention. Eternal Demon Abyss and Demon Godbone. Shui Yan's jade slip mentioned these things, but the records weren't too clear. In the end, Lin Ming wasn't able to tell what these were. Looking through, there wasn't any more valuable information. Lin Ming then put away the jade slip and turned his eyes towards the old tome. As Lin Ming opened the tome, he saw that inside were portraits of giant demon and Goliath martial artists. They should have been rubbed off and copied from stone carvings. Near every portrait was written the person's name, brief life story, and also their specific cultivation. Most of them were demon emperor level powerhouses. Among these individuals were characters from tens of thousands of years ago, and even ones from just a few thousand years ago. Without exception, they all shared one trait. All of them had died, regardless of what sort of peerless, legendary talents they had once been, or what sort of overweeningly arrogant, undefeatable existence they were, whose mere presence could move the entire holy demon continent. All of them had died. Who were these people? Why were their portraits rubbed into this tome? How else were they connected to each other? As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, his mind suddenly shook. In the tome, there was a face that he had seen before. This person held a bloody 10-foot-long axe. He had a full head of flaming hair, and his expression was grim and dark. This face was similar to the fierce red demon that Lin Ming had seen when he absorbed the shattered demon heart crystal. Could it be? Lin Ming's eyes fell over to the notes of this portrait. In them was written, Netherworld Great Emperor, born in the Holy Demon calendar year of 36,500, died in the Holy Demon calendar year of 39,700. He lived for over 3,000 years. This man's talent was comparable to a demon god. He achieved the Demon King realm at 24 years of age, entered into the Quasi-Emperor realm at 50 years of age, and reached large success of the Devil Arts at 60 years of age, entering into the Emperor realm. The Netherworld Great Emperor searched for 100 years to find a rival. Finally, he strangely went missing, falling from the sky after 3,000 years. His cause of death is still unknown. After Lin Ming saw these notes, he was dumbfounded. The Netherworld Great Emperor, who had founded the Silent Demon Emperor City, was actually in this tome. Without a doubt, the unknown cause of his disappearance was because he went to the Sky Spill continent. Since he had gone to the Sky Spill continent, how could the author of this tome have known where he had gone, or if he had perished? Lin Ming was lost in thought as he continued to read. After several pages, he saw a surprising figure, the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is actually in this tome. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the 3,000-year-old Netherworld Great Emperor, the Demon Emperor was far different. He lived for tens of thousands of years before finally soaring up into the realm of the gods. Even there, he was a heaven-shaking figure. Finally, he had joined in the siege of the Verdant Feather Holy Land. He was truly a legend among legends. This figure that had existed tens of thousands of years ago had very little information left behind about him that still existed. Even so, this ancient tome actually had it recorded. As Lin Ming looked over the notes near the Demon Emperor's portrait, there was only a handful of words. Demon Emperor. His birth was ominous and his death was ominous. Cause of death is unclear. They even knew that the Demon Emperor had died. Lin Ming felt his heart go cold. The Demon Emperor had died in the realm of the gods. After suppressing his shock, Lin Ming continued flipping through the tome. The figures behind were from tens of thousands of years ago. Some didn't even have names, let alone cultivation realms. Halfway through the tome, not only were there giant demons and Goliaths, but even humans, fae, and other races began to appear. Of course, these were all earth-shaking, peerless geniuses of their times. Most of them were at the Emperor level. Those that hadn't reached the Emperor level were those that had died at a young age. Normally, this was below 50 years of age. But all of these individuals that perished were the absolute, heaven-defying talents of their generation. They often reached the revolving core realm at 24 or 25 years of age, and then stepped into the life-destruction realm at 30 to 40 years of age. In other words, these individuals might not have reached the emperor level, but if they hadn't died, they definitely would have become peerless emperors. This tome had recorded all the top geniuses for the last tens of thousands of years. Since this ancient tome is a collection of rubbed images, there should originally be carvings somewhere. But just who carved so many powerhouses? Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder this question. It had to be known that the powerhouses here were all extremely secretive in their actions. So how could the sculptor know whether or not they died? Not just that, but the portraits in this tome all had extremely lifelike expressions. For instance, the Netherworld Great Emperor and the Demon Emperor were all extremely similar to what Lin Ming had seen in his memories. But the Demon Emperor was a character from tens of thousands of years ago, so how could someone possibly know how to carve his visage? Lin Ming's heart filled with doubts. Since he couldn't figure out the reason, he closed the tome and placed it back into his spatial ring. It's useless worrying about this now. My match with Xing Tian is only in 1 month. I have to seize all the time I have left to practice. After Lin Ming killed Xueman, he had accumulated an additional 7 slaughter points. In addition to his own 2 slaughter points, he now had 9 in total. This was enough for him to freely practice in a top-grade area. Lin Ming took out some high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. He grasped one in his hand and placed 9 more on the ground beside him. Using 10 high-grade blood demon crystals together could be considered an ultimate luxury. Even someone like Xueman would only use a single high-grade blood demon crystal at a time and never do something so wasteful. It had to be known that Xueman only had 70-some high-grade blood demon crystals in his spatial ring. If he used them so extravagantly, then they would only last at most 10 days. Lin Ming did not care about the costs at all. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed, any price was worth it. The Great Desolate Halberd Art was originally a top cultivation method manual. In addition to the rich infernal energy in this top-grade practice area, the support of a 6-winged heavenly demon tattoo, and the function of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming's cultivation speed could be called astronomical. And like this, 10 days passed. All of the high-grade blood demon crystals were completely used up. Lin Ming left his practice room and went straight to the 2nd floor's city square. He found the fat fae that he contacted several days ago. As soon as the fat vendor saw Lin Ming, his entire face was covered with a humble smile. 10 days ago, the story of Lin Ming killing Xueman had already spread throughout the entire 2nd floor. The fat vendor was very clear as to how strong Xueman was, yet such a legendary figure had died under Lin Ming's hands. Now that he saw Lin Ming, he felt his heart jump. "Young hero Lin, how may I help you?" the fat vendor asked with his hands down. A respectful smile plastered on his lips. "Have you exchanged for high-grade blood demon crystals as I requested?" "Yes, there should be a total of 100. Please count them." The fat vendor took out a box and opened it. The inside shined with radiant high-grade blood demon crystals. Lin Ming glanced over it. The number was correct. As according to our agreement, 100 of these is a total of 11,500 medium-grade blood demon crystals. I'll give them to you now. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out 11 boxes of blood demon crystals. The fat vendor nervously laughed. "Young hero Lin is too polite." "Well, how about we go with the lowest price? I don't want to overcharge you. 10,000 crystals should be fine." "We'll go with what we agreed." Lin Ming counted out 11,500 medium-grade blood demon crystals. He wanted to exchange the massive amount of medium-grade crystals he had for high-grade ones as soon as possible. If he shorted the fat vendor of money, then he might be able to trade 1 or 2 more times, but eventually the fat vendor wouldn't be able to endure the loss, and Lin Ming would have to find someone else. "Then I thank young hero Lin." The fat vendor laughed, his eyes narrowing. "I'm only doing what's necessary. This time I want to trade for more high-grade blood demon crystals. The more the better. Also, I want to have you sell some things for me on commission. I'll give you a 5% cut. Don't play tricks on me. I have a general idea of how much it will be." As Lin Ming spoke, he took a spatial ring off his hand and tossed it over to the fat vendor. The fat vendor immersed his soul force into the spatial ring and casually swept through it. He suddenly became secretly startled. Nothing in this ring was of low value. The treasures were mostly left over after Lan Xing and Shui Man's deaths. If he completely sold everything, including the jade slips, pills, and so on, then it would be no less than 100,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. If he could take a 5% cut, then that was 5,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. This was not a small amount of wealth. The fat vendor's breath quickened. He puffed out his chest and slapped it in guarantee. Young hero Lin, please feel relieved. I will never have the guts to take advantage of you. It's best if you can change them all into high-grade blood demon crystals. I have no need for medium-grade ones. Young hero Lin, rest assured, I will handle this matter with absolute grace. Chapter 558. The match begins. Chapter 558. The match begins. Cultivation passed without sense of time. 1 month of practice was just too short. Clear Wind Pavilion was one of the few restaurants in Sky Split Tower's 2nd floor that was opened by humans. The restaurant had an elegant design and brusque atmosphere. The waitresses were all beautiful young human and fey women. At this time, in a great lobby of Clear Wind Pavilion, several long-sword-carrying, blue-clothed martial artists walked in. I want a feast of blood sheep here. A youth called out. Blood sheep were a sort of high-quality vicious beast. Not only did they taste delicious, but they contained a very strong inherent blood vitality. Eating them was of great benefit to the human body. Of course, this sort of blood sheep feast had a correspondingly high price. Good, come in. With such a lavish customer in front of him, the waiter attentively greeted them before going to the kitchen. Ha ha, big brother. Recently it seems as if us humans have been able to win some glory. At least we aren't despised by those fellows everywhere. This is all thanks to Sir Lin's limelight. Within Sky Split Tower, there was only a small number of humans, and their strength was relatively poor. Whether it was on the 1st floor or 2nd floor, humans were the minority group that was always being pushed around. Because Lin Ming killed Shui Man and even accepted Xing Tian's challenge, he had gained glory for humanity. Because of the lingering fear of Lin Ming, the other martial artists on the 2nd floor did not dare to bully the humans there. Tomorrow should be when Lin Ming and Xing Tian's decisive duel will be. I have no idea what Lin Ming's chances of winning are. The man called Big Brother looked around 25 or 26 years old. He wore a blue scarf around his neck with a blue robe. He had a very dignified appearance. Sir Lin can definitely win. A 20-some-year-old girl interrupted. Sir Lin defeated Shui Man and defeated Lan Xing. The only reason he would accept Xing Tian's challenge is that he has confidence he can win. Those that can reach this step would never accept hopeless battles. That's correct. But at the same time, Xing Tian also wouldn't make such a bold declaration without confidence in himself. In short, this fight will be filled with suspense. As many people were discussing, a voice suddenly rose up. What were you fellows just talking about? Lin Ming will fight Xing Tian? Several martial artists turned around. The one speaking was a black-clothed youth. He looked around 27 or 28 years old, and he had a commanding appearance. Beside him was a black-clothed girl who seemed just a tad over 20 years old. Although she wore black clothes and wore a black veil, one could still make out her exquisite features. This man and woman were Mook Gu and Mook Qing. Mook Qing had been cultivating on the 2nd floor for the last month, and as Mook Gu came to check up on her, they happened to hear this news. Yes, Lin Min will be fighting Xing Tian tomorrow. Are you a newcomer? Why would you not know this? In the view of these martial artists, those that didn't know Lin Ming and Xing Tian had an upcoming match were mostly newcomers. This news had long since caused an uproar. Mook Gu sucked in a cold breath. He had been gone these past few days, and suddenly Lin Ming had accepted a challenge from Xing Tian. Although Mukgu was a martial artist of the third floor, in terms of strength, he had to admit that he was far inferior to Xing Tian. Xing Tian had already stayed on the second floor for many years, and his strength had reached unfathomably deep levels. Yet Lin Ming had the courage to challenge him. Mook Ching also found this unbelievable. Although she didn't feel too well being overshadowed by Lin Ming, she had to acknowledge his talent. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't seem like an idiot. If he dared to accept Xing Tian's challenge, then did he already have the qualifications to defeat him? Friend, we are new to the second floor. Would you mind sharing some of the particular details? What is the reason that Lin Ming is fighting Xing Tian, and when was it decided? As far as I know, Lin Ming hasn't been on the second floor for a long period of time. So why would Xing Tian challenge him? The match was decided a month ago. 1 month ago, Lin Ming killed Xue Man, and then Xing Tian challenged Lin Ming, and Lin Ming accepted. Xue Man was killed. Mukgu was stunned. Xue Man was a famous character on the second floor. As he was cultivating on the third floor at this time, he hadn't heard this news. That ruthless Goliath that could kill without blinking had perished under Lin Ming's hands. Yes. Also, in Lin Ming's battle, it is estimated that he was hiding some of his strength. Lin Ming and Xing Tian's decisive battle is tomorrow. If you want to see it, then you can't miss it, but the ticket price has already reached 8,000 blood demon crystals. Not just that, but they are extremely difficult to buy. If you want to purchase a seat, then make sure you do it early. I understand. Thank you for the information. Mukgu lightly breathed in. He took out a blood demon crystal from his spatial ring and set it on the table. Waiter, check. Senior apprentice brother, shall we go have a look? Of course, Mukgu said decisively. This battle for me and for you will be of great benefit. Also, I reported Lin Ming's situation to the sect. The sect has already started to notice Lin Ming. If we can be on good terms with him, then that will be a great help to our sect. In the Holy Demon Continent, there were a great number of 5th grade sections, but there were actually very few Emperor Powerhouse Holy Lands. There was said to be numerous Emperor-level talents that could break through to the Divine Sea Realm, but in truth, most often perished on their journey. Within the Holy Demon Continent, human Divine Sea powerhouses were an extreme rarity. Being able to be on good terms with one had obvious advantages. Excitement over Lin Ming's battle with Xing Tian spread more and more. The price for an admission ticket began to rise dramatically. First it was 500 blood demon crystals, then it jumped up to 800, 900, and even broke through to 1,000. Even so, it was difficult to find a ticket. There were many martial artists that were undergoing closed-door cultivation for several months or even half-year that especially left their seclusion in order to watch this battle. Although they weren't tower challengers, a great number of rich and powerful individuals of the second floor were also very interested in this battle. On the day of the match, at dawn, a great number of people had already left their residences. Bustling noise filled every corridor, and a flowing surge of people gathered at the martial arena. Looking down from the sky, there were over 10,000 people. It was a spectacular sight. The martial arena was originally only able to accommodate 8,000 people, but for this match, the staff specially added seats. There were many people that came who weren't even from the second floor. Over 4 hours before the match was set to begin, the entire martial arena was already occupied. Damn it! We started here before dawn started, and yet there are people that came earlier than us. All of the front row seats are taken. Sky Split Towers Martial Arena issued tickets, but these tickets did not assign seats. The quality of one's view depended all on one's own ability to find a good spot. Is there something wrong with these people? Did they start arriving last night? That's right, some of them came last night. Look at them. Some of them are still practicing. They've probably been in meditation all night. That's so kick-ass. If I knew about this earlier, then I would have practiced here and meditated also. Well, what's done is done. Sitting here is fine too. Those sitting in the front will be overwhelmed by the shock waves of the match. They might even spit out blood or be seriously injured. The weaker ones shouldn't sit in the front row. It wasn't known who said this, but a great number of martial artists looked at each other in alarm. This was right. When Lin Ming had fought Xue Man, several people had been injured. Now, in his fight against Xing Tian, it would inevitably be much fiercer. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the weaker ones would cough up blood. Let's sit here then. Keeping our lives safe is most important. In this damned place, being injured is far too dangerous. As several martial artists were speaking, someone suddenly said, "Look, it's Xing Tian." Xing Tian has entered the stage. Everyone glanced over. At the entrance of the martial arena, Xing Tian was casually walking in. His chest was bare with an animal pelt tossed over the shoulder. He strode with confidence. This was undoubtedly Xing Tian. Xing Tian carried a black-edged heavy sword. His long red hair was wild, and his blue skin illuminated his rock, hard muscles. His body was wrapped in thick chains that the giant demon race liked. To the giant demons, these sort of chains were similar to the necklaces that humans like to wear. As Xing Tian entered the arena stage, the audience burst out in heated cheers. Especially the giant demon race. Their voices were originally loud, but with thick demon essence poured into their shouts, their cries seemed to shake the entire arena. There were also a number of fey women wantonly screaming. To them, a powerful and vigorous man like Xing Tian was undoubtedly the most attractive sexual partner. Xing Tian's popularity was much higher than Lin Ming's. This was because the majority of those present were giant demons and Goliaths. It was impossible for them to support a human. In addition, Xing Tian had accumulated power and renown over the years. Thus, Xing Tian had several times more supporters than Lin Ming. That fellow Xing Tian, he is increasingly unfathomable. In a corner of the martial arena, Mukgu was brilliantly staring at Xing Tian. Xing Tian's aura was completely restrained without the least bit leaking out. But even so, he still gave off a fearful and gripping feeling. Seeing Xing Tian, Mukgu felt a faint trembling in his heart. It won't be easy for Xing Tian to defeat Lin Ming. Mukgu was truly worried. Lin Ming was not a reckless or arrogant person. If he accepted Xing Tian's challenge, then he naturally had some belief in himself. However, although Mukgu told himself this, the moment he saw Xing Tian, his confidence dropped to zero. When he was still on the second floor, Xing Tian was already a famous character, so he had some understanding of him. Xing Tian's attack power was extremely terrifying, his defensive capabilities were incredible, and his soul force was not weak. He even had a good comprehension of concepts. In addition to all that, he was also fast. It could be said that he didn't have a single weakness. From the very start, he was a versatile martial artist. Now, his strength had increased over the past year, and it was difficult to estimate just how far ahead he was. I am completely not his match. If I were to face him, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves. Mukgu sighed. Beside him, Mukqing was also silent. Whether it was Xing Tian or Lin Ming, both of them were at a level that surpassed her understanding. All she could do was sit here and quietly watch the match. Lin Ming arrived. Soon after Xing Tian appeared, Lin Ming also showed up. He wore a simple blue robe. As he grasped the purple comet spear in his hands, his expression was calm. "Lin Ming, you can do it. Don't give up. Sir Lin, we believe in you." Compared to the roiling shouts from the crowd when Xing Tian appeared, Lin Ming's supporters were much quieter. Most of them were humans, along with a few fey, in particular young fey girls. Besides that, there were also some ferals who had joined Lin Ming's support troop. "Hee, you really showed up today. Xing Tian faintly smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. Since I agreed, I naturally came. Lin Ming stood on the martial arena stage. The purple comet spear pointed straight at Xing Tian. The two of them stood 200 feet apart, directly opposite each other. Chapter 559. Concept of Annihilation. Chapter 559. Concept of Annihilation. Xing Tian against Lin Ming. In this moment where the two stood in confrontation with each other, the entire martial arena audience collectively held their breath. The audience of 10,000 people was without a trace of noise, and a deafening silence fell over the stage. The atmosphere was incomparably solemn. Everyone's eyes were locked onto their bodies. Lin Ming, I know that you were hiding your strength in your battle with Xue Man. Let me see just how much strength you've hidden, and whether or not you have the qualifications to have to make me fight earnestly. Xing Tian stood there, his arms crossed behind his back, and his eyes looking up. It seemed as if he were looking down on everyone in the world. Words are useless. Make your move. Lin Ming flourished his long spear, and his aura erupted like a volcano. Above the arena, one could clearly hear the sounds of the two auras colliding, grating against each other. You seem to have confidence in yourself, but what a coincidence, so do I. Although we both believe we will win, only one of us will walk out of here alive today. As Xing Tian spoke, he extracted a heavy sword from his back. The 9-foot-long heavy sword was taller than an average man, and the blade was wide. This blade was as large as a door. Such a great sword didn't need sword wind. In fact, if it hit a person, it would turn them to pulp. Bang! Black waves burst out from around Xing Tian. The billowing demon essence was like surging waves that crashed everywhere. All of the surrounding floor tiles were lifted up and thrown away by this demon essence. But as the tiles were lifted, an incredible scene took place. Several tiles were caught up in the great surging demon essence. In front of the eyes of everyone, the tiles quickly disintegrated into piles of sand that vanished in the wind. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He could also turn bricks and tiles into ash, but the difference was that Xing Tian didn't even use a technique. His demon essence merely touched the stones and tiles before turning them to sand. This was truly surprising. This was the concept of annihilation. Xing Tian has actually touched upon the concept of annihilation. In the audience, Mook Gu grimaced. The concept of annihilation was a concept on the same level as the concepts of space and time. It was also an elusive concept. There were many Fey geniuses that weren't able to comprehend this. So how could Xing Tian? Xing Tian is truly peerless, fierce. He is worthy of being called the king of the second floor. In front of Mook Gu, many giant demon martial artists were excitedly speaking. However, Mook Gu only frowned. Genius? Mook Gu had some understanding of Xing Tian in terms of physicality and his demon essence cultivation speed. Xing Tian was absolutely first class, but in terms of understanding laws, Xing Tian was at best mediocre. Compared to the Fey, a large gap existed between them. Only a short time had passed, so how could he possibly have comprehended the concept of annihilation? Lin Ming, you will be just like these stones, turning into ash under my moves. Now die! Xing Tian loudly shouted, and his entire body emitted rumbling, crackling sounds. Listening to this made one feel fearful. The heavy sword in his hand turned into a strong wind. The howling wind swept up the entire martial stage. As the sword cut down, it was like a falling avalanche containing infinite strength. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if all the air around him was sucked away. He stood in place, completely locked down. His only option was to directly face the strike of Xing Tian. True essence erupted from his entire body. His spear thrust out. blood-drinking seals fused into the purple comet spear. This strike contained all of his strength, all of his will. Slaughter. The thick spear light struck against Xing Tian's sword. There was an explosion as if two great mountains had collided against each other. True essence and demon essence wantonly twisted together, tearing apart the floor tiles and instantly blowing them away. Even the profound gold flooring underneath was scarred by countless white slashes. Be careful! The martial artists closest to the martial stage revolved their protective true essence to the limit. They already expected that something like this would occur. It could be said that the weaker individuals did not dare to sit in the first row. Cha-cha-cha. The air currents in the air were like sabers as they cut apart everyone's bodily true essence. They made screeching noises, and even the stone platform in front of the audience was cut apart like tofu. This is indeed a battle between the two strongest existences on the second floor. Even I can only barely resist the true essence shockwaves. Everyone be careful. These two still haven't put forth their true strength. The worst is yet to come. If you think this is difficult already, then step back, lest you be hurt. A martial artist suddenly said, causing all of the surrounding youths to have anxious expressions. Indeed, a martial artist's first moves were mostly for probing. And if probing was already this strong, then just how terrifying would their full strength be? All of those in the audience were the most outstanding heroic elites of their time. But in comparison to Lin Ming and Xing Tian, they seemed like common martial artists. The disparity was just too great. The two of them had already exceeded the level at which anyone could understand. These two freaks shouldn't be on the second floor. If they stay here, then how can we stay here too? Many martial artists complained inside. Not bad. You actually received my strike. As Xing Tian looked at Lin Ming, his pupils narrowed. In that one exchange a moment ago, although he hadn't used the strength of his concept, he had used the majority of his strength. But Lin Ming hadn't seemed strained. Obviously, he had strength remaining. Very good. You now have the qualifications for me to be serious. Although my strike just now didn't contain a concept, I will now let you have a good look at the concept which I have comprehended. Let me have a look just where the limit of your strength lies, and how much of my strength you can force out. Facing Xing Tian's imposing aura, Lin Ming held his spear, as if he didn't have a care in the world. You didn't use a concept, but neither did I. Then, let's see whose concept is stronger. You truly are confident. Your concept of space and time only allows your moves to be unpredictable and impossible to defend against. It is completely different from my own concept of annihilation. My concept of annihilation can directly disintegrate your attack so that you can't even resist. In terms of attack power, the concept of annihilation was definitely more terrifying. It was known as the concept that destroyed all. This included the enemy's treasure, body, aura, true essence, and even their soul. But on the other hand, the concept of space and time allowed one's moves to be strange and peculiar, making it so that they were unavoidable. The increase of attack power in the early stages of this concept's comprehension was obvious. The concept of annihilation and the concept of space and time both had their own strengths. It couldn't be said that one was weaker than the other. It would all depend on the depth of one's respective comprehension and their utilization. Xing Tian's sword was crossed against his chest. A surging cloud of demon essence howled out, and all the crushed stones underneath his feet turned into flying ash. Xing Tian is going to use the concept of annihilation. It's said that this concept can directly destroy an enemy's true essence. If one's true essence is destroyed, how can you block others' moves? Against the destructive power of the concept of annihilation, Lin Ming's true essence must be far more formidable than Xing Tian's demon essence in order to come out even. But Xing Tian is already so strong. How can Lin Ming possibly be stronger than him? The concept of annihilation was able to disintegrate true essence. In a martial arts fight, if true essence was melted away, then the other party would naturally suffer. In other words, in an even battle, Lin Ming had pushed out 20 to 30% more true essence in order to come out even. The amount of strength he consumed must be far more than Xing Tian. If he wasn't able to reach this level, then he would be suppressed by Xing Tian, or even defeated. Mook Gu took a deep breath. Lin Ming was in a very bad situation. Lin Ming was indeed strong. But Mook Gu feared that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to kill Xing Tian if he had to waste 20 to 30% extra strength. If he couldn't suppress Xing Tian's concept of annihilation, he would lose if this fight dragged out. I have no idea how he will deal with this. Mook Gu was feeling nervous for Lin Ming. On the martial stage, Xing Tian held the heavy sword in his hands. The sword blade was wrapped in a hazy black light. This black layer of light was very thin, but after it appeared, it seemed to twist all of the space around it. Dust, air, and even the light that entered this hazy black layer seemed to disappear. The power of annihilation. Xing Tian shouted out loud, his sword cutting out. This sword stroke was not accompanied with a vast wave of demon essence. Instead, there was only that strange hazy black light that enveloped Lin Ming. Strange. Lin Ming's eyes widened. In that hazy black light, he felt a weird force that was able to obliterate everything. You have the power of annihilation, but my azure true essence can endlessly grow. Let me see whether your power of annihilation or my azure true essence is stronger. After fusing with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's true essence carried with it an endless attribute. In this form, it also had an azure color. If someone wanted to destroy Lin Ming's true essence, they would have to use several times the strength. Roar. Facing the overwhelming hazy black light, Lin Ming's bones began to issue out deep, guttural explosive sounds. It was like a flood dragon was awakening within Lin Ming's body, letting out an earth-shattering dragon roar. In his first time facing the concept of annihilation, Lin Ming didn't underestimate his opponent. As he used the strength of a true dragon, he also decisively opened 40% of the heretical god force. A spear thrust out. Behind Lin Ming, a deep, azure-colored true dragon phantom appeared. In that instant, the purple comet spear itself seemed to turn into an azure dragon as it crunched down on the hazy black light. Kacha? The spear edge thrust into the haze black light. What was strange was that there were no intense explosions. Instead, the two different kinds of energies collided and true essence melted against each other. It was like fire and ice crashing into one another, both desperately hoping to devour the other. Chi, chi, chi. The hazy black light was constantly crushed into nothing, but Lin Ming's azure spear light was also constantly eroding. After crashing into each other several more times, that hazy black light was actually being violently destroyed by the azure spear light at a faster rate. What? Xing Tian was beyond shocked. How is this possible? It wasn't just Xing Tian that was startled, but also the entire audience. The concept of annihilation contained a destructive strength that far surpassed the concepts of the main elements of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. When the concept of annihilation appeared, a martial artist on the same level would simply be unable to deal with it. When even one's true essence was destroyed, how could they continue fighting unless they had an overwhelming superiority in strength? But Lin Ming clearly didn't. His aura was not any stronger than Xing Tian's, but his true essence seemed to have an incomparably tough attribute. It endlessly grew. It could not be destroyed. This boy. Xing Tian clenched his jaws, increasing his strength once again. But even then, he still couldn't suppress Lin Ming's true essence. This azure true essence was essence from the power of a true dragon. It originated from an azure dragon's reverse scale blood. And within the realm of the gods, An azure dragon was considered an ultimate god beast. Even though it was only a single drop, it was still extremely terrifying. Compared to a true dragon, the concept of annihilation was one of the ultimate natural concepts. It was incomparably powerful. But the crux was, how much of it could Xing Tian have comprehended? Whether it was cultivation or age, both were far from sufficient. What he had comprehended was nothing but a drop in an ocean. Chapter 560, Blood Demon Descends. Chapter 560, Blood Demon Descends. On the arena stage, the fierce battle was underway. True essence collided. The power of annihilation had been completely restrained by the azure true essence. Xing Tian's expression became extremely dire. Boy, your true essence is quite special. It truly surprises me. But let me take a good look at how much longer you can last. In endurance, us giant demons are far more formidable than humans can ever be. Show me your limit. Xing Tian's eyes flashed with a savage light. The demon essence that revolved in his body grew increasingly intense. Lin Ming sneered. I've never feared anyone when it came to endurance or restorative ability, but you seem to have forgotten something. You have already shown your concept, but I still haven't used mine. My comprehension of the concept of space and time is shallow right now, so I cannot yet increase my attack power with it. But with my unpredictably style, can you escape it? As Lin Ming spoke to hear, his eyes turned cold. His spear potential began to stir, and 70% of the heretical god force suddenly erupted. The space underneath his feet seemed to strangely distort, and with it, Lin Ming turned into a blue blur that vanished in the wind. Chi, chi, chi. The remaining hazy black light struck where Lin Ming had vanished, turning the tiles into ash, and even creating a massive hole in the profound gold flooring. What a smug ego. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop spouting so much nonsense. Xing Tian breathlessly shouted. Now that the concept of annihilation he was so proud of had failed, he became angry out of shame. A strong wind howled, and all of the surrounding wind was rapidly caught up in Lin Ming's movements. With the concept of wind and the concept of space simultaneously fused into his steps, Lin Ming's speed had reached the pinnacle. Whoosh! Lin Ming instantly appeared before Xing Tian. There was no sign at all. It was as if he had materialized in front of him. A spear thrust out. Blood-drinking seals shot forth. Blood seal twisting murder. Humph! Xing Tian angrily shouted, and the heavy sword in his hands cut straight down. The heavy sword that weighed tens of thousands of genes was actually like a straw in Xing Tian's hands. His attack speed was not slowed at all by the heavy sword's immense weight. However, as the sword was halfway down, Xing Tian's sneer froze on his face. Although Lin Ming's spear was fast, Xing Tian still believed he would block it. But Xing Tian's confidence rapidly fell. For some unknown reason, when his sword was only halfway down, it seemed as if time itself had slowed around him. He could only watch on as Lin Ming's spear thrust straight towards his throat. Damn it! Xing Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted out, and a hazy black light erupted from his entire body. The concept of annihilation surged out, barely breaking through the space-time chains that were shackling him. At this moment, Xing Tian no longer had time to use his sword to block Lin Ming's purple comet spear. He retreated, but he was one step too slow. The purple comet spear mercilessly stabbed into Xing Tian's chest. His bodily protective demon essence shattered, and blood shot into the wind. You... Xing Tian fled back over 100 feet. Because he had retreated, he had managed to avoid the spear fatally piercing his throat. But nearly the entire spearhead had sunk into his chest instead. The ensuing destructive true essence and infernal energy that plunged into his body too was only just forcefully suppressed by Xing Tian. As Xing Tian looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were grim. A thick, hateful killing intent surged out from them. Xing Tian had been injured. The entire audience was in a shocked stupor. First, that strange azure true essence had resisted Xing Tian's concept of annihilation, and had even suppressed it. Then, that strike that contained the concept of space and time had shot out, injuring Xing Tian. Although Xing Tian's wound wasn't considered to be grievous, it had to be said that on Skysplit Tower's second floor, Xing Tian was known as an omnipotent existence. No one had ever been able to shake his lofty position. Half a year ago, he had fought another top master of the second floor in a life-or-death battle, and in the end, he claimed victory by chopping off the other's head. But today he had been injured by a human youth. Just how is this human cultivating? Looking at him, he's at most in his 20s. His strength is greater than Xue Man's, and his defensive strength is incomparably formidable. Is this really an ability that a human should have? Even a giant demon isn't so fierce. Haven't humanity's body transformation techniques already been lost since ancient times? Not just that, but it was said that the human's body transformation cultivation methods were trash. Thus, they were eventually eliminated. Even studying it was useless. Humans were physically weak. They were not suited for physical body training. This was a fact that the entire holy demon continent recognized, even including the humans. Not only is his body formidable, but his speed is abnormal, and he's also comprehended the laws of space and time that many Fey geniuses couldn't even understand. Yes, that's right, he also fought with Black Rat a while ago. The imps are known to excel in soul attacks, but facing Black Rat he didn't even blink an eye, and instead completely ignored it. In terms of soul force, he is also a freak. Does he even have a weakness? Without thinking of anything else but this list, the light in everyone's eyes began to change as they looked towards Lin Ming. A human physicality that was stronger than a giant demon's. An affinity to laws that surpassed the Fae. A soul force stronger than the imps. Astonishing speed. A disturbingly thick true essence that contained a strange attribute that made it especially tough. In the eyes of these people, Lin Ming was a complete monster. A monster without a single weakness. Facing such an enemy, how could anyone deal with him? Very good, Xing Tian icily said. How long has it been since someone has pushed me this far? I never thought I would have to use this move on the second floor, and that is because there is no one here qualified for me to use it. You should be honored that you have finally received the qualifications for me to do so. You sure speak enough nonsense. Try to suppress me first before you blabber on. Lin Ming laughed, sneering. You said that you haven't used your complete strength, but you still haven't gone to the third floor, and you really think you have courage or something. Humph, what would you know? I naturally have my reasons for staying on the second floor for so long. How could a nobody like you ever understand? Now go and die in peace. Xing Tian shouted out and clenched his fists together. Every muscle on his body puffed out, and his hair began to grow longer. The demon essence in his body became increasingly intense, forming a tide of energy that surged out from him. His skin and eyes began to take on a blood-red light. The veins on his body bulged out like worms, and some of them even ruptured. Blood demon descends. This was an ability similar to the Fae's Fae King battle body. When a giant demon's ancient bloodline reached a certain degree of purity, they were able to obtain the approval of the ancient giant demons and use blood demon descends, increasing their strength for a short period of time. But compared to the Fae King battle body, blood demon descends was a much more cruel and savage cultivation method. One would have to sacrifice a portion of their blood essence. Thus, no one easily displayed this ability. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xing Tian. It looks like I won't be able to hide my strength anymore. Lin Ming held onto the purple comet spear for the third floor where powerhouses were like clouds, and for that hidden enemy who was aiming at him, Lin Ming had been showing weakness by hiding his strength as much as possible. But now, facing Xing Tian, he could no longer hold back. In a contest between masters, if one side misjudged the other and didn't use their complete strength, then it was likely they would be injured or even die. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. The heretical god force completely opened. Bang! The unleashed heretical god seed erupted like a massive volcano. After stepping onto Skysplit Tower's second floor, Lin Ming had finally liberated the complete heretical god force for the first time. After Xing Tian's declaration of challenge, Lin Ming had cultivated for a month in his practice room. His biggest achievement from this was progress in the heretical god force. Lin Ming had firmly reached the middle Xiantian realm, and with his complete tempering marrow, he could keep the heretical god force open for half an incense stick of time. Not only that, but after a fight ended, he would be able to save all of the compressed true essence that hadn't been released, which meant that as long as there was enough true essence, the heretical god force could continuously open and close. It was no longer like before, where all of the true essence would exhaust itself after one use, dissipating no matter the situation. Lin Ming's imposing aura began to climb unendingly. His true essence was like a sharp spear that seemed to pierce through the world, unstoppable. As the arena audience saw this scene, all of them paled. They began to use movement techniques to escape from the shockwave aftermath. These martial artists had already pushed themselves to the limit in resisting the last exchange of moves. Much less now, where the power on stage had dramatically risen yet again. If they were caught in the aftermath of this attack, they might even die. Too strong. Xing Tian can already be called an emperor-level talent, but Lin Ming is even fiercer than Xing Tian. This is the highest level battle of masters that has occurred on Skysplit Tower's second floor for the last decade. Perhaps for the next 10 years, it might be difficult to encounter a match that surpasses this. I really have no idea just what these two cultivate. The martial artists in the audience began to discuss the situation. Some of them were inexplicably excited, and some of them had complex expressions. If they never left their sect, they never would have known just how high the heavens were and how vast the world was. They were all peerless juniors of their generations, but how could the gap between them be so great? This caused some of them to feel powerless and frustrated. Xing Tian's aura broke out to the limit. His eyes were blood red. With a deafening roar, his sword cut forth. In that moment, he was like a demonic god. His aura was as lofty as a mountain, unreachable. This sword strike was like a massive divine mountain dropping down. It carried the terrifying power of the world. Lin Ming's pupils shrunk. In the face of such a strike, this would be hard fending off if he only relied on his killing path. As for the great desolate halberd art, he still hadn't meditated upon a stronger technique from it. His soul forced linked to the heretical god seed. Atop the purple comet spear, thunder and fire trembled, two energies beginning to twine together. With the support of the 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo and the 10,000-year sacred flame parasol tree, his strength reached the extreme. Flames surged, thunder howled. Since entering Skysplit Tower, this was the first time that Lin Ming used Thunderfire Annihilation. Fire and thunder twisted together, detonating into a flame that swallowed all, becoming a dazzlingly radiant light that people shielded their eyes from. In the damaged arena, all of the floor tiles were completely lifted and thrown away. Even the chairs of the first several rows were shattered into pieces. In this terrifying explosion that seemed to swallow everything, Lin Ming felt as if he were in his own dimension. His perception and his vision were incomparably clear. He instantly locked onto Xing Tian's position. After bearing the brunt of Thunderfire Annihilation, Xing Tian's entire body was bathed in blood. His chest was a mess of pulp, but his two blood-red eyes were still bursting with a monstrous hatred and killing intent. Even though Xing Tian's final move had collided with Thunderfire Annihilation, and his bodily demon essence had blocked a great deal of the attack, he had still been seriously injured. Not just that, but his protective demon essence had also completely shattered. An opening. Lin Ming's footsteps moved, his figure instantly vanishing from where he stood. The purple comet spear seemed to pass through space in an instant, appearing right in front of Xing Tian. Under the cover of the explosive fires, and fused with the concept of space, the purple comet spear's unpredictable attacks were already near impossible to defend against. Moreover, Xing Tian had already been severely wounded, with his meridians broken in several areas. The spear easily stabbed through his throat. A bloody light shot out. Chapter 561, King Emblem. Chapter 561, King Emblem. In the instant that the purple comet spear pierced through Xing Tian's throat, blood-drinking seals shot out. Xing Tian's head was directly sliced off, and a fountain of blood erupted dozens of feet into the air. Splat! Xing Tian's head rolled to the floor. In the moment that the dazzling explosion of light ended, everyone saw the scene of the blood crazily spurting out. Xing Tian had died. As the audience saw this, they all felt as if they were in an unreal dream. Xing Tian, who had once dominated the second floor, had died like this, and at the hands of a human youth. In particular, the giant demons present found this hard to accept. To them, Xing Tian was a representation of their beliefs. The impact of his death on their psyches was too great. From now, the King of Skysplit Tower's second floor has changed. Damn, where is this boy from? When Lin Ming defeated Lan Xing, it could be said that he was an emperor-level talent. But within Skysplit Tower, although there weren't too many emperor-level talents, one could always find them. An emperor-level talent was not equal to an emperor-level powerhouse. Within the entire Holy Demon Continent, there were numerous emperor-level talents, but those that could actually reach the true emperor level were extremely rare and limited. When a genius wanted to grow, they needed to experience the world and adventure, seeking their own lucky chances. They often had to put themselves in dangerous situations, and the chance of perishing was great. This all required that a great deal of destiny befall their bodies. Lin Ming was originally only an emperor-level talent. Although this was startling, it wasn't worth the great powers fearing or even paying attention to. But now he had defeated Xing Tian. This actually caused some of the higher powers to feel restless. In a corner of the arena, Mook Gu sighed. Lin Ming is only at the middle Xiantian realm, but he can already jump realms to defeat a top giant demon master. If he reaches the revolving core realm in the future, cross 7 or 8 stages of life destruction, temper his body even further, and finally enter the divine sea realm, then at that time, I have no idea just who would be capable of standing near him. As Mook Gu spoke, Mook Ching silently stood beside him, with her face concealed behind her veil. It was unknown just what she was thinking. Pung! On the arena stage, Xing Tian's corpse burst apart. A massive power of vitality gushed out, finally condensing into a fist-sized crystal ball in the air. What an amazing vitality! Lin Ming was secretly surprised. This Xing Tian's power of vitality was at least 2 times more than Xue Man's. Not just that, but the key was that the quality was also extremely high. If the richness of the blood was lacking, it could be made up for via quantity. But if the qualitative nature of the vitality itself was lacking, it was useless to make up for. If all of his blood-drinking seals were condensed from blood essence like this, then he could definitely double the strength of the great desolate halberdard. After absorbing the blood essence, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. In front of him, The infernal energy that was left behind from Xing Tian didn't disperse. Rather, it gathered together and formed a wrathful demon that clawed towards him. Roar! The demon, condensed from infernal energy, roared out as it rushed towards Lin Ming. If this were a normal challenger that had died, the winner would be able to directly absorb their infernal energy. But Xing Tian's infernal energy was simply too thick. It had reached the point at which it could manifest into a physical body. Like this, it wished to devour Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly humphed. He flicked his finger, and the purple flood dragon divine thunder shot out. Lightning flashed, and the infernal enemy demon wailed in pain, its face twisting miserably. Break! Lin Ming suddenly closed his palm, and an arc of lightning the thickness of an arm shot out. With a ripping sound, that demon phantom was torn apart. The infernal energy dissipated, scattering in all directions. On Lin Ming's arm, the heavenly demon tattoo completely absorbed it all. A third pair of wings began to stretch out on his arm at a visible speed with absolute clarity. Quickly, a six-winged heavenly demon formed. A fourth pair of wings also began to slowly appear. This fourth pair of wings was obviously much, much harder to form. Even after absorbing the massive amount of infernal energy left behind by Xing Tian's death, it was only enough to form the faintest of outlines. Lin Ming closed his eyes and entered the ethereal state, with the samsara, martial intent, as the base. He continuously wore down the wicked malice in the infernal energy so that his heart wouldn't be affected. As for the last step, he took Xing Tian's spatial ring. Xing Tian had accumulated a massive amount of treasure and wealth during his stay in Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming was very much looking forwards to seeing what was inside the spatial ring. Congratulations to young hero Lin for becoming the new king of the second floor, the referee announced as he stepped onto the arena stage. His eyes were filled with a touch of awe as he looked at Lin Ming. "Thank you," Lin Ming casually replied. "Young hero Lin has ended Xing Tian's 82-win streak. You have obtained 8 slaughter points. In addition, according to the rules of Skysplit Tower, young hero Lin's winning streak has now accumulated to 52. Within Skysplit Tower, if a challenger defeated a martial artist with a much higher winning streak, then they would be able to raise their own winning streak in accordance. The method for this was the winner's new winning streak would be the loser's winning streak minus 30. For instance, Xing Tian's 82 winning streak minus 30 was 52. If the challenger's winning streak was below this amount, then it would rise to that amount. If the challenger's winning streak was above that amount, then nothing changed. I understand. I should be able to go to the 3rd floor now. Of course you can. You can go to the 3rd floor whenever you wish, or you can also stay on the 2nd floor as king. If you go shopping in the city square, then as long as it's a store officially opened by Skysplit Tower, you can obtain a 10% discount. In addition, you also obtain a new glory emblem, the King Emblem. This emblem originally belonged to Xing Tian, but now that you've killed him, it is yours by right. Since you have obtained the King Emblem, you also gain an additional 20 slaughter points. The 2nd floor did not have an emblem for a complete blowout. Rather, there was only the King Emblem. On the other hand, the King Emblem was much rarer and gave more rewards. Complete blowouts occurred every 2 weeks or so on the 1st floor, but the King Emblem only changed hands every 1 or 2 years. At the same time, earning a complete blowout was only rewarded with the Invincible Emblem along with 10 slaughter points, but the King Emblem rewarded 20. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Now that he had the Invincible Emblem of the 1st floor and the King Emblem of the 2nd floor, he had a 3-star authority. With a 3-star authority, he could watch Emperor-level battle array discs. The 8-stage life destruction human powerhouse from before did have a strength that could compare to an Emperor-level master, but that was only the most initial of Emperor-level masters. It had to be known that between Emperor-level masters, there were massive disparities. The early Divine Sea Realm and the late Divine Sea Realm were on two entirely different playing fields. I really have no idea what it would take to rent an array disc with a late Divine Sea Master, although my current net wealth sounds high. If I freely spend it, then who knows how long it'll be before I run out. When Lin Ming killed Shueman, he obtained 7 slaughter points, and when he killed Xing Tian, he obtained 8, with an additional 5 from obtaining a 50 win streak as well as 20 from the King Emblem. Lin Ming now had a total of 40 slaughter points. This number sounded quite terrifying, but if he used 4 or 5 slaughter points at a time, it actually wouldn't last too long. Does young hero Lin have any other requests? The referee asked respectfully. Nope, thank you. Lin Ming cupped his fists together before turning to leave. Then I congratulate young hero Lin and hope that you soon reach the throne of the High Lord, the referee said with a flattering tone. For these last several hundred years, there had never been a human High Lord in Polaris City. The referee was a hybrid. He was part giant demon, but also part human and fae. Thus, he didn't care which race obtained a new High Lord throne. Lin Ming smiled. Without another word, he stepped down from the martial stage. Brother Lin. As Lin Ming was walking through the audience, Mook Gu trotted over with Mook Ching in tow. Brother Lin, I never thought that after such a short time since our last meeting, you would already become the king of the 2nd floor. It's a useless title. Lin Ming shook his head. On the 3rd floor, there should be numerous powerhouses that can easily sweep away everyone on the 2nd floor. True, the 3rd floor does have many skilled individuals, for instance, the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars. Any one of those 7 are capable of sweeping away the 2nd floor, but as for someone who is as young as Brother Lin, who can do the same, there isn't a single one. The martial artists on the 3rd floor are much older than those on the 2nd. They can't be considered too talented. Mook Gu said with heartfelt admiration. He too had stayed on the 2nd floor for a long time, so he naturally knew the worth of the King Emblem, especially in the hands of someone as young as Lin Ming. Does Brother Lin plan on staying on the 2nd floor for a while, or do you plan on going to the 3rd floor? Mook Gu was well aware that the reason Lin Ming came was to gain experience. If he couldn't find a suitable opponent on the 2nd floor, then he would probably have to go to the 3rd. Brother Mook, could you tell me about the situation on the 3rd floor? I don't know much about the going-ons of Skysplit Tower. Mook Gu laughed in self-deprecation and said, I've been on the 3rd floor for over half a year, but I'm still considered at the lowest level there. Still, my greatest harvest for this period was that I've gained some insight into the 3rd floor. Brother Lin has asked the perfect person. Shall we go somewhere else and speak in further detail? Ooh. With a chance to help Lin Ming in front of him, Mook Gu naturally would miss out. I was also thinking that Lin Ming had always felt subconsciously that someone had been aiming for him. If he didn't understand anything and recklessly rushed to the 3rd floor, then he might run into danger. Gain knowledge ahead of time. Understand yourself. Understand the enemy. That was the way to victory. Noblesse Pavilion in Skysplit Tower was a restaurant that specifically catered to human challengers. At this moment, in a room on the 2nd level of Noblesse Pavilion, Lin Ming, Mook Gu, and Mook Ching had chosen several dishes and were currently talking over food. Brother Lin, Skysplit Tower is divided into 5 total floors, each being around 7,000 to 8,000 feet high. Every floor is connected to the others with transmission arrays. The 1st floor is normally called the Outer City. As long as you hand over blood demon crystals, then you can enter. The 2nd floor is called the Inner City. If you wish to enter here, then you need to be strong enough or have a high cultivation. The 3rd floor is similar to the 2nd, except that the requirements for strength and cultivation are much higher. As for the 4th floor, that is the High Lord's floor, the 12 10-winged heavenly demon High Lords are all completely located on the 4th floor. As for the 5th floor, it is extremely mysterious. I have no idea what might be there, if there is anything at all, Mook-gu said, as he poured out a glass of wine for Lin Ming. He also made a proper gesture, completely performing every polite ritual correctly. It was a very breezy feeling. So, in other words, to a challenger, the third floor is the highest. Yes, the fourth floor is the residence and practice area of the High Lords. Lin Ming thought about this for a moment and said, Brother Mook, do you know how strong the top martial artists of the third floor are? Mook-gu shook his head. I'm not too sure about that. I still haven't had much contact with individuals at that level. On the third floor, there are many people similar to Xing Tian. They haven't fought in a long time, so I have no idea what their limits are. Lin Ming nodded. In Sky Split Tower, everyone was able to conceal their strength. He too hadn't known what the limits of Xing Tian's strength were. This was very normal. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.